Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
jika seringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers,
Banyak damage-nya.
ada cashback hingga 20.000.
Buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game,
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed,
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Bisa menghilangkan member dari Rebellion. Itu dia, dengan menjegal mereka power defensif, tandanya nanti tidak akan ada tapi lihat Superlook masuk terlalu dalam momentum. Play, Springtime, tanpa peringatan dari seorang Eman berhasil membalikkan kembali keadaan. Superlook, what the moment from Superlook. Kembali muncul. Oh no, top lane what? Oke, tapi nampaknya kali ini masih ada. Alpha masih bertahan. Ada Awat di sana dengan ada satu hit. Tapi nampaknya Alpha mencoba untuk bertahan kali ini dengan Immortality. What? Masih bisa selamat Alpha. Dan bisa terlalu lama. Immortality dipecahkan. Tapi dengan adanya Awat, Winter Crown menjadi kocak Alpha. Berhasil menyelamatkan Space mendatang Cody.
Super Friends, bersiaplah untuk pertarungan epic di hari yang kedua, minggu yang keempat di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Di malam minggu, malam yang panjang ini akan ada 3 match untuk 6 tim yang beradu dalam Best of 3 Series. Semua tim berusaha untuk meranjak naik di klasemen sementara. Karena kita melihat ada satu tim yang berada di pucuk dengan poin kemenangan yang cukup jauh dibandingkan dengan tim-tim lainnya. Semuanya berharap bisa menempati posisi terbaik dan terepik pastinya. Di sini Bude Clara mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua super fans yang sudah hadir di sini. Dan juga kepada semua pendukung acara ini. Kepada para streamer-streamer yang lagi nonton di rumah. Dan juga tentunya karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Aura Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Beserta dengan supplier kita, Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan hari ini yang udah datang siang-siang nungguin dari tadi untuk menyaksikan match pembukaan kita. Di hari ini akan ada 2 tim dengan regenerasi yang bisa dibilang cukup sukses untuk season 14. Yap, inilah dia pertemuan antara Geek Fam dan juga tim Liquid ID. Melihat bahwa kemenangan didapatkan tim Liquid ID dengan adanya regenerasi pemain-pemain baru, rookie-rookie yang begitu bersinar di MPL Indonesia Season 14 ini membuat kita semua terengah terbelanga betapa hebatnya semua player yang dinaikkan ke MPL membuat hasil yang begitu manis. 3 kali win streak mereka dapatkan. Namun ada 1 kekalahan yang telah mereka dapatkan. Akankah mereka bisa mendapatkan kembali kemenangan mereka? Karena lawan mereka kali ini adalah Geek Fam. Mereka, Geek Fam Revamp, memberikan hal-hal yang sangat mengejutkan pula. Dengan draft yang epic ditambah pula adanya Baloy di sisi Geek Fam. Dia benar-benar bisa menggembleng para rookie, menyabet para rookie, membuat mereka seakan-akan bukan rookie. Mereka menjadi player yang benar-benar bisa handal dalam Land of Dawn. Mengingat ini adalah match pembukaan mereka di minggu yang kedua, kita jadi bertanya-tanya. Seperti apa, racikan apa yang akan diberikan dari kedua tim ini. So, Super Fans, coba kasih semangatnya untuk match pembukaan. So caster, let's go!
Day number 2 of week 4 of MPL Indonesia Season 14 continues with 3 epic matches. And I'm not talking about the rank epic, I'm talking about the real word epic. You're gonna be accompanied by 3 mythical. Honor, are you Honor now?
Yeah.
Are you Honor?
Not just yet, bro.
Oh,
Honor, yeah.
Three mythical Honor casters here on desk. We'll get to glory one day. It's Miracle, Mr.
Gani.
Albert Serafin Gani, and Mr. Bryden and Rashi Muslimta. How are you guys doing?
You know what? I'm feeling good, especially after seeing the results yesterday. We got the underdogs.
Oh.
You know, getting a couple of wins game-wise. So expect here more plot twist to come.
What about you, Rashi?
You have to wonder if the teams that are kind of the underdogs, as Gani mentioned, are catching up, right? Because even the strongest of teams, we thought that yesterday was going to be a 2-0, 2-0 sweep. But it turns out teams are getting kind of spicy these days.
You know it is, man. I mean, just take a look at today's schedule. Try to predict these matches, right? Because, well, it's possible. It's possible. It's just really, really tough. TLID, the new regen boys of the Cavalry, taking on the new regen boys of Geek Fam with their leader, BBB, up there. And then we obviously have our match of the day, Fnatic Onyx, the Sky Kings, taking on the colossal titans of Bigatron Alpha in Season 14. Last but definitely not least, we got that repeat of the Season 6 Grand Finals, only with an entirely different RRQ and an entirely different alter ego. And you can see in the standings here, man, pretty close season thus far, except for Rebellion Esports, Arashi.
Rebellion, we saw that yesterday they had a victory actually, which is very, very surprising by all means.
1 out of the 3 they got.
They weren't expected to win that game, but they did. So they showed that they had progress for sure, but they have to do a lot more than what they've shown earlier if they really want to try and get back out of the red zone, because the other teams are all also stepping up to the plate. And as the weeks go by, it's only going to get harder and harder as teams, even on top, are going to realize how important it is to get these victories and ensure that top upper bracket slot.
It's going to be real tough. And you guys probably have seen, a lot of the tier lists come up here and there. There was a tier list from me just yesterday, and I believe we are going to be taking a look at a tier list later based on the MPL ID community. But let's talk about this. The Battle of Regeneration. For Liquid, it's just, these MDL players getting time to shine up on stage, and finally we see monsters from the MDL for Team Liquid. For Geek Fam, this is kind of like the ordinary, though. Every member that comes out, joins Geek Fam from their MDL team or from wherever they come from, become absolute monsters under BBB.
It's like Big Brain is like a Dr. Frankenstein, you're saying? Yeah, I mean, creating monster. We saw a boy. We saw Masako, Chedera, Nile as well. So let's see here, against a young team such as Team Liquid, will they be able to prevail? Because, seeing the highlights, man, Fam, they're doing all right.
It's just really cool because Valoisky, he leads everyone, and he kind of makes these weird calls, goes with these weird picks, and somehow, some way, always finds a way to really kind of do the math in his head and make it work, right? Whatever the team needs, he can kind of supplement. We call it the war crime general, but maybe it's actually the war crime drill sergeant, the way he just guides the rest of the team to really just perform to the best of their abilities, despite the fact that on paper, in theory, they really shouldn't be excelling at least as quickly. We expect their team, time and time again, Geek Fam, to take a lot more time to actually get to the top tier. And then every season, they start at the bottom, and they end up very close to the top.
The commander, maybe, right? Maybe he's going to move up a few ranks here as he continues, making these type of plays. Man, if you guys listen to the calls, I'm not sure if we actually can get to hear it again, but he actually has an odd way of counting. You know how usually you say 3, 2, 1, I'm going to go in? Below him, that play when he tried to go for Sans, he told the team, yo, trust me, I know where Sans is. 3, 1, 2. That was his countdown.
Hey, but everyone followed up, though.
Everyone did. That's the thing, right? BBB is so BB that the rest of the team knows how to, follow up even an odd counting method.
This shows that the whole team is in sync, right? They've been under Beloyski, so they understand. They understand exactly what he means. Whatever the heck, how it's communicated to the rest of them. They understand exactly what the commander wants them to do.
Oh man, let's take a look at this. The nickname Big Brain Beloy. We've given this for Beloy,
L312.
Exactly. We know of BBB. What we don't know is L312. We were talking about his odd way of counting, and we get to see him get the L312 title. But anyways, top 1 total kills in Rome, top 2 total assists in Rome as well. And I think this is a very, very interesting stat to talk about. Beloy, out of all the different roamers, he's the only one who can really force out 4 respect bans just towards Beloy himself. We see the chip, obviously, but then RQ, they banned out Antalya, Hellkurt, and then the Saber too. But that was Onyx actually, yeah. But 4 bans
just for good measure.
Beloy.
And honestly, that's why it's so fearsome to go up against Geek Fam, right? The roamer is just such a more versatile role here, and it's hard to target ban. And usually, you can kind of deal with roamers, right? But when the roamers are the target ban, there's so many ways that the team can kind of adjust. Because if you take away all the engage hit tools, then you can go with the utility type supports as well. So roamers are quite versatile in this meta currently, whereas for the jungle, actually it's a bit more linear. Maybe that's why Beloyski is getting a bit more time to shine as well.
We've talked about Beloy. Now let's actually move on to the next topic, which has to be Liquid, the cavalry, with Witty coming in, Aaron Chiki, and Fabian. They've also actually, promoted Yehezkiel back up to MPL. And so far, so good for them. Though we have seen, though, for this regen squad, this MPL squad, you can see, hey, a lot of confidence still from Fabian. Gotta love that from the man himself. Always, even after the loss against RRQ, super confident, super chill on cam still. And what I really want to talk about for Liquid is the fact that they're really good mechanically. But, especially for Fabian, maybe it's because he's so good, sometimes he makes odd mistakes, right? These mistakes that, you could technically say MDL decision making. But the mechanics are truly world-class.
It shows that maybe Fabian still needs time, right?
Yeah.
Technically, he's new to the MPL. Maybe he likes the flashy plays. Make sure that Fabian, he farms wins, not farm just clips,
Exactly.
So let's see here. Will Fabian be able to mature against a Geek Fam who I feel like is also very, very mature because of that BB effect? And Fabian, yeah, again, very, very flashy, very, very... I like his character.
Not just in game, saying he was mature, and then he just starts showing off all the poses, man. It's just perfect timing on that.
Maybe mature just in terms of mechanics, right? He's a mature dude in the mechanic department, man. Really, really good instinctually as well, but like we saw in RRQ, some of these mistakes, and even up against Evo's Glory, some of these mistakes actually do come back to bite Liquid. So if they are able to just, fix that issue, cover that hole, that weakness in their game, the Usurper will truly be, not just a Usurper, he'll actually maybe just take the throne.
Wow. Outright, that is a possibility, but that's exactly why people are theorizing, hey, what exactly is going on with Liquid, right? They all have great mechanics, they seem to be performing a lot better, especially in the drafting phase. The flexibility that they bring to the table definitely makes the drafting so much more dangerous for Team Liquid. On top of that, like you said, decision-making becomes the main concern, but a lot of people are wondering, what if someone more experienced joins back into the lineup? Someone that can shot call and bring direction to all this chaos that that Fabian and Aaron can actually bring in to the game.
A lot of flavor. I personally call him, aside from the usurper, Flavor Fave.
Oh,
Flavor Fave, because
Flavor Fave,
exactly, because he has flavor off screen and also in game. So yeah, that's my shout out, Flavor Fave.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Flavor Fave. Maybe we can actually make a moniker for Aaron Shiki as well, together with Masako. Let's take a look at their lineups. It is going to be Eldora and Masako. The Geek Fam decide to deploy here against the Cavalry.
The meat-filled battle will commence soon, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be TLID and Geek Fam. Let's welcome one team here. It is going to be Geek Fam.
The Kingslayers, they are called. And up against them are the Usurpers, so it's only really poetic that we also get this matchup in the gold lane. Aaron Shiki, a man who's been so phenomenal, will be going up against the phenomenal one, Masako.
Not to mention the duel of flavors from Flavor Fave and Masako, who will get the tastier rating. That is what we have to see and find out today. Because for Geek Fam, we have to see what exactly is the strategy against this lineup with all the aggression, all the flexibility. It is going to be Aran, Fabian, Yeskill, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
It's still the Cavalry that we've all come to know after the change. It's time for the Cavalry.
Their main 5 this season, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking to grab the win to increase their odds for playoffs. Will it be Aaron this time finding the win against the Geeks, or will it be Masako? Please welcome its Team Liquid.
Look at them as they charge on stage, still with Witty. And the same 5 members, really trying to get that synergy, right? Really trying to fix those errors of discipline that this team struggles with. But if they get hold of the early game, you know what the Cavalry do best. And it is just charge through, break those lines, and take the game in the Land of Dawn.
If they charge through and win, that is the case, but you have to remember, the longer the game goes, the more Geek Fam pulls off more aces up their sleeves somehow. Massive sleeves with all the aces available. It starts here in the drafting phase, and the men responsible for that ushered onto the stage by our Marshal Dainang. At this point, Coach Saint DeLucas with Facehugger, along with Bluffsy and Dora DSP.
Yep, the dynamics of both these coaches, you can actually talk a little bit about how Liquid, they're a very aggressive team, early game centric, wants to go and end the game by 15, 13 minutes. You know, that's usually the window for the Cavalry to end games. But meanwhile, for Geek Fam, it's been a bit different, hasn't it? Up against Bigatron Alpha, against Fnatic Onyx as well, really relying on mid to late, where those creative decisions from Beloy, when those criminal antics of his shine best. BBB, the rival showdown, the future gold laners, as I mentioned earlier. Masako, the Phenom, #1 average assist for gold laners, super active across the map, and mainly it's gotta be that Moskov of his, man. So accurate with the Spear of Destructions, able to keep that teamfight participation at a very ridiculous level for a gold lane. Meanwhile for Aaron, more emphasis on laning. Masako is more of a team fighting man. Aaron Shiki is more of a laner. He wants to dominate you in lane, get that advantage, and then rotate over to fight with his strong side being played a bit differently.
And there's a difference here as well in the composition, because if you look at these stats, of course, Aaron Shiki, #4 average kills for a gold laner, #3 average assists for a gold laner, is quite below Masako. But at the same time, his team has Fabian, right, who is a bit more flashy, who takes more of the kills in the early game, whereas for Geek Fam, they have used Masako as the main carry tool and funneled all the kills and resources onto this man in order for him to carry. You have to remember that in one of the golden moments, we did hear him say to his team, "Yo, I got money, man. I got the resources. I can carry you guys. Chill. We got the late game." That is the kind of impact this guy brings. So for Aaron, for sure, he wants to try and strike at that confidence. Maybe tone it down a notch in order for his team to actually get some control there, especially in the gold lane.
Whoa. Hey, Geek Fam, up against Fnatic Onyx, up against Bigatron Alpha, they really like taking the red side. And just yesterday too, Bigatron Alpha, we've known them to actually utilize a whole lot of the red side, but now teams have been selecting first pick, blue side over it. Actually, it is Liquid who decided to go for red, so Geekfam are technically forced on to the first pick, but still, blue side has really been rising in popularity again in Season 14, despite red side having a better win rate overall.
Translates to the patch, right? So balanced in a sense where, yeah, you will have value for that first pick, but also you can technically abuse that last pick still. It's just a matter of team gameplay and game plan. Let's see though, with Team Liquid opting for that second pick, will they abuse that last pick value?
They are a team that can do that. We've seen that multiple times. You know, flex picks with the Hylos as well. Even the Cho technically can be flexed out, but man, Geekfam and Liquid. I mean, looking at Liquid, it's just really strange to see Aran never going for those carry picks anymore. You know, he's really been relegated down to just playing for enabling the team. And I think it's good in a way.
It's a give and take.
It's a give and take, right? I mean, you have players like Fabian, Hezkiel, and Aaron Shiki who are also flashy. Aran needs to be the one that becomes the quiet one, sets up for the team, enables the team, and as we get into the game, we can see instantly it is the Roger and the Helker, two heroes that we know should always be banned up against Geekfam. They end up banning the chip as well. Leaves Natalia open. Fanny and Jusin, though, together with the Ling, will be banned down. That's the Hylos we were talking about for Geekfam.
Very positive win rate here, right? 60%. Can be flexed, we saw. Usually if Onyx plays the silos out, it's usually given to Keyboy. But let's see, will Geekfam flex this to EXP? I personally like Hylos being that EXP position.
Well, tank here with all the resources. And Aran, we know how he is when it comes to the fights. He knows how to position to be annoying, not just with the damage, right? With the threat, with the mind games as well. So the Hylos is a good fit for him as well. But for Team Liquid, their friends are in high spirits. They're expecting something massive, some big statements in the first two picks. Harith shown already. Along with that, it's going to be a drawhead though. Expect the pick-off gameplay against a Hylos though. The Harith already means more burst damage, less DPS. They have to find a solution for this unless they really believe they have what it takes to circumvent and just avoid the Hylos altogether.
The Harith and a Jawhead pick for TLID still does leave them very vulnerable going up against the Hylos. The Hylos, we've seen even yesterday, you know, Yeb falling down in the draft up against the Hylos by not really going for a pick that can actually, you know, counter the Hylos. No damage. Maybe they might actually want to go for CC last pick, not too sure about that. The Harith, though, does give Geekfam the opportunity to go for Lunox, and we know Masako can play the Lunox real good. He decides to go for the Moskov. And the Julian, actually, you know, again, prioritizing Vincent in the first phase. When you don't get the Roger, with the Ling and the Fanny has been banned out, you gotta give him a hero that he's comfortable with, and it seems Liquid will do the same, getting the Nolan for Fabian, but still this Hylos has remained unanswered. No response from Liquid just yet.
It's gonna be very interesting to see the jungle, right? The magic dealing hero against the physical healing, dealing hero in that jungle position. Second phase, gonna be the Phobias here, banned out. Considering, yeah, they got the Harith, the hero with dash ability. Yeah, let's just ban the Phobias out just to be safe, because it's so annoying dealing with the Phobias with a vengeance that is just right in your face.
Ooh, Phobias. Especially with the way they want to jump in and do damage. But the Phobias now has a healthy amount of crowd control too. So you have to remember, it's going to be a lot more sustainable and hard to catch if they're really trying to go for that pick-off style. For now though, with the Phobias banned out, with the Edith banned out as well, both teams still putting their eyes on potentially the EXP and Roamer, and the mid lane that is usually so much more prioritized. You're only seeing that Sushin ban, so both teams are still hiding it out. For Geekfam though, if they really want to go for this front to back with this hard crowd control strategy, the Aurora is still very much a possibility for them.
Yeah, TL are leaving their cards open right now. They want to go for any the bans towards the Zask, Aurora, or even the Valentina. They decided to take away the Faramis. So setting up for a possible Zask pick. We know that the Zask has been struggling up against that Faramis, so especially that boy on the Faramis, one of his signature picks. Geekfam ban out the Edith now. Are they going to ban out another enabler in the side lane? With a Nolan, usually you expect a Terizla together. But Geekfam decided to actually ban out the X-Borg again, setting up for their Hylos and perhaps telling Liquid, go for it, go for the CC. We'll have ways to counter it. This is the flex. This is why Team Liquid haven't gone for an XP just yet. They don't know whether the Hylos is going to go into XP or Roam, and it will leave them very vulnerable to another counter pick. If they went CC here, Hylos gets flexed into Roam, and then Geek Fam get an XP that can just neutralize that CC.
Well, for now, though, they can hold off on that, pick a mid lane first. That's a bit more versatile. It can very much be used in multiple ways and leave that last EXP pick to really make that decision. Because they need a very strong frontliner too. Now, they went for the Terizla, even though they can't really have any ways to deal with the Hylas. They need that front line to ensure that the Jawhead has ways, has space to go around and go for the dive.
Oh, Kacha! What? Remember yesterday, Rashi, we foreshadowed this already. BPP, the War Crime General. He played up against Liquid too. It was Yaoi who posted it on IG story. Baloy, stop playing these heroes. It's gonna be banned out, and Liquid did not ban it out. What is this man planning? What is he scheming? This guy, again, this is a Gatot Kacha. We don't even know what dynamics a Gatot can bring to the table.
It's a lot of tankiness.
Oh man, a lot of tankiness, and on top of that, a Hylos Arashi. I mean, man.
That is my main concern, man. A Hylos and the Gatot Kacha, that's just way too much tankiness to burst through. They need something that can do an insane amount of damage, because otherwise, Geek Fam will just simply outlast them.
Here's the thing, they banned out the Phobias for a reason, right? And Gatot Kacha somehow serves the same purpose as the Phobias. Sure, it doesn't punish you the dash ability, but man, he can jump to the back lines technically, and also can engage. It's going to be very annoying during turtle takes and lord takes. Expect the ult, Avatar of the Guardian, to come through during this lord fights.
And don't forget that passive, man. When he gets hit, he takes damage, he builds up that rage, and he does a ton of damage and still sustains a whole lot as well. It's almost like a different, more aggressive style of a Hyla. So I think Team Liquid have to take this one seriously, man. This Gatot is a lot more dangerous than I think a lot of people really understand at first glance.
And it's a Revitalize, it's a double Revitalize.
Oh man!
Oh no!
They're really playing with the sustainability, they're playing with the long team fights. And ladies and gentlemen, a debut pick for Gatot Kacha. We haven't seen him in what looks to be years and years of MPL Indonesia. Let's welcome you guys into the land of Dawn as Franco hooks us in. It's Gatot Kacha, the Indonesian hero in MPL Indonesia, being used by a Filipino player, Baloyski.
Will it come through? Will it come to fruition? Let's see, game one.
All right, a bit of poetic for Baloyski, but look at that meter under his HP bar. Boom! That's damage, that's sustainability, man, and that can really throw off your calculations, especially if your team relies on burst damage. Sometimes you think that Baloyski is going to go down, but he might just survive it. You can see he has skill, he has damage with the Nightmare Spawn, but against these beefy members, it's not going to be enough. Team Liquid have to find a different way right here, unless... And if they don't, really, if they don't start snowballing, the Jawhead will start to lose in risk, you know? I think Geek Fam can start ignoring it later on. Emblems by IndieHome right here, though. 3 tenacities for Geek Fam. They know that Pickoff is the name of the game for the side of Team Liquid. They don't want to give that back at all. And for Team Liquid, that's a festival of blood for both Aaron Shiki as well as Aran. So both trying to go for sustain. Look at Baloyski.
Baloyski now already tanking so much, really quite low. Aran is there from the flanks. No first blood just yet here. Both teams just feeling each other out.
Exactly. Really just going to go for those jabs, you know, little by little. They didn't really bait out a lot of big abilities. Baloyski's Revitalize was used up, but it's only on a 1-minute cooldown, so still very, very okay. But yeah, Rashi, man, Geek Fam are really doubling down on that tankiness, huh? Vitality, tenacity, to Revitalize, and it's a Gatot and a Hylos, man. If you told me last season that we were gonna see Gatot and Hylos be prio, or actually just be picked up,
hey,
I would laugh at you.
You told me this morning Gatot will be picked up, I'd be like, nah, man, nah.
You want to make that bet, Gani? Definitely not. Geek Fam, though, with the Gatot Kacha first onto the Turtle, getting ejected too.
Yep, not level 4 though, just yet. Turtle's guard will be popped prematurely. Oh, Turtle penalty zone. Vincent finds the Turtle. Boy, this time will not be able to survive. The first blood still goes to TLID Iran. Isolated. That's a equalizer by Geek Fam.
They use so many of their resources on Baloyski. And Baloyski loves it, man. That's why we call him the War Crime General. Sometimes he plays the game in odd ways, but it always works out. Masako.
Oh, forced to flicker out right there. Iron Shiki showing again the laning prowess. But oh, here comes Beloy.
Oh, doesn't really connect. Aaron Shiki and Beloy showing style there. Aaron Shiki still has the Purify, so technically he is fine. He's a level under though.
Looking at the talent prediction here by the new application GoPay though. Seems like it's a bit even actually. Geek Fam for me, Ronnie and all. Papulung, KB and Mirko going for Team Liquid, so a nice distribution here among the casters. But back to the game, man. For Beloyski on the Gato character. Oh, never mind. Oh,
that's an Eternal's Guard. Vincent finding a kill. 2 kills already on the board for his name. That's very, very good foundation built for that early game.
And a great turtle, too, right? So 1 turtle, 2 kills on Vincent. That's been consistent here as TLID continue to just react to the plays of Geek Fam. And that's something you don't want to be looking at. That's something you don't expect with a composition with a Jawhead, a Zask, and a Nolan. They should be the ones making the proactive moves, and it does seem as though Geek Fam, with this Gacha pick, it just really neutralizes the threat of the Jawhead in the early game, because he can open up these bushes and survive in these, pick-off situations.
The Hylos and also the Gato Kacha, because the passive, the Steel Bones, gives the Gato Kacha more physical defense the lower he is on HP. That's the big problem right here. Team Liquid, they have to pick between jumping on a Hylos or a Gato Kacha, and both are not exactly the right answer. Everyone else are just too far behind unless they can go for a big dive. And here we go, the turtle pick.
Yep. Vitalize the backside, but it's going to be the turtle will be the main agenda. SOD! Oh my goodness, Vincent Hill claims the turtle. Weedy will not be able to survive again. Geek Fam, they win the turtle fight.
Vincent just walked out of the penalty zone. Slick maneuvers from Mr. Vince. And then you see that retribution come in handy as usual, as clean as ever. Geek Fam, it seems they're the ones who are charging. They're gonna take tier 1 in the mid lane for free.
Oh, under 5 minutes as well. It's not a good sign for TLID here. Vincent taking on a run. Needs to back away considering the mana. But it's still going to be Geek Fam here, just snowballing. 2k gold already.
And the more snowball they get, the tankier that front line becomes. And to make things worse for the side of Team Liquid, even the gold lane, the Harriet Moskov matchup where we were expecting Aaron Shiki to take over, who was doing great, but with Beloy showing up, with the intervention coming in from the rest of Geek Fam, seems like Masako is actually still equal, and even picked up an assist already at this point. So, man, it's gonna be looking really tough for Team Liquid later on in the mid-game when the fights get longer and longer.
See this game fact by our new application, GoPay. This marks the debut of Gatot Kacha in Season 14 after last being used in Season 6 of MPL ID by Keira. It is now known as Fluffy from Aura in their 2-0 loss to Bigatron Alpha. Veldora walk it up.
The flicker now, penalty zone. Eternal's Guard though will try to stop a run in the backside. Beloyski trying to harass Fade and run. Will not survive. Veldora quite low, and Aaron Shiki secures it. It's gonna be Weedy falling next. Aaron Shiki isolated. Vincent claims the double. 3 members from TLID down and out.
They just cannot deal with the sheer amount of HP being shown in front of them. Veldora and Beloy. You get rid of Veldora, there's a Gatot. You get rid of Gatot, there's a big horse on the way.
To make things worse, to talk about big bodies covering the vulnerable backliners, the Eternal Guard, for good measure, man. There are 3 massive bodies in the front tanking everything. Fabian, ooh, can he get out?
See 2v1 potential 3, but Fabian still too slick, able to get out. Vincent claims the turtle, so neutral objective, it's perfect for Geek Fam.
It really is, man. You can't get less clean than this for Geek Fam. It really looks like a composition built to slug it out, but TLID have just not been able to compete in terms of damage output. I mean, they have been able to, but not against Veldora, right? Their targeting needs to be fixed here. TLID, the way they can actually deal with Geek Fam would be fully dive over to a boy and Masako. Maybe that would be a way. But the fact that they are down by 4,000 gold, that's already a problem. That's a big hurdle at the start of the game.
And honestly, for them, it makes it more difficult. Oh, Aaron Shiki almost gets first down.
Double force though. Oh my goodness, a boy with the early winner crown? What? Now it's going to be purple buff contest again.
They'll take
They have the setup.
Valoy?
Valoy taunts one. My goodness, Iran melted, shredded down, and Geek Fam again claiming the jungles of the cavalries.
Ooh, let's look at the items for a bit. Head of Heaven and Starlium side for Aaron Shiki, but he's really unable to really do much. Whereas Masako already building onto the Demon Hunter's sword. That's the power spike we're waiting on, and the 2 Thunderbelts just for good measure. And we talked about the solutions potentially for Team Liquid. That's exactly where the Winter Crown comes in so early. And to make things worse, honestly, the Julian, the Vexana, and the Moskov, all 3 are quite good at dealing with dive heroes anyways. So this is an amazing draft with no real loophole, but Veldora gets jumped on.
Just the horse though. Horse not playable. Lewinsky finds one. The damage will come through. Witty clutch with the flicker. Fabian does not deal damage towards Valoy. And TLID, yeah, it's evident that they're lacking in damage.
You don't bring a knife to a gunfight because Gatot Kacha has those guns in his arms, man. Valoyski just smacked Fabian as he tried to go for those slashes. And it just doesn't seem like TLID can respond to this Witty.
Oh, good taunt here as, oh my goodness. That's a big penalty zone, but Witty gets taken down as well. That's Masako. Aaron gonna be mounted. Aaron Chiki finds a shutdown, finds a triple. And let's see here a boy against the 3 members of TLID. Is this the comeback?
Is he gonna do it again? He did it against Pikachu Alpha in the defense. Geek Fam were a bit too greedy. The Eternal Guard not gonna steal it. My lord, Geek Fam clumped up. The combos were all there. TLID, their composition thrives on AoE damage, and Geek Fam took it head on, face first.
Massive swing proficients. Even the Heskiel just zapping everyone, beaming through the whole team, and Aran landing the penalty zone. Everything already worked out so well for Team Liquid, and the Lord, I believe, helped them out with a massive knockup on multiple members of Geek Fam in that fight. That was unfortunate, but now it's back to square one. Geek Fam can still tank it up, can still deal with these waves, but now Team Liquid, they have a chance to try and apply some macro pressure right here. Look at this though, they're clumping up together actually. Not really getting a lot of these objectives as the Lord is pushing on the top side.
Here below you see engaging on towards 1-0. They're gonna commit this fight. Iran will try to survive, but they fall. Aaron Shiki this time does not find the comeback. Now he's isolated, and Vincent finds the triple. It's gonna be 4 members here still, 5 members still standing for Geek Fam.
It was a very, very
questionable.
Oh yeah, this engagement very questionable because for TLID, the way they were able to win that fight was a very specific way. It was very conditional. Everything needs to line up perfectly for them to get all the AoEs, penalty zone, fracture, dominators, ascent, and obviously, you know, Aaron Shiki with the Herod. If you can't get that, if Geek Fam are able to play it front to back, there is absolutely no chance that TLID get even through the front line. So the fact that they didn't use the Lord, the fact that they tried to go for a fight, that has to be a big, big mistake, and now they're gonna pay for it. That comeback meant nothing.
Immediately after that, 3.4k gold lead already for the set of Geek Fam. Now for Team Liquid, it's even worse. They had that momentum, they had a chance to kind of equalize. Of course, when it comes to items, now they are closer to their own power spikes, but it's the same idea, right? Even if both rosters right here are on the same power curve, the composition-wise, the issues are still the same. And to make things worse, we saw earlier that the damage coming in from Vincent and Aboy really is ramping up, man. And even the frontliners of Team Liquid have to be a bit more careful in how they want to approach this. Aran is immobile, and the only really way for them to really get him out of danger is for him to use that penalty zone. But if they use that, that also signals that it's a green light for Geek Fam to just rush through at them. We saw that even with the Zaman Force for Aaron Shiki to move backwards, the Glorious Pathway just negates the whole thing. With a Demon Hunter Sword completed for Masako, he can go for more fights right here.
Look at the damage there, just by Vincent alone. He's leading in gold, by the way, 2k against his counterpart, counter jungler. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of farm already built up for Mr. Vincent.
For a team like TLID, who really rely heavily, usually on the early game and mid game to get that snowball going, the fact that they're behind up against a team like Geek Fam, a team that has the opposite style. Early to mid is usually their weak side, their you know, weak point. TLID haven't been able to expose that because Geek Fam have 2 beefy boys, and now in the mid to late, it can only get cleaner for Geek Fam for BBB.
Oof. Man, Aran at this point has the reading armor, but he is looking very, very squishy, man. So many ways to do damage for the side of Geek Fam. And of course, boy, he has the Wishing Lantern, by the way, on the Valentina. Bit of an unusual item to see. Usually the Valentina really wants to get more burst damage, but I guess where he knows that the fights are going to be drawn out like this, the Wishing Lantern might really swing the tides in his favor as well. 4K gold lead is not impossible to come back from. With the Lord in the picture as well, Team Liquid has one more chance. Can they find it?
Look at Beloy. So, Veldora zoning.
Yep, Veldora looking for Yeskiel to baits the Dominator's Descent early, but they do not fight. Lord, it's gonna be the reset! Oh, Flicker penalty zone! That will be the collision. Fabian secures the Lord. Iran gets taken down on Shiki though. Overextended. Now Yeskiel forced to use that Dominator's Descent to escape, finds it, and now Weedy looking for an escape route. That's TLID securing the Lord.
Great Lord take by TLID, utilizing Aran to dive in back to force Geek Fam away from the Lord. But after that, they decided to fight. Aaron Shiki lost his life. And now this actually might be a Geek Fam angle. Ooh. So look for a play. The Lord will be spawning in the bottom lane. They might be chased away from this Solo Force.
Oh, does not connect though. On towards the ejector. The Lord still marching, but Geek Fam, they're able to poke this Lord to at a 65% HP. So now, TLID, they look the other lanes. Fabian finds the mid. The inner should go down to. Ooh. SOD finds the mark. Oh, the ult. It doesn't connect though. Fabian again. He will farm another clip.
The Usurper finding clips. Flav is what Mr. Gani calls him, and he definitely added the Flav in this game. 0-0-5, but with 2 Lords under his belt.
Taking the one turret in the mid lane as well as taking away Geek's attention because they were rotating to try and help out. They were able to clear the Lord on the bottom side as well. Team Liquid, now if they can fight with the Lord, technically the front line discrepancy can be negated for them. They have to wait on the waves though and try and match it together because you can see Geek Fam going for a play.
Look at the damage on towards Iran. Shiki! Vincent will find the kill now. It's going to be a collapse. Iran goes down. TLID running for the hills before taking on the Lord. What a decision call by Geek Fam.
Aaron Shiki, way too aggressive. Overextending. None of the frontliners were there to cover. And technically that's the problem. Who's the frontliner? Aran is squishy. He can technically be a backliner. Same goes for Jawhead. It's the opposite of Geek Fam, who have all the beefy members in the world. Aaron. Up and
Damage! But that's cover from a boy. It's going to be Weedy. Yeskiel now trying to defend. Mid-base taken down. Beloy engaging onto his Weedy. Weedy uses the flicker. Iran now back in the fight alongside Iran. 2 base turrets now taken down.
That was a close one, man. Vincent immediately recognizes the potential, goes for the Winter Crown with his Immortal. Actually, no, hang on a minute. Yeah, I think he sold the Immortal, goes for the Winter Crown right there. You have to understand that one of the big damage dealers from the side of Geek Fam is Vincent. He's been sneakily sliding in the midst of these fights and just dealing a lot of damage with the basic attacks. You look at him, full items already in his inventory. Now look at this. Once more, a play to the purple buff to really shut down Fabian. There's nothing that Team Liquid can do about it. Ooh. Oh, never mind. Yeskiel actually snipes it away. On the way to a Holy Crystal as well. If he starts scaling, he does do a lot of DPS, and the Holy Crystal is indeed completed. Is it enough though? With the Lord doing a lot more damage, that's possible. But this time with the mid and bottom side.
Oh my
god. Run!
These shots. Penalty zone now. Yeskiel though will find the flanks with the Dominator's Descent. Aaron Shiki free hitting as well with a Shaman Force inside. A boy secures the safety, but Vincent claims a double. Now looking for the triple. Masako is in the fight as well. 1 by 1 they charge, but 1 by 1 they fall as Vincent finds the Maniac.
Fam are the ones charging. The cavalry have been halted in game 1. That's a horse against the horse, and that's a base for game 1 for the Geeks.
Man, Geek Fam with the big brain draft, the big brain execution, no loopholes left open for Team Liquid. With all their flexibility, all their aggression, in the end it means nothing. Maybe the greatest offense is a great defense.
what the bets, they were going forward. That's probably what Beloy's gonna say. My goodness. The Gatot Kacha's debut turns out to be all good, all fine and dandy. A lot of you guys might think it's a cheese pick, but to Geek Fam, what is a cheese pick? They're the ones to pull up a Natalia, a Saber, and a Helkert Rome in this meta. If Poisey was here, he would definitely say Lubukan Baloy to every single one of you that wants to try this in rank, so please do not. Let's take a look at this highlight again, Rashi.
Wow, it's just a massive fight overall. And with the backline, it's so funny, right? Because for Team Liquid, their win condition is to go towards the backline. But instead, Geek Fam were the ones who were able to withstand all the aggression and send Masako, send Vincent to the backline and delete all the other sources of damage. Aaron Shiki, with all the hype behind him, was completely shut down from the laning phase, from the team fights. Every part of the game was just completely dismantled by Geek Fam.
The draft. It all started in the draft, and you guys can hear or read the game highlight, depending on what you want to do, because I'm going to read it out for you. The cheese with Gatot, BBB. Big boy, big brain. You know who it is. Baloy outdrafted TLID in game number 1, and it certainly was an outdraft. Hylos first pick, not responded. Still all the way to the second last pick of Liquid. They didn't respond to it. They picked up Terizla. That can be an answer if they have someone like a carry maybe in the backline to deal damage, but the fact that they go for the Harith first has been troublesome for them. They put themselves in that position. They put themselves in a tough spot. Maybe. Bigatron picked up Harith first pick yesterday. They lost. Fnatic Onyx picked up Harith first pick. They lost. And now we see Liquid first pick Harith. They lost again. Maybe Harith isn't that prio anymore. You know, maybe we've seen a change with the Lunox, with the Moskov, with the Hylos now available. It really takes a whole lot of that early game snowball team fight power away from the Harith.
And maybe a lot of gold laners have kind of figured out how to deal with it, right? At least how to lane against the Harith without really being too punished. Because we saw that is exactly what Masako was able to do on the Moskov. Of course, intervention from the other laners were there as well. But overall, that was just the name of the story here. For the side of Geek Fam, it's out-sustain and out-damage, right? Even the backline, the Vexana and the Moskov is just doing a lot more damage to the front line compared to the Harith with the Zask as well. You almost wonder what would happen if Team Liquid goes for something a bit more crowd control heavy. You saw how much they were clumping up, right, for Geek Fam to really get that security, to really get the safety in numbers. And if they went for something like an Aurora maybe, you know, something that can kind of stop the frontliners from just barreling through and just jumping on Aaron Shiki, maybe it could have really gone differently. But in the end, the same problems still stand there. And you do wonder, what could have been a better pick for a run on the Terizla, right? Because he was supposed to be the tanky member. He wasn't, man. He simply wasn't.
I mean, let's see who will get the MVP here. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Vincent, 17 kills. 17. I think that's the most kills season 14, right?
Yeah, for a single game.
17.
Oh, Mr. Vince.
Leonardo da Vincent.
Leonardo da Vincent. Mwah. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Leonardo da Vincent here. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. He flipped the game on its head and he folded Team Liquid with his item build as well. That's really very ordinary, Arashi. He played it very ordinary, but he was just so much, he had so much more room, I would say, compared to anyone else, because he's an assassin with two beefy boys charging all the time. He can do whatever he wants.
He's also a fighter, by the way. If you look at the highlights here for the player of the game by the official gold partner, Ube S Gold, keep your eyes on to Vincent, because the whole time, his item build is ordinary, but look at how he's playing this. He just stays in the back, waits for the right moment, and here, when Team Liquid are the ones aggressing, he stays in the back, and with the skills on such low cooldown on this Julian, if he wants to go with the Empowered Sword to get out, he can. If he wants to go for the Empowered Chain to help out with the combo, he can. Empowered Sides are also very valid to really shut down a run and just delete him completely. That is what's going on right here. Vincent has not been focused down at all, because for the side of Team Liquid, they're just too concerned about a boy. They're too concerned about Massacre as well. Look at this. In the middle of such a clump of team fight, he was still doing a lot of damage. Unfortunately, right here is where he gets picked off. He gets focused down by Iron Shiki, and the Lord, again, like I said, actually assisted with a big knockup. And once again, forcing the engage by Aran here. A boy sets up for the peel back. And look at that. The three-man train coming in. Vincent, Veldora, and Beloy just charging straight at you. It's hard to find the Julian in the midst, in between the two beefy boys.
Very specific conditions for TLID to win in that skirmish. And again, obviously Vincent with the outplay here. Wonderful stuff, great peel from a boy, but also great usage of the enhanced chain. I don't know why TLID kept on going face first against GeekFam's composition. It's almost like they saw how they won, they saw how they lost a few times in these team fights, and then they decided, yeah, let's do that again, and again, and again. Albert Einstein would say, if you do the same thing over and over again and you expect different results, you're insane. That is the definition of insanity. It seems TLID are taking a page out of that insanity description from Mr. Einstein.
They haven't been the most calm and collected of teams, and maybe that's the problem, right? We're talking about the lack of experience, the lack of good decision-making coming in from Team Liquid. Whenever they get a good draft, they can execute well when they're snowballing, but finding the solution when you're behind, when you're being literally dominated by a team with a great composition, that's where the wisdom and the experience really comes through. And that's what you're seeing for Team Liquid, even though they are great, they have great mechanics, great flashy moments, great clips, Goni would say. In the end, the experience doesn't lie, man. And you can see that with the fights you're taking there, it does raise some eyebrows there. I'm like, whoa, what was the idea there? What kind of result were they really expecting? Looking at some of the items here, as we talked about it earlier, Winter Crowns for the side of GeekFam, they know that the burst coming in from Team Liquid comes in waves. And that way, with a crown, you can kind of negate and get out of several tough situations. All things considered, Beloyski actually only has 3 items. That's more than enough, though. I think he was going for a bit of a switch there. And hang on a second, is that a win of nature for Vexana?
It is.
Wait a minute.
It's a switcheroo. It's a switcheroo. Maybe for the end, a boy just wanted to target a turret, so he went win of nature so that Fabian can't do anything.
Exactly.
Well, actually, they did get a maniac. They wiped them out, so they could build whatever they want.
I think the idea, though, it's very, very smart, man. 2 very strong frontliners. We were thinking that the main damage dealer, the main carry, should have been Masako, who was going to be shredding the whole front line and back line. But it turns out it's the Julian, right? In fact, Masako was performing a bit more like an assassin, going in the back line when possible with the Spear of Destruction. And a boy on the Vexana, he wasn't waiting for everyone to clump up to get big damage. He just uses that Eternal Guard as a zoning tool, right? Whenever an engage happens from Aran, it's almost immediately matched over with Eternal Guard. And on top of that, of course, the Terrify is still around. And with the Curse Blast, in theory, with the lack of damage of GeekFam, the Curse Blast can still supplement enough damage from a boy to make the whole thing still worth it.
Also, for Baloy, Gani, it's 100% teamfight participation rate for him, so very active. Obviously using an avatar, just boom, boom. Whatever he wants to do, he can do it. You know what he reminds me of? What? It reminds me of Conor McGregor in a pub in Ireland. He can just do whatever he wants. He can punch an old guy and get away with it.
Let's see if actually Baloy is able to replicate that game plan. All right, but also I would like to point out that Weedy, do you remember what Weedy is using that game?
Jawhead.
Exactly. Jawhead, very, very irrelevant in that game. Very hard for him to find the right ejectors because of the horse and the gacha.
Yeah.
I mean, man.
Exactly. Can you blame him? Who exactly? Okay, put yourself in his shoes, right? Who are you throwing with the ejector?
Exactly.
It's tough.
So Jawhead early pick,
like neither.
Very hard to pull off.
Yeah, I think honestly,
very hard, easy to counter.
Very easy to counter, especially because the Hylos was already picked up, right? If you go for the Jawhead when the Hylos is banned out, then you have a way to dictate the game. We got support from Fabian, for Fabian, as you can see in the Galaxy Zone earlier. We got Samangat Fabian. That means, hey, keep it up, Spirit. Cheer up, you know?
Yeah, keep it up.
In Mandarin, for all the Chinese viewers, it's jiayo, right?
True.
And in Japanese, it's konichi. No. What? I don't know the Japanese term.
Ganbate.
There you go. I'm only fluent in Japanese, not Japanese. Bagani.
Yeah.
TLID. Was it the Harith? Was it the Jawhead? Was it both? What do you think?
I mean,
when you see Hylos, what roamer would you think about? Like, I mean, what would come up?
That's the thing, right? Because technically, this Hylos can be flexed still to that EXP.
Exactly.
So you really want to draft within yourself. It's not like, okay, let's counter draft, but let's see what we are going to go for in that draft. And I guess they're going for the AoE, right? With the Shaman Force, with the, well, sure, you got the Jawhead, but with also the help of the Zask, it somehow zones out. But it's AoE versus AoE. Of course, Gacha wins in that game.
Yeah.
Very hard to melt.
Exactly.
No DPS.
No DPS. And at this point, really, a lot of teams, their response to the Hylos pick has just been to fold it, flip it, and ban it out, right? Bigatron did it yesterday. Fnatic Onic have been doing it. And you guys can fold your life and open it up again whenever you want, conveniently. Or
your control.
Maybe you want a smaller one, like Arashi here, with a flip. It all works perfectly with the Z Fold and the Z Flip series, with Galaxy AI too, so you won't be missing out on the premium features of the S series either. Be the MVP of your games with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6, because if you buy now, you guys get free memory. Upgrade from 256 to 512 gigabytes.
Wow.
Additionally, you guys can also enjoy a cashback totaling up to 2.5 million IDR, and don't worry, sometimes you buy this phone, you get that cashback, but Miracle, we're gonna end up using the cashback because when I drop the phone, it's gonna break, you know?
Right.
When I am careless with it, it might ruin the phone. No, it's okay, because you guys can get Samsung Care Plus. 1 year of that, worth up to, I think it's valued around 2.3 million IDR. And if they want to check out this phone, Gani, what would you tell them?
Samsung.com/ID is the site to go. If you want more details, if you want more information, or earlier you saw this barcode, you scan it. Right-click the link in the pinned chat as well is another approach, and you can unfold new ways to be productive and creative with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6. And well, on that note, you got a device, you got a cool hair as well, and maybe Head and Shoulders, not maybe, surely Head and Shoulders is the solution, man.
Hey, she's got the Tigreal one.
Hey.
It's Gani's favorite. Every single day, we see people hold the Gatot Kacha one. Today we get Gatot Kacha, and she decides to bring up the Tigreal one. Lady, get with the program. It's Gatot Kacha time.
Doesn't get the memo, man. Doesn't get the memo.
Her hair was still good, though.
Witty. Yeah. Jawhead ain't it for game one. But again, it's very hard to execute against Hylos, against Gatot Kacha and Julian. How do you catch Julian, man? It's a pseudo assassin.
Exactly, and we saw that several times. Vincent was caught in a sketchy situation, but he can get out with the empowered sword every single time, right? It's so flexible, and he is never really forced to use any of the skills, which is a bit of a very ideal situation for the Julian, because usually you'll be forced to use, let's say, an empowered shade to follow up, or an empowered sword to get out. When you're forced to use it, it's just never ideal. But when you can pick and choose which empowered skill you want to use, I think that kind of elevates the impact of this Julian so much more, man. And you're seeing that damage output, if you really have a Julian free hitting, it still hurts, man. The passive, empowered basic attacks dealing a lot of magical damage
Significant.
So Julian is the elevator to elevate Vincent's game. Or escalator, but then it would escalate, not elevate. Remember, Harashi said elevate, specifically, Gani, not escalate.
Sorry, Harashi.
So, on that note, though, again, Zask really doing a lot of damage. It's very continuous. Obviously, I think Yeheskilo is really good at playing this Zask as well. Is there a different hero you want to use to try and shred down frontline? Because for the longest time, right, whenever we see a mid lane, it's always burst damage, utility, or AoE. But we haven't really seen continuous damage again and again. I'm wondering here, with some of the gold laners not really being shred, like the Hewitt, for instance, or like a Brody we saw occasionally, if teams want to go for a strong laner like the Hewitt or Brody, what can they use in the mid lane that kind of has continuous damage? Because in my mind, it's something like the Lilia, something like the Yve, maybe?
Exactly. I immediately thought of the Lilia. Sure, it's not continuous, but it's very high burst, and technically you will build more magic and it will be continuous, but against frontliners, against strong frontliners, I feel Lilia can be that answer, right? We saw Lilia as well a couple of times this season. It might be the answer here for TLID.
Could be. Let's take a look at the drafting phase. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still the same signs for both these teams, but St. DeLucas might have to take the Hylos away if they still plan to utilize that kind of composition, because again, I would say the Harith and the Jawhead can work. It's not like it's impossible to make it work. We've seen it work multiple times before already, but maybe not against the horse. But here, it is the same bans for Geek Fam and for TLID. For now, they go for the Roger as well. So maybe the answer for TLID might just be to leave the Hylos open, but to change some of their picks. Go for the carry, maybe, right? Or maybe, honestly, first phase X-Borg. Because you can flex that pick as well. We've seen it in the jungle. If it is used as a roamer, you can flex it to the XP on Aran. We've seen Aran play it multiple times as well. So now it's literally going to be the same for Geek Fam. If it ain't broke, do not fix it.
If they go for the Gatot Kacha again, though, I think that's where Team Liquid will have to try and consider. Because in a way, the Hylos is tanky, it's so sustainable, but when it comes to flexible usage, I feel the Gatot actually provides a bit more. You're sustainable, you can dive in the backline, and you provide a great amount of crowd control and damage, by the way. Again, the passive gets you damage reduction, but also damage. You channel all that rage you build up into extra damage and heals you at the same time. So flexibility is on the side of that Gatot, but for Team Liquid, the Terizla and the Herald very, very early on here.
I mean, no Jawhead though, right? Against they learned that Weenie was relevant, and I'll take a look at the response. It was Gatot in the second phase for that first game, but this time they're that confident. No what?
Oh, Liquid.
Flavor Fave.
Flavor Fave. What is going on right here? So are they actually just banking on a different mid laner and everything else being the same?
And a roamer.
Yeah, the roamer, I feel like at this point, get something that has continuous crowd control. That has to be the better solution here. I don't think the Jawhead will have any business being in this game at all.
So Akai?
No pick-off at all, but Akai?
I mean, technically, it's like anti-synergy if they go Akai. This team needs... They banned the Moscow out anyways. Okay, so the reason they revealed the Gatot Kacha here is because when they picked up the Hylos, they initially wanted to utilize it as flex, right? But the thing is, Liquid have already shown the Terizla, so this Hylos matchup will automatically be, at best, a non-lane, right? Like, Terizla won't really be able to fully bully the Hylos. It's just a farm lane, up until both get level 4, and then they go for the fight. So, Valentina banned right now. Mathilda ban taken out by Geek. They might actually just ban out the Edith next. That was what they banned out last time, and I don't really... There's no export potential either. The Terizla, unless they go Terizla roll, right? So they ban out the Cho, just to relieve some of the pressure off of Mr. Julian, Leonardo da Vinci. TLID decide to go for the Faramis. But really, who is here? Who can Liquid utilize to shred through the Hylos Gatot? This is a big problem. Just these two picks alone. Geek Fam now can pick up whatever they want, honestly, right? I mean, at this point, I feel Master could pull up the Melissa too. Great in lane against the Harith, against the Faramis when TLID want to clump up. They already have two frontliners, so it's perfect front to back. And heck, you already got that Julian. You got Megumi Fushiguro in it.
You can also go for, right now for Geek Fam, you can go with the Aurora too, right? Because everyone's going to be diving in. You can stop that. The crowd control for the Netherrealm clumping together factor as well. No, still the Vexana, and now even a Claude without the Moscow available. Won't be as much cross-map play with the Spear of Destruction, but now the Blazing Duet becomes a big problem, especially because they still have no real way to shut down this gold lane.
And technically for members, for players of Geek Fam can dive, right? Apart from that Vexana, 4 heroes. Sure, it's not technically a dive, but a charge from that Hylos, but can, with the Glorious Pathway, enter the backlines as well. So let's see here, TLID, can they withstand the pressure of 4 heroes that can penetrate the backlines? What will it be?
What will it be? By the way, we got an interesting stat earlier from Geek Fam. Just give me the Carmilla. I do not think Geek Fam are clumping up. I mean, like, they have multiple ways to take this. The front line doesn't need to be... I'm not a big fan of the Liquid draft. I'll be honest with you. I think this is a 2-0.
It's tough.
I think
so
too.
To pull off.
Maybe if the Carmilla goes with the Vengeance, she can survive long enough to be relevant. But even then, all things considered, with the Curse of Blood even, you're supposed to augment damage that your team is doing. And technically with the Faramis, when people are clumping up, you do a lot more damage. But again, you're relying on Geek Fam clumping up, whereas technically, the Hylos, the Gatot, and the Julian can operate independently. They don't have to clump up together the way they did in game number 1. And maybe they're thinking if we can get them to split apart, then maybe the Nolan can kind of make some moves happen. But against who, right?
Exactly.
Which 1v1 is he looking for?
And they have a severe lack of reliable CC. That's why Masako has gone sprint. The Garuda Wings of MPL ID. We've seen the Kadira, we've seen these Indonesian heroes before. But again, we're going to see the Gatot Kacha 2 games in a row on the hands of BBB. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 in the land of Don we go. DLID still opting to go for a full double down on the team fight composition on AoE.
Alright. Now, same thing for the side of GameFam though, 2 revitalizes. And technically, you know, there's great synergy here with the revitalize being able to be used by Beloyski or Veldora. And you can use it interchangeably because it kind of affects everyone in the same way. It increases the healing from all sources as well. So the Glorious Pathway with anyone's revitalized kind of benefits the whole team too, which is why they were kind of clumping together, I guess. But again, at the same time, lack of reliable card control will definitely be a problem here, especially if you're looking for some moments. Looking at the emblems by IndieHome, Weapon Mastery for Aaron Shiki, wanting to make sure that he does get all the damage he can to really burst through the front line. And everyone else, Wilderness Blessings and no Tenacity, so they're really thinking that they're going to be having the damage, and GameFam are the ones who have to be on the back foot. That's a bold prediction, if I do say so myself.
And Masako, right, just taking a full defense route. Yeah. If you cover the Claude, you might think this was the Hylos.
Yes, you apply an order combined with the taunt from Beloyski will find GeekFam claiming first blood.
Geekia has killed him.
It has killed him, for sure, man. There's just way too much crowd control. You're just stuck for so long. It allows Vincent to just use, again, whichever spell he wants. And on the sprint, by the way, I guess the real answer is against Fabian, right? Whoa! It's a lot of burst damage, but it is a very mobile Nolan. So a single flicker won't be able to save Masako if Fabian is on the hunt. But with a sprint, he can just outrun Fabian. That's a route I like to go to when I use a mage. But now with the turtle up, GeekFam, they definitely want to pull the trigger first here. The Netherrealm can be significant, but very early on, Team Liquid might be able to survive, but they won't be able to match the damage coming in, the base damage from the Gatot and the Hylos.
Boy, not at level 4 just yet. He might not have the Eternal Guard, honestly, in the skirmish, so GeekFam are actually taking it as slow as they can. There you go. The little stop, that slower pace for a boy to get level 4 and clear out the mid lane. Now, advantage might be on Geek.
See here, Ron still holding on to Flicker. Penalty zone, it finds it. But now revitalized, zoning out Fabian. Vincent clutch with the retribution now. In the backside, it's going to be Beloyski jumping in. Another rail pops as well. Weedy Ron quite isolated. Fabian looking for a damage output, but no. Vincent finds it. It's going to be Beloy claiming Weedy. Yes, kill now will not be able to get out. Veldora secures it. 4 members taken out from TLID.
The double revitalize. Oh, he's doing it again. He's committing war crimes, Anashi.
I mean, you saw the numbers coming through from the Glorious Pathway, man. Just about 180 HP per second outputted by both the revitalizers, man. That is an insane amount for the whole team. And you have to remember, oh, now 71% here. Audience prediction for the side of GeekFam. I mean, the people see what's happening. They see the composition happening again, man.
I think if they saw the draft before they voted, this would be 99.9%, right? Because, man, I really struggled to see the win condition for TLID. It's literally just doubling down on a GeekFam mistake. GeekFam needs to be the ones grouping up all together. They need to be very together for TLID's composition to work.
Just giving Team Liquid all the win conditions is the only way to win. And honestly, it's a bit of a multifaceted strategy here for GeekFam because they're outlasting the members of Team Liquid and they're also outmaneuvering, right? With the Glorious Pathway, everyone, you saw that even earlier. Yeheskiel was the last survivor in the team fight and he was unable to get out. Slowly but surely, the chase coming through, the slow is coming from Veldora with the Ring of Punishment as well. It just makes sure that Team Liquid are forced to commit and forced to play GeekFam's game.
Just slow right now. GeekFam know that they can take it slow. They don't really need to be rushing anywhere. Yeheskiel just in that push. GeekFam can just wait out for the next neutral objective because at this point it's all Veldora.
Yep, Law and Order will force to purify from Yeheskiel before the turtle fight.
The spammable crowd control tools for GeekFam. The taunt and the Law and Order from Veldora. Very spammable. Now, they go for it again.
That's a taunt. That's an immune, and Eternal Scar popped as well. Either, oh my goodness. After all, the Guardian will find 3. Oh, Turtle, though, will be reset. Now it's going to be Beloyski holding on. Weedy taunted as well. He falls. Now Fabian will find the trade. It's roam for roam. Veldora quite low. That's actually TLID. Not bad in finding the fight. Veldora, though, just disrespecting the damage from Aaron Shiki.
I'd still say it's bad unless Fabian gets this turtle.
Oh! Caster Curse strikes again. But on top side, that's going to be Masako pushing and pushing. It was a 5v4, by the way. The
Exactly.
clock wasn't in the picture at all. All things considered, Team Liquid, they were able to succeed there because they were able to push Geek Fam backwards, away. Veldora was the only one moving forward with the Glorious Pathway, and that's why he was able to actually sustain. Everyone else did not benefit from the Glorious Pathway that time around.
That's why it was still bad for TLID unless they got that turtle. They did. So it makes it more even. Because again, that was a 4v5. TLID should have been able to actually get the fight under their wing. The fact that the 4v5 ended with 1-to-1 trade, only the roamers taken out, and it looked like Geek Fam were going to get the turtle and the turret. Could have been a massive win, but Fabian, again, Flavor Fave, as usual.
So here, Beloyski opening vision. Spots Iran and Weedy, but they will take it slow. They will still be able to clear. Item-wise.
Item-wise, Starlium for Aaron Shiki. That's definitely a big power spike, but the Thunderbelts have been completed for Veldora and Beloyski since very, very early on. And with the way they're playing this, with how aggressive they're being, they're stacking it up a lot, man. And Masako, not really losing out when it comes to gold. So even though Aaron Shiki was really winning out in the lane earlier, because of the trade, because they allowed Masako to just clear the lanes and push for the turret, now they're winning. But look at this Avatar.
That's already a big ult, but Iran now isolated, actually. Weedy will not be able to hold good flicker. Another round popped as well, but that is going to be green light for Geek Fam to move onwards.
Wow.
They will force that flicker from Aaron Shiki. Purple buff contest. TLID will lose 2 members as they will recall here, and purple buff will fall to the hands of Geek Fam.
Again, you can see the way that Geek Fam can actually maneuver in the fights, right? They don't need to be clumped up. That's why the Curse of Blood, when it was used up, it only ended up hitting Beloy and the Eternal Guard. It was bouncing amongst the Eternal Guard and Beloy just back and forth there.
And Beloy solo was able to do enough damage. Aaron Shiki was forced to flicker out. And look at his turtle getting bursted down really, really fast. Veldora tries to do something here.
On the tank, trying to provide vision and information. Fabian will secure the turtle in time before Vincent jumps in.
This is actually great for TLID though, despite the fact that Geek Fam have gotten the wins in the team fights. They haven't been able to actually time their resources properly to be up during the turtle. Vincent only got the first one. The second one was an outright retreat. Third one, they weren't able to contest, but Masako has been free farming like an absolute beast. Beloy, bye-bye.
Jumps out. Talking about macro play, no Moskov, no problem. Beloyski can use it defensively and aggressively, which is why this Gata becomes so annoying to deal with. And while the chaos is happening, when both teams are trying to stabilize, Veldora just walks up, procs the Thunderbelt, rinse and repeat, man. Geek Fam, they have no issue scaling up to the late game with Claude, with the Thunderbelt scaling up, with the Vexana. Team Liquid are the ones that are kind of urgently trying to find something, trying to force Geek Fam into engagements that are not beneficial for them.
Exactly. Their damage is going to fall off just because of how tanky Geek Fam can be. Beloy.
Find the engage, find the taunt as well. Glorious Pathway popped. TLID disengage. Oh, that's a big Eternal's gone in the realm pop, but Beloyski will not be able to sustain the damage. Veldora will fall next. As Aaron Shiki went to good synchro vision. Now TLID, they charge the battlefield as Masako almost taken down. Very low, and TLID, great response in the mid game.
They responded to Veldora and Beloyski initiating, and another realm saved them. In the skirmish, TLID, this mid-game power spike is a window that they are using.
And for the side of Geek Fam, man, the frontliners really aren't as tanky due to the Curse of Blood, due to the Faramis. But if you look at the inventory slot for Veldora, he actually has a very minimal amount of magical defense. He was itemizing more for physical defense earlier, probably fearing the pressure of Flavor coming in with that Nolan. So when it comes down to a big team fight like that, where Aaron Shiki and Heskiel can just move forward aggressively, I think Veldora might have to try and take the back seat here and allow Beloyski to stay in the front with the more reliable damage reduction as he comes in. Gonna be a Lord play, but already a single, actually 2 ultimates used up for the side of Geek Fam.
Big ultimates used up already. Well, to be fair for Vincent, it is gonna be up very soon. Beloy, he doesn't usually use the ultimate in the skirmishes, but again, the fact that TLID have this game back to even in gold, this is actually the power spike still for TLID with the Herith and the Nolan. This is where they reach their peak. Masako, 10 minutes for that golden staff, third item, Veldora.
The penalties although on towards 3, no follow-up damage in the realm, popped prematurely as well. Will that resource proven its worth later on? Because Geek Fam, now they can counter-engage and commit on towards the Lord. TLID looking for an angle with no penalties. Oh no, Beloyski with the ult, trying to find and survive, and he will fall. TLID, it's a 5v4. Masako, Vincent, Retribution battle goes to Vincent. Now TLID will look for the fight as Eldora, the horsey, will not be able to stand on its ground.
Such a risky decision by Geek Fam. They took a gamble, and it worked out for them. They lost 2 members, but it was only just the frontliners. So getting the Lord will prolong the game to a point where, again, TLID, remember, they've hit a ceiling when it comes to getting that power spike. Now, it's upwards for Geek Fam as their frontliners continue to build up those tanky items, as Masako continues to build up his items as well. Their damage output will be rising with how much they can tank up TLID's full dive.
Exactly, man, because with Team Liquid, all the damage dealers, physical and magical, are reaching the power spikes, which is why the front line from Geek Fam is suffering a little bit. The longer this game goes, the more items are going to be built up. Beloyski already with the Oracle now, with more balance for defense and for physical and magical. So the longer this game goes, the more Team Liquid lose the momentum, right? They can still win out a fight in a full-on 5v5 if they played properly, but when it comes to the momentum, the control around the map that they're able to use with the danger they have right now, that's gonna go away the longer this game goes, up to, like, I would say the 17th minute mark. At that point, I think it's back to Geek Fam's court, where they want to move on to, where they want to try and engage those fights. Once again, it'll be Geek Fam's call.
The macro advantage, man. You can see, despite the fact that the goal was basically even earlier, Geek Fam have the objective advantage. They've taken structures across the board, the tier 1s, mid, bot, and top. They just got it earlier. That was a good use of the Glorious Pathway, actually, by Mr. Veldora, utilizing it backwards so that Masako will have a safe way to escape. But so far, Masako has really just been farming. He's playing Farmville right now, right? I mean, on the Claude. When do we expect the Claude to start participating in fights and to start really threatening TLID?
He came in earlier and was doing a lot of damage, by the way. I was about to say, he reached the 3-item power spike, and now with the Rose Gold, he's going to have even more security to just jump in. It's only about whether they can communicate enough to Masako, what kind of crowd control tools are available for Team Liquid. If he knows that a lot of the threats to him are down already, then he's going to go in straight with the Blazing Duet. And like you said, Mirko, with the sprint, there's a lot of ways for him to kind of maneuver around and chase down the priority targets in the fights. That's only if it doesn't get caught by some kind of pull, some kind of crowd control.
Up to this point, it's still actually Aaron Shiki, though. We gotta give props, right? Hats off to Aaron Shiki, performing very well on this Harith, despite his performance on game 1. So it's very interesting to see the contrast of this battle of the rookie gold laner still.
Yeah, definitely great adjustment, you know, for Aaron Shiki. The fact that also it's really intelligent by him to go for the Flicker this game instead of the Purify, knowing that for the most part, Geek Fam have been able to overwhelm him with the Purify. So the way they actually responded over with it was to get a fair miss and then to get the Harith on Flicker so that he can re-engage later on. Glorious Pathway!
Oh, good Purify. Perfectly timed, but that means they're able to close the gap. Now it's going to be a run, and as well as Wady trying to tank on damage, but Aloyski will fall. Blazing Duet by Masako does not deal enough damage. Netherrealm finally popped. It's a 1-for-0. TLID wins the fight.
But look at the ultimates. 5 ultimates used up for both Geek Fam and TLID. Who has the advantage when all ults are down?
Geek Fam definitely. With the playmaking tools that are not really as ultimate reliant, Geek Fam has a lot more ways to kind of be threatening in a fight. For Team Liquid, no Zaman Force, no Netherrealm. Those alone are enough to kind of discourage them, but they have a man advantage because of a Hezkill. It's actually a 1-for-1 earlier, but with the passive, he comes in back so much earlier. That is something that Geek Fam are the ones who usually abuse in the late game situation. Team Liquid can do the same right there. Now it's back to the waiting game again. If you look at the waves, Geek Fam's waves on the top side, it's gonna slow push the longer they leave it alone.
They didn't account for that, yeah? The fact that the Feramis can respawn back. He was at full stacks, technically, almost, just getting back instantly. Win a crown for Vincent, just to prolong the fight even more. I wonder if Beloy and Hylos will actually go for the winner crown next, too. It doesn't seem like Beloy's interested. He's actually going to go for the Athena Shield, it seems, yeah? Oh, Beloy. Oh, that's a lot of damage by Aaron Shiki. Divine Glaive already. Yo, Aaron Chiki's a threat. Malloy, ooh!
That's burst, man. Fabian, Flava Fav find the opening kill. 5v4 again, Beloy taken out again. Will they be able to capitalize this time with a man up?
That's the true damage. That's the magical damage that Gatot Kaca doesn't really get from the passive. Now they can still fight for this, but Team Liquid definitely have the advantage. They go for it too.
Flicker, penalty zone, but the damage will not be enough. Ron forced to use another realm to the backside. Fabian though will find the shutdown on towards the jungler of Geek Fam. Now let's see. It's gonna be Roar, take Massacre, finds the blazing new X, finds one, but that will be, oh my goodness. The damage from the skill of Terizla will find the kill as well. The Lord goes to the Cavalries.
The revenge strike gets him at the last second there. Masako failed to account for it. He took one down, two. We're so low, but Team Liquid now with the Lord, now with the winning solution in their eyes, right? The Curse of Blood reaching multiple members of Geek Fam. That is the win condition they've been looking for. Now with this Lord, they have to try and find the exact same fight, but now Geek Fam will be the wiser to it. With the Dreadnought armor picked up by Beloyski, realizing that that physical damage is just a bit too much for him to actually deal with right now. Now it's the waiting game. Can Team Liquid use the momentum to try and get enough?
Beloy's gotta be careful.
For game 3, Beloyski now will use the ult! TLID denies it! It's 5v4 again! Now, Eternal Guard popped as well, just for that defense. Aaron Shiki, very aggressive with that Shaman Force. Now Lord will charge in towards the main base turret. Masako trying to clear some minions, but they will penetrate the base. And Geek Fam, they will have a cracked base. TLID looking for the bottom side of the map here. Veldora pops the Revitalize as well. Shaman Force popped already. The damage is enough to make the formation of Geek Fam quite scattered. Top lane, very vulnerable. TLID will try to claim it. Now, it's gonna be the minions trying to be cleared. A glorious Ballet pops. The minion cleared. The Ground Control Cane will make Geek Fam fight the onwards. Aaron Shiki, terrified, gets taken down by Masako.
It always seems to happen. The miracle for Geek Fam. The miracle workers. Every time you think it's over, against Bigatron you thought it was over. Against Fnatic Onyx you thought it was over. But Geek Fam always strikes back.
Just take a look at the replay and how that moment was created. The minion waves were down. The Netherrealm was used preemptively to try and end the game. But with the minions down, it just wasn't possible. They tried to run, but the horse is way too fast. Everybody falls with a man disadvantage with the death timer scattered. Geek Fam!
Oh my goodness, yes, girls, for this spells disaster. Iran now trying to soak in damage as well as clearing the waves. They will get the mid wave though. It's gonna be Fabian. Solo kill by Leonardo da Vincent.
What the heck? It was a battle winner crown immortality. Fabian buys immortality and Vincent wins down in that slugfest down below. What a game we have here. Oh boy, what a play to actually defend, and it's always this man, Arashi, it's always this guy.
He's just him, man. But Geek Fam, they have lost 2 base turrets, 13 seconds, 10 seconds actually, till the Lord spawns. 2 members still down. Geek Fam should look for something right here. Either rush the Lord or go for a pick-off, man. They need to take advantage of the situation before Team Liquid can stabilize.
You gotta blitz it, you gotta blitz it.
See, without their jungler, will they be able to find their turtle? Let's see. TLID. No angles. Beloyski is gatekeeping the entrance of the Lord.
All right, now we talk about what Geek Fam will do with this Lord. Firstly, they're actually pushing the pace despite not having the Lord. Masako.
Oh my God, isolated. Another round popped as well. And that flicker wasted. That's info for Geek Fam.
Big info. No flicker for Aran means that, you know, the engage tool that they've been relying on won't be there in this defense against Geek Fam with, get this, an evolved Lord in the 19th minute of the game where already Geek Fam have an advantage. This is their power spike.
And even now, the slightest bit of stun, the slightest bit of a taunt coming in from Beloy or Veldora means that Masako is going to shred whoever stays in the front line. Aran has been able to dodge from the responsibility of being the main front line, but now, with the Blade Armor only, he has to contend to deal with all that damage solo, right? The Carmilla isn't supposed to actually be one of the main frontliners, even though he is building full tank. Geek Fam now making their move at the base of Team Liquid.
Look at the slow burn for Geek Fabian.
Placing duets. Forced already. Oh, the ult will not be able to find Fabian just yet though. Geek Fam for the win. Will they be able to find Reedy? Another round popped as well. Penalty zone used by Iran. Voloisky moving backwards. Geek Fam playing it soft. They know that TLID has a very good clear wave with the members still up. Masiko still waiting on, still looking for that HP. Base for top lane, untouched still. Good defense by TLID. Valdora taking a lot of damage. Pulled back as well. Aaron Shiki denies the glorious pathway.
Stampede of the cavalry. It was not a shadow stampede, it was the cavalry stampede. Ezekiel pulled him back. Veldora down, but at this point it is actually okay to, lose some of these members. There are no big objectives to take. It is the right risk to be making for Geek Fam. Still 3,476 gold benefit that will probably mean nothing at this point of the game with everyone reaching full items. Aaron Shiki selling the boots for the Wishing Lantern. Actually, and Masako will actually buy the Rose Gold Meteor again. I don't know if you guys have been realizing this, but our boy has not been hit by a single penalty zone this game, I think. He's always been able to flicker out or Winter Crown it.
Exactly. He caught the Winter Crown right before it landed in the previous fight. That is what allowed Geekfam to strike back almost immediately. Now with the Winter Crowns expended, you can see that our boy is going for something a bit more defensive there with the Giant Spell already.
Baloy?
Oh, might be a mistake. Ult cancelled. Fabian to clutch. Baloyski. Was that mistake proven costly before the Lord? Down for 50.
It was very costly. He thought he could get out with the ultimate, but it's a bit too idealistic. It has a wind-up time. Now for Team Liquid, they can go straight for the Lord. There's some movement on the bottom side of the map. They're gonna go straight for it. The Geek Fam without Valoisky, without the General, the Commander. Can they do something here? Damage is available. But look at Vincent trying to push. Aran sees him, wants to try and go for him.
Aran trying to zone the jungler. Valdora though, providing information. Where's halfway? Used up, that's Weedy. Forced to use also that Nether Realm. Now the Lord's gonna be the main focus here. TLID, what will they do? Geek Fam responds with a blazing duet of himself. With the clutch retribution. Yeheskiel, Weedy goes down. It's gonna be a run now, isolated. Iron Chiki cancels his recall to kill Vincent. Was that wise though? Because the boy is in the area. Winter Crown Masako jumps in. Finds the DPS, no! Aaron Shiki finds a double. It's gonna be Iran now, trying to sustain as well as Aloyski jumps in with the ult as well. 3v1 with the revitalize, but Fabian will be there to find the burst as well. 4 members of Geek Fam, they got the Lord, but they overcommitted. Wait, no, Veldora's dead! Yeah, no immortality. Now let's see if Fabian will deal enough damage to take Veldora down, surely, with the help of Yeheskiel as well. It's a wiped out TLID. Welcome to Game 3.
Oh, Geek Fam! Miracle workers, but it seems they worked their miracles too much. It was Liquid that stayed true to the Cavalry's name, just charged as Geek tried to deal with them.
It's over.
It is all over. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opening match of Day 2, we will get to Game 3.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Baloy with the Avatar disappearing when they needed him the most. Unfortunate stuff. BBB still 50-50. As 50-50 as ever, and TLID, Aaron Shiki, what a massive play at the end of the game there. Despite having the Evolved Lord, Geek Fam did not recall, they took a fight, and you don't go up against this man in a 50-50. Not on a Harith with Flicker, not on a Harith that deals that much damage even towards the end. An unlikely equalization from TLID, and we get to see it again in 4K.
This was Geek Fam coming out on top, getting the Lord, getting the pressure against Team Liquid, even though Baloy wasn't up. They got the fight, they got the kills even, but right afterwards, they tried to stop the recalls. They tried to go for a more decisive end. That is how much they wanted this against Team Liquid. but it came to haunt them in the back. They clumped up together, they split apart in the wrong moments. Iron Shiki on the Harith, the late game Harith with the item swaps, pulls the game back from the abyss.
They overchased way too much, and even here they chased through. I mean, at this point, honestly, looking at it again, Beloy couldn't have done anything there, right? Like, even if they recalled, the Lord would have been dealt with, they wouldn't have been able to play together. I think the biggest mistake was them overcommitting, not really Beloy diving, but overcommitting after getting the Evolved Lord. That was already a miracle play. That was a 4v5 with no Beloy. You got the Lord. That should have been a pullback instantly. It was already a miracle that they got it. And they still wanted more. The greed has still not left Geek Fam, even after all these seasons.
So unfortunate, man. He's so close, but what an epic game we saw. Second game, yeah, I mean, TLID, after that performance, they deserve a game 3.
I guess so. I mean, we doubted completely the drafting
100%.
phase, right? Well, how is it supposed to work out? And they were able to withstand the early game, the cheese, right? All the sustain from the early game.
For sure.
They got to the mid game where they had more pressure, and then they got to the late game where they had the Faramis, where they had the Faramis passive to work with, where they were able to find fights like that where Iron Shiki, in game 1, we doubted him. He was kind of rendered useless almost in game number 1, but in game number 2, he completely delivered, man. Matching up to Masako and the rest of Geek Fam.
And you can see it again here in the highlights. We're going to show it to you all the way in the mid-game, actually, you know. Geek Fam tried to go for these fights, but again, the Netherrealm saved them so many times. That extra layer of HP, extra layer of sustainability gave them so many more opportunities to turn it around against Geek Fam.
Which is why somewhere in the mid-game, we saw that Beloyski made the play onto Yehezkiel. It's a very intelligent play. Yehezkiel is like one of the key members here in this roster with how Team Liquid were trying to really play this out. But Masako, with the late-game Claude, it's just unfortunate there are moments like this where he got barely too much damage, but he was doing an insane amount with that Blazing Duet. But unfortunately, in game number 2, the winner, the player of the game is going to be Aaron Shiki on the hair with only a single death. You compare that to game number 1 where he was run over completely with the glorious pathway. It's a whole team effort, but he absolutely held up his end of the bargain.
10, 1, and 6.
Wow.
Our player of the game for game number 2. That weapon mastery, yeah, really played a big factor as to how he was able to deal out so much damage even in the later stage of the game, right? I mean, the Hylos and the Gatot, we thought they were unkillable in game 1. And in game 2, Aaron Shiki proved that he can indeed slay these Titans. What is the nickname you gave him, Gary?
Aaron Targaryen? Aaron Man?
No, I thought it was Aaron Yeager. Oh, it was you, Aaron Yeager.
Aaron
Yeager. The big boys, BB and Hylos.
Oh boy. And it's so unfortunate for the side of Geek fans that they underestimated the damage coming in from Aaron Shiki, man. Because remember, early on we saw the inventory slots for the Titans in the front line. It's a lot of physical defense. Really? Against Aaron Shiki, one of the rising stars in MPL ID, you're gonna go with 0 magic damage against his Harith. I'm mentioning magical defense. And in these fights, you can see that in this mid-game, with some of the power spikes, even with the Revitalize, even when they were fighting in the Glorious Pathway, they still start falling. And in the previous game, without the Faramis, it's a different story because you still outlast the members of Team Liquid. But here with the Netherrealm, with the damage, look at that. Iron Shiki completely melting the front line again and again. And to make things worse, the side of Geek Fam were still clumping up together. Now with the Curse of Blood, now with the Faramis, we talked about this. Faramis has a lot more AoE damage when people are clumping up together. Same thing can be said for Iron Shiki's Synchro Fission. Those were the tools used. But here, our boy once again, he landed like a 5-man, 4-man crowd control. Wow. Allowing them to clear the waves and get this winning moment. This was a moment where it felt like it was over for Team Liquid, but they were able to find Beloy. They were able to go for this fight. And even here, Geek Fam got the better of them. But Iron, with a sliver of HP remaining, who in their right mind would go right here? But to be great, you can't be normal.
Not at all. Even here, man, we thought, you know, a boy did enough there with the Winter Crown baiting Aaron, but remember, the Zaman Force was still there. Masako, Battle Mirror Image into the Zaman Force, thinking that he would be able to win it out, but the sustain was there, and Liquid ID, they have forced us to a 3rd game in the series.
I'm all for it, man.
I'm all for it too, man. 18-14, 23 minutes and 55 seconds.
You know who's quaking in their boots though?
Who?
Shevin, dude.
Shevin, back at home.
I can picture him at home like, oh, what? How?
Yeah.
For both teams.
As the screen goes out, he probably would say,
"You really know Shevin, huh?"
Yeah.
I mean, we work together quite often.
Really?
I must say.
Impressive.
Occasionally, yeah.
Rashi,
man.
let's look at the structures again, right? I mean, the objectives again. It was the two turtles that gave Liquid that mid game really good control. But then in the later stage, the lords were taken. 1, 2, 3. The final one was also taken by Geek Fam. I think Liquid only got the second one. It was the second one, right?
Second or third, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, only a single lord for the side of Team Liquid. And if you're looking at their items, of course, the glowing ones come through. It's a given, considering this composition. Even the Sea Halberd for Fabian on the Nolan to try and make sure that in the 1v1s, he can still hold his own. Aran on the Tarizla, though, surprisingly, with the Queen's Wings and the War Axe combo, he went for the Blade Armor just to deal with Masako. He went to the Radiant Armor and then straight for the Sky Guardian Helmet for a higher HP pool where his reductions can kind of get more value technically from the items. So quite the smart itemization. And like we were saying earlier, for the side of Geek Fam, most of them are itemizing normally at this point, but Baloyski on the Gacha, even in the final moment there, you're seeing that even with the Oracle, with the healing that he gets augmented by that item, he still is forced to go for the Athenas, showing again that all the way from the beginning, with Iron Shiki not shut down, with him still picking up kills, more relevant than game number 1. He really should have thought more about that magical damage burst coming in from the Harriet and also from the Carmilla and Faramis.
Oh, Leonardo da Vincent. 777, that's a lucky number, my friend. But Arashi, I feel like the way Masako played it, the Claude, if he really meant to play it in that way where he's in and out most of the times, right, just clean up, wouldn't it have been better to go for, say, an Athena Shield instead of the Rose Gold Meteor, right? Because the main concern was he's getting bursted down. If he had that bit more sustainability in these fights, if he only wants to go in as cleanup, I thought for sure that would be the answer.
Or go for a different battle spell. Because honestly, in this game, he really wasn't really using that battle spell too efficiently either. It didn't really change the game that much. Damage taken and damage dealt though, man. It's one of those games where it's just we keep saying a lot of games are a slugfest. Yeah. This is an actual slugfest. It's all about how much damage you can take. It's not about the speed and the movement anymore.
They took the Rocky Balboa road of boxing or fighting here. They just take it in the face and then try to counterpunch as much as possible. And man, they took a lot of punches to the face.
Ouch.
That was brutal.
Exactly,
very brutal.
Man.
But exciting. The best of matches are that way. Unfortunately, it has to have a massive toll on the mental state as well. A game that intense for that long, right? They have been on edge for so long, and now, with the conclusion of game number 2, all that adrenaline dumped out, right? Game 3, they have to kind of work themselves up back to that level of focus.
Exactly. I mean, technically 2 games, we got a little bit of everything, right? We got a maniac in that first game. We got a 20 minutes plus. So action-packed, so brutal, yet so messy. Comebacks after comebacks. Let's see, though, what will be the conclusion of Game 3. Technically, Masako and as well as Aaron, the battle of the rookie gold laners is 1-1 now. Who will take the crown of that gold lane?
Who's it going to be?
Who's it going to be? Who you got?
Aaron Shiki, or will it be Masako? Because so far in Game 1 and Game 2, Masako hasn't really been shining that much, right? He's been farming a lot in game number 2 and game 1. He was looking for like weak side plays, but unfortunately, throughout the series, it has been Aaron Shiki who's been stepping up, even more so than Flava Fave.
Flava Fave. I mean, in game number 2, he still was a bit more beneficial, but honestly, I wonder what's the difference here in game number 3. Are they going to be looking to go and change up the draft? Or, and if they do, right, are they going to try and stop the same members? Are they going to try and maybe for Geek Fam, ban Iron Shiki? And for the side of Team Liquid, do they want to focus on the Hylos and the Gatot? Or do they want to focus on that Julian?
We'll see, I guess. Maybe Budakar Mongstar can help us out here. You know, we're thinking outside of the box, but let's go outside of our little box here and throw it over to the stage.
Keluarga dari Aran. Halo Oma.
Halo.
Kali kedua ya ke MPL ya?
Iya.
Selamat datang Oma. Di sini ada Oma Cantik dan juga ada Eza, adik dari Aran. Halo Eza.
Halo Bude.
Melihat kakak main gimana tadi Eza?
Deg-degan.
Deg-degan emang sih bikin game ketiga bahkan. Tapi Oma di sini penasaran tentunya ya. Gimana sih ngelihat Aran bermain di atas panggung Oma nih?
Ya, Oma juga begitu deg-degan juga ya.
Bikin deg-degan juga ya Oma ya. Tapi gimana sih kalau ini kesini diajakin Aran atau memang Oma ingin datang atau gimana?
Si Esra ngajak, si Aran juga. Oma, Mbah mau nonton, ntar dimintain tiket.
Nonton, nih udah ditonton, didukung, semoga menang ya Oma pasti ya.
Amin.
Amin. Namun sekarang kan sudah datang Oma ke sini, bikin deg-degan juga. Tapi udah penasaran, kalau Aran katanya kalau libur juga suka ke rumah Oma ya. Kalau pas lagi liburan itu Aran ngapain tuh Oma?
Ya paling tidur, ya main itu.
Main game ya Oma? Oma kalau di rumah diajakin main game juga nggak sama Aran?
Enggak sih.
Enggak ya? Siapa tahu nanti diajakin sama Aran ya?
Iya.
Nanti minta diajarin Oma. Tapi gimana di rumah Aran? Kalau di panggung MPL Aran tuh terkenalnya wow ganas, lucu juga. Kalau di rumah Aran gimana?
Di rumah sih anaknya mandiri, kalem.
Kalem.
Penurut.
Wow, penurut juga?
Iya.
Kalau adiknya ngeliat kakaknya gimana nih? Mas gimana nih di rumah?
Di rumah diem mulu.
Oh, beda ya sama di sini ya?
Kalau di set kan ngomong mulu kan, di rumah diem aja.
Wah, ini menarik juga loh di rumah malah diem aja di panggung. Tapi di sini Oma, kayak Bude juga penasaran kalau dari Oma sendiri pas sebelum jadi, mungkin pas saat jadi pro player atau sebelumnya pernah minta izin, minta doa dari Oma gitu nggak?
Enggak sih, emang dia kalau di rumah ya mainnya itu aja sebelum main itu masuk itu.
Pokoknya tiba-tiba dari hobi main?
Emang main terus kalau di rumah.
Nggak bilang tiba-tiba jadi pro player?
Iya.
Wah, Aran ini. Tapi sekarang kan kondisinya memang dari tim Liquid, timnya Aran itu Oma naik turun. Oma ada mengharapkan sesuatu nggak sih untuk timnya Aran, untuk Aran juga? Kan ini profesi Aran yang baru juga ya? Ada harapan nggak Oma?
Ada harapan.
Apa Oma harapannya?
Ya, supaya menang terus ya.
Supaya menang terus?
Iya.
Amin ya.
Amin.
Mungkin bisa langsung disampaikan, Aran ayo menang gitu Oma.
Semangat ya, Aran.
Semangat Aran, ayo.
Menang terus.
Menang terus.
Ya.
Kalau menang nanti ini ya Oma ya, diajakin main ya sama Oma ya. Iya. Kalau Ezra, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih buat kakakmu nih yang tinggal 1 game lagi mungkin bisa ngedapetin kemenangan?
Semangat aja, mainnya disiplin.
Disiplin ya kakak. Dan semua support sudah diberikan dari keluarga, dari Oma. Terima kasih sekali Oma, kita lanjutin deg-degan bareng ya. Buat Ezra juga. Dan kedua tim ini akan saling berhadapan. Jadi kita gak sabar banget siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di game ketiga jadi caster. Mari kita masuk ke Land of Down.
Yo, thanks for that interview. That was with Aran's family. Guys, it was the grandma of Aran and I believe brother? Little bro.
Brother, I think.
Brother,
Yes,
little bro. So Aran is actually, we know him as a spicy man in the interviews. He talks a lot. He walks the walk as well, but he talks a lot on stage, taunts a lot. It seems he's the opposite at home. He's very chill, very quiet, and
Very demure.
Very demure. Yes. Johnny, that's a meme. But yeah, Aran is the complete opposite. I was shocked to hear it. I thought for sure he'd be like, the naughty boy, kind of like a bad boy.
Hey,
well,
maybe he's more talkative on Discord.
Maybe he is. I mean, I know a whole lot of you guys are way more talkative on Discord when you can be yourselves. So go ahead and join Kadia, official destination for gaming and esports. Their Discord, drop into it for all things gaming. fandx.io/Kadia, and you guys can also check out at Kadia Gaming because now is the time we play.
Now, not later.
It was down there, yes.
Not soon, but now. All right, check it out. Scan the QR code
just like that
below. Let's see here, game 3 between TLID.
I really wish we could see game 3 in Kadia, you know? Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
One day, man.
I'm sure.
One can always dream. One can always dream. Okay, so game 1 was a stomp, almost, right? Game 2, it was a back and forth. Geek Fam greeted out, and then Iran Shiki punished him.
Ouch.
Game 3, what's it going to be here, guys? Are we going to see a stomp, or are we going to see another 45-minute game? See, which one is the more bold move? For Geek Fam to go with the exact same draft with a minor adjustment, or for them to go and completely change the whole thing? Because it still kind of worked out, right? If they go for a massive change, it's more risky because it's a full-on change. If they go for a similar draft, then you know it's still closer to success. So are they gonna go for the same thing? And again, I'm concerned. I'm curious about the Julian. It's been so critical. It's been so important, especially in the early game, right? The 2 beefy members plus the Julian is the key for Geek Fam to just be so dominant in the early skirmishes. So if Team Liquid kind of recognize that, you think they're gonna go and maybe deny Vincent from some of those picks?
Maybe. It depends on the sides as well, right? I think Julian is such a... Yeah, I mean, Vincent is a prominent Julian player over here. I mean, let's see here. What will they do for game 3?
I think the main point is that he doesn't really do well on the assassins as well as the others, right? So usually we see him on a mix, an assassin fighter, you know, a fighter marksman like a Roger. So I think picks like this, he's been able to use very, very well, more so than his assassins. If they want to try and put him on an assassin and then try and go for a duel with Mr. Fav, now that's going to be interesting.
So, Julian, Roger, Alpha, Bane, are those the picks we're expecting for Vincent? Because I think Julian, Roger, we know those two are there. But we haven't seen the Alpha and Bane. We've actually seen the Fanny, we've seen Nahaya, we've even seen the Ling over all these. Well, all 3 of these picks did not work in his favor. All 3 of these picks did, end up losing Geek Fam the games. It's not entirely his fault on these assassins because the team just doesn't feel like they're comfortable anyways playing with the assassins, But yeah, so do we finally see Vincent try some other heroes like the Alpha, maybe the Bane? Because I think Evo's Glory have been playing the Bane and it has been working out. The Alpha has been working out a whole lot for Bigatron Alpha, Bigatron Alpha, So maybe Vincent, Leonardo the Vincent, he needs to start to be creative with his picks, It's getting very telegraphed. It's like, if the Roger's banned, I wonder what he's gonna pick, Julian?
Could it be?
Could it be?
Wow, mind-blowing. Exactly, man. I think there's options, definitely. And by all means, consider that Geek Fam is a team that likes having a lot of damage in the roaming position. I'm curious to see if they actually have it in them to go for a utility jungle with a damage roam. We've only seen that happen once. If there's any team that can kind of mimic that kind of success, I feel like Geek Fam is it.
We did see that, Edok with the Aurora roam, and then Sutsujin actually, went on a Fredrin. So that is actually Vincent's signature pick, the Fredrin.
Would be cool, right?
Or maybe, guys, if there's no full dive for the side of Liquid, this is a pick we've seen before from Mr. Vincent as well, back when he was in Rebellion. Hanzo. Remember the Hanzo cheese?
Dude, that'll be cool.
The Hanzo cheese has always been there. It's lingering in the back whenever Coach Chico has been drafting for the team. Maybe that could be the way the Geek Fam try to answer these, assassin doubts on him. But it does seem like finally we will have a swap in sides. Geek Fam will be taking red side away. And TLID will be forced on an abysmal first pick, 14.29% win rate. Oh!
Yikes.
That hurts. That is a painful stat.
That might be the biggest difference for Game 3, man. The side swap, technically, now for Team Liquid, forced to expose their cards first. Let's see how this plays out, man. Drafting phase for game number 3, the final game of this match.
Fanny and the Chip. We're gonna see the Chip ban still. And they actually banned out the Hellcurt. Gatot Kacha.
Wow.
That's a change. Leaving open the Chip. So nothing really changes here so far. It's also the Ling ban. They've only just swapped sides, these bans, but the Juicin has been left open. Liquid, go for it. Oh, they go for the horse. Liquid, this is how you... The cavalry is not a cavalry without a horse.
No. Great way to try to mitigate the double front line. So that's what they go for, and they still have the Roger banned out. So now for Geek Fam, the Chushin, like you said, Mirko, is available. But with the horse around, maybe Team Liquid are confident enough to try and go for a fight against the Chushin still.
Let's see, Jusin, Zas, there's both those picks still available, but the last two games, the boy has actually not gone for his pick in the first phase, which has been quite strange. This time, maybe they might want to go for the Faramis in the last pick of the first phase. They're actually going to be taking away the Moscow. And the Phobius this time around.
Anticipating a hero that will trigger also that demonic force early. Let's see here. What will be the response from TLID though? Edith, I believe, still on the board as well as Zask. Yep. So maybe that will be the approach.
Yeah, I think Zask is a good option.
Natalia. I mean, I don't know, maybe a bit too risky at this point. I do think that the Hylas here, it might really be going to the roam position because Aran, I think, wants something a bit more flashy. And Professor KB, you have to remember, mentioned that the Phobius against the Hylas. Professor KB feels that the Phobius absolutely dominates the Hylas in a 1v1. Team Liquid, though, with the Sushin taken now with the Nolan still, really liking this Nolan's mobility and damage potential.
Yeah, Flavor Fave has been off and off on the Nolan picks ever since he debuted in MPL. That has been his favorite pick, so we'll see him on it again. The Juicin this time will be picked up, so already with a lot of space for the front line. This is how you set up properly for the Juicin, right? You pick up a front line that can really get him space so that the fights can go for a long time. Juicin can space properly so that Juicin can keep on going for those knock-up, throw-away, knock-up, throw-away. Those, you know, lanterns, man, that lantern flares. Geek Fam, though, now with the last pick in the first phase, they still can go for the Faramis. They actually go for the Julian first. Again, this is getting really telegraphed now. I think Liquid already anticipated that. They know that after banning the Roger, it's either Vincent gets the Julian in the first phase, or they get banned out.
Goes both ways, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Flavor Fave,
but he can play other things too.
Let's see, all right, game 3, let's see, second phase, here we go. Geek Fam, they should try to limit the gold laners here, considering TLID. For Aaron, no Harith this time, right? Very different from game 1 and 2. Let's see here, it's gonna be the Harith band out, definitely from the side of Geek Fam.
Now we know Harith, what's the option here for Aaron Shiki? The Moskov, you see him play on, not really available as of now. Does he want to go for something aggressive? And considering the fact that there's a Phobius and a Julian, does he want to go for something with, something a bit more safe, something with built-in crowd control to save himself from the situations? Because the Harith does a lot of damage, but part of the value of the Harith is how Aaron Shiki is able to actually move forward and have that shielding, the extra survivability that a lot of the gold laners right now don't really have.
Yeah. I think right now for TLID, for Aaron Shiki, we've only seen him with a Moskov carry and the Harith. So I'm thinking carry, good Faramis ban. That was what I expected for Geek Fam to pick up actually as the last pick in the first phase. But now that it's banned out, Geek Fam might struggle to choose a hero. They can still honestly go for the Zask, right? That could still be an option, but for Geek Fam, maybe now would be a good time to ban out the carry, as the Hylos is still a flex pick. But knowing the Nolan, do they want to get rid of another frontliner that could give them problems too, right? I mean, Terizla has been Han's favorite pick so far in this match. It's Terizla. They end up banning the carry, as expected though. Trying to nail down on Aaron, maybe trying to ask Aaron, what other heroes can you play aside from the 3 that we've already denied from you?
Just this time for Hanabi.
That's an interesting theory there, Gani. With the way it's building up to, it seems to be very front to back-ish.
Yeah,
that's the way Geek Fam likes it. This can have potential, especially with the Chushin serving as a secondary saving type deal with the Hylos too. Spammable crowd control tools.
And the Lolita, it would be great against the Moskov, right? So you've covered all the grounds here, TLID. We saw this from Falcons AP Bren yesterday in MPL Philippines. Will we see the Lolita come through with the Hanabi? Let's see the ban. Final ban is the Vexana.
I mean, the boy rocked the Vexana game 1, day 2. Very, in an impressive fashion, of course.
So Zask or Valentina?
And Zask is still on the board here for a boy.
Aurora? No,
Valentina.
Okay. Valentina still for the early aggression that Geekfam has been using very well. That one roamer though, they're literally leaving the roamer potentially here for the last pick, which is really weird. But with Geekfam, not too much actually. Will that Hanabi theory come through though, Goni? If it does, we're in for a treat.
Oh yeah.
If you're not though, what roamer do they want here? Against all this close range, AoE becomes quite valuable. Man, something to set up for the Nolan too perhaps, because now there are more targets available to be punished by this Nolan. And the Jawhead make an appearance again.
Technically a Brody maybe, they need range. It's gonna be the Natan though, so DPS. In the Lolita for Weedy.
Oh, wow.
It's gonna be the Carmilla again.
Wow, okay. I guess they really picked up on how Geekfam enjoys at 5v5.
Lolita.
A bit too much. Lolita actually goes in the hands of Geekfam. Now that's a good pick too.
Against Natan.
Oof.
Yeah, great finisher here for Geekfam in the drafts. They have ways to actually deal with the high-lows, but wow, they'll have to actually wait up, right? The Mascot won't be able to fully deal with the high-lows in the early game. I think they might actually have to play the normal Geekfam strat, which is mid to late. They might have to give the early game away. It's a Nolan high-loss Juicing Carmilla for the neutral objective contest.
Yep. Although, on the side of Team Liquid, that's an abundance of magical damage though, which is probably why they went for the Nolan as well. Still pretty balanced so far. So for Geekfam, especially if you're the roamer, if you're the tanky member in the front line, do you want to try and mitigate the damage coming in from that Nolan, or do you want to risk just getting lifted, getting shredded by that magical damage, man? That is the big question for this early game for Geekfam.
A big question that shall be answered by Geekfam in the early game, or possibly in the mid to late. It's time to dive into the land of Dawn for what was a best of 3, a lead for Geekfam. The Liquid were able to equalize, bringing us to a full 3-game series. And it's back to this one game that will determine who moves forward up on the standings. Geekfam or Liquid ID.
There was a trap sprung up by Geekfam, but unbeknownst to them, there was actually a response from Team Liquid as well. And look at this Tushin pressure, man. So obnoxious. And there, because of that sequence of events, the trapception, a boy is really forced to use that flicker very, very early on.
46 seconds in, it's just really slow in the early game, right? They're really both just playing for the neutral objectives. They'll spawn out in the first one. They don't even want to go for like the big fights that we saw. Technically, even with the Katot Kacha trying to maneuver forward. Both these roamers are more of the passive kind, you know, more of the reactive kind in a lot of ways. So it'll be even more passive in the first 2 games, at least for the first few minutes up until they get those ultimates.
Amnesia by IndieHome though, you're seeing that for Geekfam, even Inspire in the hands of Beloyski here, so they're not really concerned about the survivability aspect, even though technically in the early game, there's a lot of damage thrown around, up and about. Beloyski with the Bargain Hunter is trying to go for the... Oh, never mind, Masako!
That's a fracture. No flicker earlier, he was baited out, and Fabian takes full control. Masako a bit too greedy and will lose out so much gold up top. That is the entire turret shield.
Wait, they can get more than just a turret shield. Are they gonna try and go for the whole turret altogether? Beloyski comes through, zoning them away. And now Aran with the 1v2 with the Yehezkiel.
Law and order committed. Now Valdora will be knocked up. Wow. Like a toy. Valdora popped the vengeance, but Yehezkiel with the Zuchin will secure that kill. Now Turtle though, Vincent Beloy and a boy is on it. Glorious halfway pop. Vincent secures the turtle, but Beloy knocked up again on towards that glorious pathway though. Oh my goodness, man. Yehezkiel is playing the members of Geekfam like a toy.
You give him space, this Lantern Girl, and she takes everything. Oh,
whoa. Maybe stuck, stunned up here. We'll use a retribution though to find compensation on that neutral objective loss.
Good stuff. No damage just yet for Masako. But as expected, right? Geekfam can't really do with anything in the early game against Liquid. This is a very high kill pressure game in the early game for Liquid. They have a Carmilla, Juicin, and that Hylos. And on top of it all, they have so much more of the ganking power with the Nolan. This is the weakness of the Phobias too. You're very, very vulnerable to a lot of these ganks, man. You have the Vengeance and Your kit is built to all in. If you get shut down from the start of the game, it's going to get real tough for Veldora.
Quite hairy indeed. For the side Geek Fam too, you can see that because of the Tushin presence, Veloisky has spending a lot of time in the mid lane. So these side lanes that are already on a rather unfavorable matchup, they can't really get assistance from Veloisky the same way they did in the previous games. That means that now Fabian, more than Aaron Shiki, has more space to operate. But look at this.
Malloy stunning Fabian. No follow-up though, but take a look at the damage already. That was Lokia. Damage test onto the roamer.
Half HP in a single combo. You went for the Inspire and not tenacity, no firmness. That's what you get. Veloisky is going to be a lot more vulnerable. So we might see the more usual Beloisky, the 0-7 Beloisky power play.
Oh, look at this, man. Aaron Shiki will be able to pick up the first turret of the game.
4 minutes.
In 4 minutes. This is an extraordinary lead. 3,000 in 4 minutes. Geek Fam needed to stop this early snowball from getting this high, and the fact is, the snowball might be on the worst possible members. Fabian has the kill, and Aaron has all of the gold. This is a scary Natan. You can see another neutral objective just taken in the weak side of the map. The Natan should be the weak side. It's now both sides are the strong side. Oh man, what are Geek Fam gonna do?
Even in the mid lane here, you can see Yehezkiel taking a lot of attention, but Geek Fam are the ones playing a lot passive, but Masako.
A 3v1 situation. He will not be able to survive, surely. And that will be Masako taken down.
Arashi, I know it's just the 4th minute of the game, but considering the win cons for both teams, this is literally going a bit too well for TLID.
Even considering the snowballing potential, the Natan in the late game, I know that the Moskov does a lot of damage, but the Natan even more so. And if you look at the battle spells for the side of Geek Fam, no purifies by the way, so Team Liquid with the more dynamic, the more aggressive ways to start the fight, they don't have any ways. Geek Fam have no ways to really get away from those plays.
Is this a Natan or a Brody, folks? That's what you see from Brodies, taking turrets, rotating and taking another turret. Geek Fam have no answers for this. It's a 4,000 gold lead already, and now they can honestly just look for a fight. They are so far ahead. Yehezkiel can do whatever he wants. It's just reactive for Geek Fam at this point. They all have to farm. They all have to wait for the mid-game power spike for some of these members. But even then, when they get to that point, TLID will be so far ahead.
It's almost like the worst scenario to be forced to play reactive against a team like Team Liquid. This is like one of the teams that are very dynamic, very unpredictable. So being reactive against this team, it's a bit too dangerous. But Masako, hang on a second.
No, don't show up. Don't show up, Masako.
Yeah. Do it. Sphere of Misery is there. The damage though, my goodness. The kills is still for Love. 4,000 gold lead, almost 5 here. Oh, Malefic Roar already, so I think he will test his damage again to Beloisky after this Malefic Roar, man.
Oh man, free. Everything. The flicker was free, Arashi.
Wasn't really required either. Masako did not have to show himself. He saw that Weedy was already there. Still went for it to try and do something. But now, look at that. Yehezkiel already low, but the purple buff is taken by Fabian. It's gonna get worse and worse. If Geek Fam can hang on to this mid turret, maybe. But look at this. Vincent actually finding a turret on the top side, but at what cost? The turret in the bottom side might be taken in exchange.
Just by the minions alone, it's slowly but surely getting taken away. No one's dealing with it just yet. It actually might fall, or at least it'll be so low to a point where TLID can just force a siege down below. Oh no, it's taken down by the minions!
Yeah. Last minute too. Wow, Geek Fam losing so many turrets already. They're still focused so much on the mid one here, just to get the safety from the damages. But look at Widdy behind enemy lines.
Shout out R7 though, who is restreaming now. Yehezkiel with the Land of Prayer. He's like a puppeteer, man. Just controlling the puppets.
Yeah, shout out to Mr. Chip here, restreaming R7. That's his nickname now. Unfortunately, we don't get to see a lot of Mr. Chip in the game, so I'm glad we get to see Mr. Chip on the screen here. Oh, he's shocked, he's surprised. Oh, that's a great look. He featured me. Starts laughing. Now, okay. R7, man, always a joy to see him. A legend of RRQ Hoshi. But back to the game here. Man, we were talking already about this, right? The fact that, yes, they have ways to deal with the high loss, but they're going to have to wait. It's still conditional. Masako needs to wait for the 3 items. It isn't the normal way we see an answer towards the high loss. And the fact that He's so far behind. Will he even get to a point where he can deal with the high loss?
And to top it off, Vincent as well. One of the key factors to victory in game number 1 and 2 for Geek Fam. What is he able to do right here, right? He's actually shut down. He's getting his camps taken away. So even the early to mid pressure that this Julian should have really isn't allowed by Team Liquid at all. Now with the Lord coming up, this is one of these objectives that can't really be ignored. If Geek Fam want to let it go, they have to try and get something for it because they know that most of the turrets outside the base most likely will fall from this Lord.
Man, you can even see it early. Oh, this is the free Lord, ladies and gentlemen, in the 8th minute of the game. The purple buff there, they actually need to give Masako the purple buff just to give him farm. Aran might be flanking. Oh, glorious pathway.
They try to cut him off.
They're trying to find Vincent to isolate him, but Beloyski. The lantern. Beloyski's gonna recall here, trying. He's sacrificing Vincent. Technically 2v1 with the puppeteer. Fabian though secures it well. He secures the BOD as well. More physical damage.
The usurper always has to take those kills, man. That could have been Juicens.
Nah, Juicens doesn't need the kills. He doesn't need to snowball. He already has 2 anyways. Fabian wants to get more, but look at that. A boy already very, very low. Now with the Glorious Pathway, can he get something more?
Perfect Glorious Pathway. A boy forced to use that IMU. The Lord trying to tank that mid, trying to distract the waves as well. Aran though from the flanks. Opening vision, the turret mid defaults. Geek Fam though will defend their inner mid turret.
7,000 gold leads still with the Lord alive. There's going to be another wave of enhanced minions that they can utilize to go in for another push. That is a slow push in the bottom lane. And there should be another tier 2 for TLID. Heck, they might not even crack open one of these turrets. You know, Geek Fam don't really have the best of clears, especially with Masako being so far behind.
Ooh, stunned with the Law and Order. Glorious Pathway popped as well. Fabian dumps in. Fedora now not backed up. Lord still up here, will be taken care of though. Beloyski now is going to be soaking a lot of damage, still able to survive the damage though. It's 5 and love still. Kill-wise, no kill whatsoever for the side of Geek Fam.
Been revitalized earlier by Beloyski on this Lolita. But again, they can't really do anything. They cannot walk up even, Arashi.
It's just a Tushin with the lantern. Now Beloyski out of the base!
Oh, that's a good kill. Another kill on towards a boy. 2 members down here, 5v3. The base turret will be the main target, will be taken down. Charlie! Fedora finds the first kill on the board for Geek Fam, and it's towards a very important player. Aaron Cheeky goes down.
It's important, but it's not a shutdown, unfortunately, right? So the base turret pick there was still worth it. I mean, even if they traded for Aaron plus Witty or Aran, it would have been worth it. Aaron already has a Holy Crystal, so he's not in any rush to get the Divine Glaive. It is just another bonus at this point. 11 minutes, Holy Crystal already on the way to Divine Glaive. That is more than enough for the Natan.
Team Liquid could have gotten more value from the other waves in the mid and top side, but they'll take that, man. They're still having Geek Fam locked into their own base, and looking at the items, yes, skill understands that there's no real danger to this Tushin at this point. No one can just dive in and be a real threat because of the safety, right? You have a built-in flicker technically in your kit that gives you a shield as well. So you can afford to build aggressively, and with the glowing wand, with the Ice Queen's wand, this is a massive power spike. Whoever gets tagged even a little bit by the lantern will most likely get caught, and with the glowing wand, applying that passive, the Life Bane to everyone at the same time in the middle of a big fight, it's gonna be so difficult as Team Liquid ID. Free Lord once again. Geek Fam, they've done the impossible before, but what can they do now? It's looking more and more desperate as time goes on.
Good move by Liquid there, by the way. You know, just seeing the Lord spawning at 11:40, waits for 12 minutes to get that enhanced version of the Lord. But also, Masako has yet to complete the DHS. The 3-item power spike isn't even there in the 12th minute of the game. This is going to be tough. It's another siege by the cavalry.
And look at how Yasuko is positioning. She knows there's not gonna be any kind of engage. Arando cuts everyone off with a glorious pathway.
Oh, that's a hit and run by Fabian. 5v4 now. This might be the final push. Now no blast pops. Winnie-though jumps in. Oh, Fabian finds a double. Beloy goes down 1 by 1. It's a maniac for maniac as Flava Flav finds the base as well. 2-1. It's a reverse sweep.
The horse stops, and the horse charged. The cavalry returning the favor, reverse sweeping Geek Fam. What an absolutely phenomenal performance from Liquid in Game 3 to close it out. We got a stomp in Game 1. We got a slugfest in Game 2 and a stomp in Game 3. Liquid, when they get the early game, they are one scary, scary team. And you saw that win condition play out perfectly for Liquid. The early game power, man.
They're like Splash Brothers, man. So in sync. And what a recovery, Game 2, Game 3.
It's great to see that even if they're pulled to a long game, to a full 3-game match, it doesn't matter, man. They stay calm, they stay composed, and they have taken out the boogeyman of MPL ID. Geek Fam, that has been taking out all the top-tier teams, has just been defeated.
You can see it in the replay again, man. Fabian really knowing when to go in, but at this point it was over. We knew it was over at this point of the game. That lead was just too much to handle. Boleh Claremont, sir, what do Liquid have to say about that comeback victory?
Buset, menutup match ini dengan sangat meyakinkan. Kalian cuma kasih skor 1 poin, kill tadi di terakhir. Mode apa ini dari tim Liquid ID?
Mode sekolahin Veldora.
Sekalian Veldora. Malah Veldoranya beda lane sama kamu nih.
Banyakan gaya soalnya.
Apa yang membuatmu sampai bisa seperti ini nih?
Gak tau tadi gue lagi kelomang terus di-recall-recallin.
Bahaya ternyata ya. Nge-recall depan Iron Siki bisa berakibat fatal. Iron Siki, tapi hari ini akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan lagi setelah kemarin sempat tertati-tati. Minggu ini lawanmu Geek Fam. 1 kali bermain tapi lawanmu Geek Fam yang mengalahkan tim-tim papan atas klasemen. Bagaimana kamu melihat lawanmu hari ini, Iron Siki?
Sebenarnya biasanya cuman baloynya rada ini. Ya gitulah, banyak hero dia.
Banyak hero. Jadi dari balonya bukan match up-mu di gold lane.
Oh, kalau Mas Ako mah dari MDL dari solo kill.
Wow. Jadi hadir di MPL pun, bertemu di MPL pun bukan jadi hambatan buat Iron Siki, Mas Akonya.
Agak.
Agak aja?
Kagak, sorry.
Oh kagak, bukan agak. Maaf ya kuping bude ini. Hari ini cukup puas dengan 2-1 ini, tapi kok kayaknya kita ngelihat game 1, game kedua. Kenapa kalian nggak bisa mendapatkan game dengan lebih, mungkin apa ya, kayak lebih kayak sat-sat kayak game 3 ini? Ada apa dengan game 1-2?
Gatot kacanya GG.
Oke, kalau Gatot kaca berarti kita bakal tanya langsung ya ke Widi ya. Melawan Baloyski, 1 player yang menjadi kuncian dari Geek Fam dengan hero-hero uniknya. Apa responmu ketika melihat ada Gatot kaca tadi?
Sebelumnya udah sempet ini sih, nabrak apa? Udah sempet nabrak di rank kan, tapi Jawi yang main. Jadi dapat kayak wejangan dikit lah. Karena tak ngelawan Gatot kaca gitu.
Wow, sudah ada ilmunya jadi.
Iya, dikasih tahu Yawi.
Jadi ketika di rank bertemu dan belajar apa kunci untuk memenangkan melawan Gatot kaca tuh?
Tadi ada dia langsung bonyokin aja sih, udah.
Oh, bonyokin aja. Jadi apa yang terberat untuk Widi, membaca pergerakan dari Geek Fam kah atau apa? Apa sih tantangan saat melawan Geek Fam? Ada nggak?
Hero-nya sih, kayak kita ngebuang banyak band juga kan buat respect si Kapten Baloy.
Baloy memang jadi satu kuncian. Namun hari ini tentu begitu indah. Dan di mana tadi Maniac dibalas dengan Maniac. Ganas banget sih dari tim Liquid. Sudah senyum-senyum. Jadi bocil Fabian lagi berseru nih. Fabian! Apa? Gayanya dulu katanya ya, nanti ya. Suruh gayanya nanti aja. Fabian, hari ini Minggu ini pelajaran apa yang telah kamu dapatkan dari kekalahanmu yang terakhir, Favian? Ada nggak?
Nggak ada, main Nolan doang spam.
Oh, kunci dari Favian.
Ya spam Nolan setiap hari.
Jadi ini Nolannya Favian bakal nanti di ban aman aja?
Aman, masih banyak hero gue mah.
Nggak takut di sini. Favian, kita ngelihat bahwa kualitas Favian itu terus meningkat. Siapa yang membantu Favian untuk terus berkembang kalau di tim Liquid ini?
Semua dari player, terus coach, semua dah. Pokoknya semua yang di GH juga.
Di GH juga, tapi Favian ada nggak sih yang ingin kamu tingkatkan lebih lagi nih dari dirimu?
Nggak ada sih, emang udah jago.
Emang sudah jago, tapi minggu lalu masih bisa kalah ya?
Ya itu kurang rezeki aja sih.
Kurang rezeki. Ini half season hampir berakhir. Untuk kalian sendiri, untuk Favian sendiri, bagaimana kalian melihat half season ini? Ada nggak sih tim yang menurut kalian ini memang, wah di leg kedua kalian nantiin banget?
RRQ lagi lah, kan mau rematch, soalnya kan kalah kemarin.
Oh, melawan tim RRQ. Dari Faviannya panas kah dengan permainan kemarin?
Iya panas, soalnya fans RRQ berisik banget soalnya.
Ingin membalas tentunya ya dengan kemenangan.
Ya semoga diberi kemudahan aja di leg 2.
Semoga diberi kemudahan. Oke, tapi yes, kita akhirnya nextnya bakal ngelawan tim Alter Ego. Apa yang kamu persiapkan untuk Alter Ego nih untuk minggu depan?
Pengen siapin skill saya aja sih supaya bisa ngebantai si Rondal itu.
Skill, oke. Tapi berarti di sini belum maksimalnya nih dari Yes.
Iya belum, soalnya 21 tadi.
Belum, masih ada yang disimpan, dipersiapkan oleh SKL.
Iya, masih banyak yang disimpan untuk lawan AE.
Mungkin boleh sampaikan sesuatu untuk Alter Ego?
Untuk Alter Ego siap-siap aja kita bantai ntar.
Wow. Alter Ego siap-siap aja kalian. Minggu depan akan jadi match yang panas. Ya SKL, udah gak siap untuk ini ya SKL mode baru nih sepertinya. Namun Aran.
Ya udah.
Habis ini untuk akan ada next ya. Kalian udah menangin lawan Geekfam nih. Geekfam adalah The King Slayer lawan RRQ yang kalian kemarin kalah lawan tim RRQ. Jadi ini kayak segitiga yang sulit untuk diputuskan ya siapa yang terkuat. Namun kalau untuk Geekfam dan RRQ, siapa yang bakal menang dan berapa skornya Aran? Prediksi dong buat dua tim ini.
Aku sebenarnya nggak peduli sama hasil mereka sih. Aku paling leg kedua bakal mutusin segitiga itu. Kita bakal kalahin dua-duanya.
Geekfam, RRQ, don't care. Tapi yang penting ingin membuktikan kepada dua-duanya. Tapi kalau Geekfam dari sama RRQ, kuat mana sih Ran? Kamu kan ngelawan dua-duanya nih.
Kalau menurut aku Geekfam dengan C-stratesnya harusnya lebih kuat.
Jadi bisa nih menangin lawan RRQ kah?
Ya bisa.
Bisa dengan C-stratnya.
Ya, dengan C-strat ya.
Tapi hari ini kalian nggak masalah tuh dengan C-strat itu?
Karena udah pernah ketemu aja sih di rank, jadi kayak ya bisa lawan.
Bisa lawan. Dan hari ini udah menang, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan untuk Geekfam kah?
Aku mau nyampein ke AE aja.
Oh untuk AE?
Ya.
Apa tuh AE?
Aku mau bikin hashtag balikin Sirpai.
Balikin Sirpai. Dirindukan sama Aran. Kita kangen juga. Namun Aran, hari ini ada Oma yang hadir lagi untuk mendukung Aran.
Nenek aku datang 2 kali, dua-duanya win. Jadi kayaknya membawa keberuntungan.
Membawa keberuntungan. Tentu semakin semangat. Dan ada yang mau disampaikan?
Minggu depan datang lagi aja.
Oma datang lagi ya Oma. Dan terima kasih sekali untuk tim Liquid ID. Bentar, Favian, pose dulu dong. Bude kepengen nih. Bude pengen Favian pose bersama dengan tim Liquid ID. Ayo mana nih? Pose kemenangan dari tim Liquid ID. Loh. Yeah. Itulah dia showcaster. Please, break it down.
Belum.
the new era of Liquid, the spicy Liquid. Man, Yehezkiel? Even Yehezkiel, they got Yehezkiel to trash talk, man. But firstly, man, Fabian, what did he say? He said, I want to beat RRQ because RRQ fans are noisy. Oh my bad, bro. Brother, dang.
Like, some ear pollution for you.
Fabian, I have so much respect for you, but man, that you are playing a dangerous game, my friend. I hope you still have your social media after this.
Should be okay. I feel like it's respectable with that kind of performance, but only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see, and that is definitely a very interesting matchup. But looking at some of the highlights from previously, you can see that Team Liquid, just too many things going on. And even here, they were able to cut off Vincent. They used the glorious pathway to ensure that Vincent can't get away. But in the end, after all that, who takes it? It's Fabian, man. Comes in, snipes it out.
Oh, happy wedding to Colt Chris. There you go. Hashtag Let's Go Liquid. Let's see the MVP presented by our official tournament smartphone. And it's none other by Mr. Aaron Yega, or Aaron Shiki here with the Natan. It was alright, you know, but the first two games, and especially game 2, I think, got them this win of the player of the match.
No kills, actually. 6 assists, but that goal lead, 815 GPM in a relatively fast match. Aaron Shiki, man. And the laning is just so lethal, so deadly. And in the team fights, he's shown that even in the hardest, the toughest of circumstances, he will find a way out. Aaron Shiki, what a play.
What a play, what a player. Oh, we're gonna throw it over to the golden moment by UBS Gold, those are here to comms.
Setengah lor depan ini boy ini.
Aman. Gatot dulu boy.
Mati.
Nice boy.
Nice ul.
Gatot. Gua masih ulti.
Lornya masih berapa?
Lagi. Let's go boy, dapat 3 boy.
Nice try.
Selo. Nice boy. Langsung atas boy.
Langsung keluar boy. Itu aja dulu.
Gue bisa build desa ya. Bareng. Dapat 2 boy. Gue seorangin boy.
Aman.
Julian dulu. Bareng Wisman.
Sisa ulti Cloud ya.
Bisa lord.
Sana no flicker guys.
Langsung lord aja.
Sisa ulti Cloud ya, hati-hati.
Gue tempel orang. Nice boy. Balik ya. Mati dia. Boy. Nice boy.
Si Aaron nggak mau copy kan dia gur. Ayo atas ya.
Wave dulu boy.
Ya, ada wave ini.
Wave dulu. Nice chill.
Bisa bawah guys, lihat ke bawah guys. Kabar ya. Pove dulu.
Kena 2 boy.
Kabar. Ghostin.
Mati paling. End boy.
Itu dia boy.
Nice boy.
Really nothing special there, you know, it's just typical Liquid. Once you've heard them once, you've heard them all the times, because that's just the Liquid style. You get a little bit of hype, you get a little bit of composure, it's a mix and mash, but in game 3 it was just all chill. They knew they had it in the bag. I think all from that one moment where Masako used Flicker early, then got caught by Fabian.
Set the tone for Liquid to find their reverse sweep. Unfortunately though, for the BBB, you only get to see the BBB play just a game. Second game, third game, second game was very action-packed, to be fair, but third game, BBB wasn't really evident with the Lolita.
No, we thought that with a swap in the sides from red to blue side, Geekfam were the ones with an advantage. But man, it turns out Team Liquid, they're showing again, it's not just great mechanics now, great snowballing, great discipline. Even in the drafting phase, it is looking so difficult to try and find an easy way to deal with it. It has to be a continuous effort from the drafting phase all the way to the Land of Dawn to really be able to take down a team like Team Liquid right now.
Exactly. I think the high-lows just gets you an early lead so early in the game, right? The fact that you control neutral objectives, you have such a good lane as well, it sets up for a whole lot of success. So maybe the high-lows will be actually the main prio here as we get into the next few matches of the day, the next few weeks of the regular season, and maybe even the playoffs, despite... Well, actually, we might see a few changes, but we're gonna give you guys a look of RRQ versus Geekfam. This is the teaser, a preview.
Menantikan banget ntar Geek lawan RRQ. Kayak Geeknya lagi on fire, abis ngalahin tim Onyx, abis ngalahin BTR.
Natalia, cok. Panik loh, panik gak?
Ikonik, hampir saya tapi baloy. Itu juga tapi sekarang Peldora mencoba untuk bisa menendang ke arah satu player dan juga penalti.
sih, Balai termasuk salah satu romer yang paling unik kan. Dia punya Natalia kemarin main Hellcard sendiri gitu, nggak ada yang main. Ya mungkin lo harus punya draft unik juga lah.
Baloi nggak aman udah, sampai saber-saber om.
Hero-nya nggak meta, cuma yes, itu spesial buat dia. Mungkin lebih ke respect band.
Walaupun mereka belum ketemu, ya gue masih tetap geek.
Gue tetap bilang 2-1 gitu.
Ya gue yakin masih geek fam sih. Soalnya ya gue tau Baloi lah, dia nyimpen strat banyak pasti sama hero-heroannya dia.
Oh, goosebumps. I'm just seeing that VT, that preview of the Kingslayer versus the Kings. The Kings are on a rebuild right now, you know? So it'll be pretty poetic if the Kingslayers say, what rebuild? Smacks them in the face.
Ooh, man. If history repeats itself, it has to be a very tough blow for the whole situation, right? You're rebuilding, you get momentum, and then if it all comes crumbling down, can be a major setback to the synergy, to the trust between teammates even. So a lot is definitely at stake right here for both, right? Because even for Geek Fam, if they fail to do so, if they lose the title, the momentum of the Kingslayer, there's also, it casts a shadow of doubt over Geek Fam and their legacy so far after the recovery.
Will RRQ be able to get rid of the demons that have been terrorizing them for such a long time? Season 11, Leg 2, I think, was the first or the last time they were able to see a win against Geek Fam. And then after that, it was just Geek Fam, Geek Fam, Geek Fam, Geek Fam. Every single time they meet, even just last season, it was brutal because it was on the first day of the playoffs that Geek Fam knocked RRQ out. It was 3-2. It was a close match, but man, what is it with Geek Fam and beating RRQ? Why do they don't like you?
Well, technically, they got us to the playoffs too. Remember?
I mean, after
technically,
they did.
I think it's safe to call it a friendly rivalry. But they definitely know something about RRQ. It might be a mental thing, right? We all know the power of a, like a what do you call it? Like a curse, saying like, oh, they always lose to this team. The mental game, right? We talked about it so often. Same thing might be happening, but this season, you just really had that feeling that you don't really know what's gonna happen.
Let's see. I mean, technically, what Arashi mentioned, yeah, it's true. Geek Fam lift RRQ to the playoff just to knock them down. Will it be a repeat this season? I mean, after the War Crime General, step in, so kryptonite, man.
Well, we're going to actually get with Geek Fam right here with Bude Claremont, starting with the loser interview. So let's throw it over backstage.
And Dora. Halo Dora, bagaimana ini 2-1 loh?
Iya.
Responnya bagaimana kalian untuk match hari ini?
Ya udah good game lah, tapi ya emang berarti balik kita harus benerin beberapa hal lagi.
Yes, dan kita penasaran banget di match ini. Wow, Geek Fam membawa hero-hero yang tidak biasa. Kalian berani membuka hero-hero anyar? Apakah? Atau atas dasar apa nih? Langsung berani aja buka semua?
Ya tetap diskusi, terus Baloi biasa juga punya ide tentang beberapa hero, terus kita coba di scrim, ya kalau works kita coba pakai gitu. Jadi kita aplikasiin di MPL, terus jadinya kita tahu plus minusnya gimana juga.
Plus minusnya, namun ada yang mungkin Gatot Kaca. Tadi rame langsung, wow Gatot Kaca.
Iya.
Itu untuk
play team kita lah gitu adalah.
Untuk play team memang udah dirancang sedemikian rupa, ditambah dengan Lolita dengan Revitalize.
Iya, Revitalize tadi.
Itu hal yang sangat baru dan anyar.
Iya, itu Baloi punya ide lah gitu. Dia punya cara mainnya, terus nanti timnya bisa follow lah gitu gameplaynya.
Jadi memang berfokus hero-hero yang baik untuk team play.
Iya, team play sih.
War-nya berarti biar lebih enak.
Iya, salah satunya. Ya.
Salah satunya. Jadi memang ini hero-hero unik yang dibawakan khusus untuk melawan. Tapi bagaimana sih tadi untuk melawan tim Liquid? Kenapa sampai game ketiga itu one-sided banget? 14-1?
Game 3 mungkin kita nggak sesuai plan juga sih early-nya. Jadi mungkin domino efek dari early gitu.
Jadi ketika early sudah nggak bisa dipatahkan, snowball terjadi.
Iya, snowball tadi. Ya.
Snowball, dan apakah siapa sih di tim Liquid yang memang bikin kalian tuh kesusahan sampai kita harus interview di sini nih?
Ya. Sebenarnya kalau individu
kita ya maksudnya respect ke semua lah. Tapi ya kita cuma pikirin gameplay satu timnya sih, nggak ada individu-individu gitu yang nyusahin sebenarnya.
Gak ada ya?
Emang satu timnya aja, kita harus lebih prepare lagi aja. Ya.
Oke, dan hari ini kalian melawan tim Liquid, sayang sekali belum bisa ngedapetin kemenangan.
Ya.
Namun nextnya kita tahu ada satu tim yang nggak bisa menang lawan kalian, tim RRQ. Namun mereka menang lawan tim Liquid. Jadi ini segitiga yang kayak kita akan lihat besok nih. Akankah dipatahkan atau enggak, dan bagaimana kalian melihat RRQ untuk season ini nih?
Kalau buat yang pertama, kita nggak mikirin yang 3 season, 2 season, 1 season, kita pede aja, kita fokus sama plan dan prepare tim kita aja. Terus kalau buat RRQ season ini, ya press lah, kan roster baru juga. Dari MDL juga, Ido Crins juga oke. Jadi kita mungkin ya tetap sama, lawan siapapun respect, terus lebih prepare lagi aja. Gitu.
Lebih prepare, namun untuk nge-prepare Geek Fam biar nggak patah. Kita tahu Kingslayer, title yang akan terus ingin disematkan. Bagaimana tuh?
Ya tetap latihan, budaya malam ini kita tetap latihan atau discuss, ya, terus tetap prepare buat besoknya juga gitu. Jadi tetap latihan bareng sama tim aja, discuss sama tim juga.
Apakah Cistrat masih ada yang disimpan-simpan untuk RRQ?
After discuss mungkin nanti baru tahu.
After discuss, jadi tentu saja hasil hari ini akan menentukan bagaimana nanti discussnya, dan untuk besok tentu akan menarik. Tetap pede masih?
Masih pede.
Masih pede dong, inilah dia Geek Fam, dan thank you banget Dora, kita akan kembalikan kepada caster.
Ya makasih Bude.
Thank you.
Thank you Bude.
Wow, there you go. You know, turns out the Revitalize was Beloyski's idea. Beloy, you big brain, you trying to figure out some new strats, and it actually did work out in Game 1 and Game 2. Unfortunately, Game 2, they weren't able to close out the game. But when asked about tomorrow, it's kind of going to be like a rock, paper, scissors situation where Geek Fam can beat RQ. We haven't seen it just yet, but then Liquid has beaten Geek Fam, and RQ has beaten Liquid. So maybe this could be like another rock, paper, scissors. Liquid, Geek, RQ. So when you play rock, paper, scissors next, you just go Geek, Liquid, RQ.
It's like a circle of life type situation. But what's also quite interesting, Mirko, is what's going on in the venue.
Oh, it is. It's very interesting. Gani, you want to tell us about it?
Well, to all friends here who attends the MPL Arena, and maybe you guys can also join in the fun as well. You can join the activity to play a brawl match with Mirko. No, pro players, all right? It's going to be super easy. Just download and register the GoPay app on your phone, and then head straight to the GoPay booth at the MPL Arena we got here. Head straight there, participate in the lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket to play a brawl match with a pro player. This activity will take place every even week of MPL ID. So this is week 4, it will happen in week 6, and then week 8. All right?
There you go. I mean, what more would you guys want to expect? You know, you guys already get that chance. Go ahead, download GoPay, join the activity, because do you not want to play with Kai, or you want to play with, oh my God, Lupi,
Keyboy,
Gila Sans, maybe. Oh, you want to go Gila Sans, or maybe you want the Renner's Apathy from Scala. Which one do you want? Just choose. Or wait, we'll wait for you to choose right now.
Or Flavor Fave, you know.
Jonathan, choose.
Now.
Jason, choose now.
You cannot specific individuals.
He's gonna think like, oh, they know us. Oh my, it's kind of like the Deadpool.
I see you, Brayden.
We see through them, you know. We break the fourth wall, kind of deal. Just like Arashi, he always breaks the fourth wall. Well, not literally, but his character in this game always breaks a wall.
Why, Arashi?
He punches a wall.
Why?
Oh, this was one game that we know about. We are big fans of. It's just, you know, the thing, right? Breaking the fourth wall, it's always fun. It was a good time.
Yeah. Arashi, I'm just really disappointed.
What? Why?
I'm really sad, Gani.
Why?
Because, man, like, I wish I could watch, like, the people back here, you know? I mean, for you guys can all actually buy tickets. For us, it's great casting, but sometimes you want to participate here with a lot of the fans, and you guys get the chance to do so, especially for our upcoming match for TLID. Alter Ego will be taking on TLID. Dewa will be taking off TLID, and this will be the end of the first leg for them. Let's see if they can actually make it to top 4 with another 2 wins, maybe. And if you guys want to witness that great moment, go ahead and buy some tickets. Don't forget to buy your MPL Indonesia Season 14 tickets so you can experience the thrill of MPL Indonesia live in the MPL arena. You definitely don't want to miss out on this unforgettable experience, especially the next match, because it's match of the day, Gani. It's you and me.
FNOC against Big Atron.
It's Big E.
First versus third, I believe.
First versus third, yes. That's about right.
Wow.
I mean, they're pretty close, but I think they're both very real contenders, man. So I think this is a great, it's a great moment here because a lot of questions are just floating around, especially for this matchup. You know, because everyone's saying, oh, they're still on top. On the other side, someone's saying there's a new big boss, big titan in town.
You need to sit here.
We'll have it answered.
Yeah, you need to be the middleman here, Rashi. Don't be the referee. But as you can see earlier, Geek Fam, their next few matches are a lot of tough ones. Up against RRQ next. That is tomorrow. You guys should tune in to watch the battle of the King versus the Kingslayer. Who's it going to be? Is Geek Fam going to win?
Or
is RRQ going to win?
We will know tomorrow.
Who's going to win? Fnatic Onyx or the obvious answer?
Or the obvious answer. Whoa. Hang on a minute.
You know what to do.
That's confidence right there from both these guys. So I'm looking forward to the next match, man. I think it's gonna be very entertaining watching this play out from the side.
Who are you gonna bring out?
The reactions.
I think.
What are you gonna bring out? You gonna bring Albert or Kyrie? Rez or Lutfi?
Let's see.
We'll see if it's Key or Finn too, because I don't know. Tune in to the next match. Match of the day. It's been Miracle, Gani, and Rashi. We'll see you after this break.
Namanya Farisa. Halo Farisa, dari mana?
Aku dari Tangerang.
Dari Tangerang. Jauh-jauh nonton ke sini.
Iya.
Iya. Kenapa dia jadi Lucky Cavalry?
Karena dia ini beli tiket MPL dan kebetulan menang juga sama activity kita.
Activity apa itu?
Activity-nya cuma beli tiket MPL. Terus bisa ketemu sama player. Dapat skin juga.
Dapat skin. Wow. Banyak banget dapat menang pula.
Cuan parah.
Tapi di sini gimana ngelihat langsung dari permainan tim Liquid ID?
Buat hari ini keren sih. Awalnya deg-degan, takut ya gitu, tapi ya alhamdulillah menang.
Alhamdulillah menang, tapi berarti kan akan bisa bertemu dengan player idolanya ya? Karena Lucky.
Betul.
Kamu ngefans sama siapa?
Buat season ini Aaron sih, saya lagi bersinar aja.
Buat season ini Aaron. Wah, ini pasti lagi harap-harap cemas ya. Aaron datang ya, dikasih nggak sih ke Ajo?
Kasih dong.
Coba dong dipanggilin anaknya. Kiu. Ada Aaron, dia datang. Ya ampun. Oh my god, bersinar sekali. Silo nih, bude matanya. Udah langsung ketemu kok, nggak berani menatap.
Halo.
Ya halo.
Ya halo.
Udah nikah.
Iya kan?
Udah nikah.
Kan idol nggak harus nikah ya, mohon maaf nih. Diceciein. Jadi grogi ya? Gimana akhirnya bertemu dengan Aaron? Apakah berbeda saat memandang dia di panggung dan sekarang di sebelahnya?
Enggak sih, sama aja.
Sama aja. Oke, ada yang mau disampaikan sama Aaron?
Ya semangat, sukses, semoga sampai playoff. Soalnya lagi first time ya ini.
Ya amin, makasih.
Iya.
Amin, makasih.
Ya makasih juga karena udah jauh-jauh dari mana tadi? Di Tangerang ya?
Jauh banget.
Ya, terus udah beli tiket MPL ID. Terus ya makasih lah udah dukung Liquid. Ya jangan lupa nonton MPL ID lagi dan beli tiket.
Tapi
MPL ID.
Yes, MPL ID. Namun di sini mau ada sesuatu kah di antara kalian? Kamu udah ketemu langsung, mau melakukan sesuatu kah? Mau ngajak foto bareng atau apa? Ada apa tuh? Ingin memberi sesuatu?
Iya, Bude.
Apa tuh?
Ini sih ada kue, satunya buat Aran, tolong kasih.
Oh, buat Aran dan Aaron.
Ada di dalam.
Enggak.
Kajo, tolong dong Kajo. Terus
ini belum pegang gini.
Aduh, jadi grogi gitu.
Ada hadiah juga buat dia.
Wow.
Tapi rahasia.
Oh, tapi rahasia, nggak boleh dilihat. Buat kamu, nanti diam-diam ya. Oke. Terima kasih ya. Terima kasih Aaron dan terima kasih kamu juga. Silakan kalau mau foto-foto atau apa. Karena saat lagi kita akan mempersiapkan untuk match kedua. Match of the day antara dua tim yang benar-benar sedang berada di pucuk. Jadi jangan kemana-mana, stay tune terus di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Cikibir, foto dulu dong. Hihi.
Butcher boy. What's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombek basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders.
Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Match kedua akan menjadi match of the day karena mempertemukan dua tim yang tampil begitu ganas di season ini. Dan ini dia sang forfeit champions Raja Langit Fnatic Onyx yang telah hadir di MPL Arena. Menjadi tim yang semua orang ingin kalahkan, Fnatic Onyx kini berbenah agar mereka kembali jadi ancaman. Masuknya sang talenta muda baru, Res, jadi warna tersendiri bagi Fnatic Onyx untuk kembali bisa mengamankan kemenangan di match kali ini. Perubahan akan terus terjadi, namun Fnatic Onyx akan membuktikan bahwa era Fnatic Onyx tidak akan berhenti. Menjadi kuat, itu yang mereka inginkan. Dan kemenangan akan mereka raih demi Sonic yang mendukung mereka tanpa henti. Dan inilah pertarungan yang pastinya dinantikan oleh seluruh super fans. Namun inilah dia lawan dari sang Forbes Champions, penantang yang season lalu berhasil mencuri tahta Fnatic Onyx di regular season. 3 musim berturut-turut sang robot merah Bigetron Alpha tak pernah ragu untuk menantang siapapun yang berada di hadapan mereka. Mereka telah menjadi tim yang paling diwaspadai di MPL Indonesia season 14. Dan kini mereka berdiri di sini di depan segala tantangan, siap untuk menghadapi pertarungan paling menegangkan di hari ini. Tiap langkah mereka menuju arena adalah langkah yang dipenuhi oleh ambisi dan harapan untuk mengukir sejarah baru dengan pemain-pemain yang penuh talenta dan permainan yang penuh bergairah. Inilah dia Bigetron Alpha. Memasuki match of the day di hari yang kedua di minggu yang keempat di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Semua super fans tentu berharap-harap cemas untuk menyaksikan pertemuan antara The Giants di season ini. Ada Fnatic Onyx dan juga tim Bigetron Alpha. Dua tim yang benar-benar menjadi momok bagi tim-tim lain di season ini. Akan seperti apa pertempuran dari tim-tim yang tentu saja kita harapkan dengan pertarungan-pertarungan mereka. Hasil-hasil yang begitu indah. The Battle of the Giant akan tentunya disajikan sesaat lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 14 yang begitu meriah dengan semua super fans yang telah hadir di MPL Arena, yang ada di rumah juga, dan tentunya acaranya begitu meriah karena dukungan kalian semua dan para sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Dunia Games, Telkomsel, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan supplier ada Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari yang tentunya mendebarkan untuk menyaksikan dua tim yang kalau semua community dan juga para talent beranggapan bahwa ini adalah tim yang potensi terbesar untuk mewakili Indonesia di M-Series ada di mereka pula. Ada di Bigetron Alpha yang mereka melakukan gebrakan baru, perubahan demi perubahan mereka sajikan. Menjadi tim yang sangat kuat ditambah dengan Fnatic Onyx yang memang menjadi forfeit champions bukan tanpa alasan. Mereka memang sedang berproses, namun proses mereka tergolong sangat mendebarkan karena mereka benar-benar begitu apik dalam mengubah playernya. Ada Res yang itu baru. Dan dua tim ini masuk ke dalam power ranking cukup atas. Kemarin kita sudah melihat power ranking dari Mirko. Kali ini kita akan melihat dari komunitas. Mengingat 9 tim yang ada di MPL Indonesia, inilah dia Power Ranking. Yang pertama dari Indonesia Community. Let's go, kita cek bersama-sama. Dan kalau dibahas dari komunitas Indonesia, RRQ di M-World level, potensi mereka memang terlihat sangat besar di season 14 ini. Namun di Strong Contender, hanya satu di atas. Ini bertiga di Strong Contender, ada Fnatic Onyx, Bigetron, dan Geek Fam yang memang konsisten dari season ke season. Lalu ada mid-tier level, tim Liquid ID dan juga Dewa United masuk ke dalam mid-tier level. Lalu Need Improve, Alter Ego dan juga EVOS yang memang dalam klasemen sementara pun mereka benar-benar butuh poin kemenangan. Dan no playoff, Rebellion yang memang belum ngedapetin kemenangan satu pun dari matchnya. Itu adalah dari community Indonesia community. Selanjutnya kita punya dari global community. So around the world, dari seluruh dunia. M-World level berada di tangan Fnatic Onyx dan juga RRQ. RRQ masih solid, masih menjadi yang pertama pula di posisi paling atas, namun Fnatic Onyx yang juga turut selalu ikut di internasional. Mereka pun benar-benar meninggalkan kesan baik di fans internasional. Lalu Strong Contender ada di tangan Geek Fam dan juga Bigetron. Tim yang sangat konsisten. Nah, lalu mid-tier level, Dewa United dan juga tim Liquid ID. Agak sedikit berbeda, Need Improve di sini hanya Alter Ego, namun non-playoff. Ada EVOS, Glory dan juga Rebellion Esports. Dua tim biru ada di bawah. Dua biru berada di zona merah. Ini akan menjadi zona biru kah? Apa terjadi di zona merah? Namun ini hanyalah bisa dibilang karena mengingat dari sisi semua mereka perform dari minggu pertama, kedua, ketiga, mungkin di minggu keempat akan mengubah dari sudut pandang para fans yang ada di Indonesia maupun di global. Gak cuma mereka, namun di MPL Arena Bude yang pengen nanya nih kepada super fans yang di MPL Arena, boleh bergabung bersama Bude karena Bude penasaran banget. Let's go, super fans, kasih tau Bude dong pendapat kalian dari power ranking yang ada dari 9 tim. Bude mau tanya langsung, halo ini siapa kakak?
Nama aku Nurmi.
Nurmi dari mana?
Dari Bandung.
Nurmi dari Bandung, Teteh. Kumaha damang?
Baik.
Baik. Ini siapa ini?
Faroja.
Faroja dari mana?
Dari Bandung juga.
Berdua?
Enggak.
Oh enggak.
Aku sama istri di situ.
Oh ya, oke. Gak apa-apa, tapi kita akan have fun bareng di sini. Bude penasaran sudut pandang kalian mengenai power ranking dari 9 tim ini. Jadi kalian boleh jawab 5 kategori ini ya. Untuk M-World level, siapa nih tim yang mendapatkan title ini menurut kalian? Boleh?
Oke, mungkin menurut aku untuk kalau lihat dari beberapa minggu ke belakang, dari performanya itu RRQ, karena lumayan konsisten gitu ya dari minggu pertama sampai kemarin. Terus Onyx sih, karena Onyx juga beberapa kali udah mereka tuh bisa bawa nama Indonesia ke internasional gitu.
Itu ya, 2 nama yang seperti global community sampaikan, tapi punya pandangan?
Setuju. Untuk sekarang RRQ apalagi pemainnya banyak yang baru-baru ya, jadi lebih fresh gitu mainnya.
Jadi RRQ dan juga Fnatic Onyx atau cuma RRQ aja?
RRQ sama Fnatic Onyx tentunya.
2 suara yang sama. Oke, sekarang kali ini dulu ya. Untuk strong contender, siapa nih tim yang masuk ke dalam kategori strong contender?
Mungkin dengan lawan Onyx yang sekarang kali ya. Bigetron Alpha sekarang udah bagus banget sih, improve banget. Terutama XP-nya baru ya. Dengan nama ada look ya.
Ada look? Hanya Bigetron Alpha aja nih berarti?
Iya, betul.
Betul. Kalau dari Teteh?
Kalau aku sama sih Bigetron Alpha juga. Karena dia sekarang lagi ada di puncak juga ya, dari awal juga mereka konsisten menang terus gitu. Ya gitu sih.
Tapi udah penasaran, Bigetron Alpha ada di puncak klasemen, tapi levelnya baru di strong contender, belum di M-World level. Kenapa tuh? Belum di atas tuh?
Mungkin karena season kemarin kali ya, udah seneng-seneng masuk upper bracket, tapi kalah langsung 2 kali berturut-turut ya.
Jadi masih membutuhkan pembuktian lebih ya dari Bigatron ya untuk masuk ke dalam level yang tier atas. Oke, selanjutnya nih mid tier level jatuh kepada siapa Teteh?
Kalau menurut aku di Dewa sama Aura sih.
Dewa dan Aura.
Tim Liquid ID.
Tim Liquid ID.
Ya.
Oke, kenapa tuh?
Karena kemarin juga aku sempat nonton matchnya Dewa, itu lumayan tegang juga ya waktu lawan Onyx gitu. Terus kalau Aura, tim Liquid itu aku juga ngelihat ada potensi karena mereka melakukan pergantian player juga gitu. Jadi terlihat potensinya.
Dari gameplay mereka?
Geekfam sama Liquid juga.
Geekfam dan Liquid. Oke, kita akan next-nya langsung ya. Kalau tim yang need improve?
Mungkin EVOS kali ya. Pingin banget EVOS nggak masuk biar bisa masuk playoff ya.
Masuk playoff diharapkan. Kalau Teteh?
Kalau aku AE.
AE need improve. Berarti masih ada harapan ya untuk AE harusnya ya. Kalau yang no playoff siapa nih?
Kalau menurut aku mungkin karena
3 tim harusnya sih sebenarnya ya.
Oke, mungkin RBL, EVOS, sama mungkin AE kalau misalnya emang mereka belum improve gitu.
Ya, sama RBL, Dewa, sama AE.
Sama. Oh, dari hasil klasemen pun membuktikan seperti itu kalau sekarang sampai minggu keempat. Namun bisa saja terjadi perubahan dan mungkin hasil hari ini akan menentukan perubahan. Jadi kita akan langsung masuk ke dalam match of the day kita. Inilah dia dua Giants di MPL Indonesia Season 14 pertarungan antara Fnatic Onyx dan juga Bigatron Alpha. So caster, monggo!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the match of the day. Bigatron Alpha takes on Fnatic Onyx. I don't know if you guys agree with what we saw on stage earlier. We saw 2 lists, one from the ID community with RQ Hoshi being the only team in the M World level. And then we have the global community that put Fnatic Onyx and RQ Hoshi in the M World level. What do you guys think? Do you agree more with the global community, Gani, or the local community?
You know what? After seeing both of the results, I'm content with both results. You know, I can't complain.
This is not what he was saying before the cameras were on. But Rashi, what about you?
He's certainly media trained. I mean, me personally, I'm a bit of a skeptic, so I'm always on the opinion that expect your team to not do too well, and then when they do, you're always pleasantly surprised. For RRQ, I feel like they've had great improvements, but to say that they are M World level, I feel like that's a big leap. Back again, I feel like you gotta prove yourself first before we have such strong opinions. So I think for now, I'm more in line with the global community in that sense.
Okay, there you go.
What about you?
Where is Bigatron?
I've got to disagree, obviously. I have my own list. You guys can check it out on my channel.
Oh, wow.
Plug.
I don't know, but, honestly, RQ have been great. Fnatic Onyx have been great, too. This is really the stage to prove if Bigatron are actually, ready, if they deserve the spot of being number 1. I don't know who I would put personally as number 1, though, Gani. I mean, I don't know. I personally have no idea. What do you think? Do you think Bigatron are good enough, Gani?
I guess what I can answer is Rashi. Do you have your time? Do you know the time?
The time?
You have your time, Mirko?
Yeah,
you're right. It's Fnatic Onyx time. All right, so this is going to be Fnatic Onyx time.
That's Onyx PH's line. It's Fnatic. It's Onyx time.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay,
That's
they have Kyrie and Yev, right?
Okay.
Technically.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some crossplay going on right here.
Well,
interesting.
If you're going to take something from Fnatic Onyx PH, I'm going to take something from RSG PH because we have Imran. It's time for GG Bigatron then.
GG Bigatron.
That's a battle, Donnie.
Let's see.
Before this continues, though, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about the matchup because, man, this is a big one. Match of the day, Bigatron Alpha number 1 going up against Fnatic Onyx, the 4P champions, defending, reigning champions of 4 seasons. And they've been able to dominate MPL ID for so long. This season, however, they have been looking shaky. Even yesterday, up against Dewa United, they were struggling in the drafts, in the way that they were playing as well. Now, Rashi, does Bigatron have what it takes to outdraft Yeb, to outplay the rest of the team in game?
I think so far, looking at the drafts from both teams, it does seem like if you're just going by what we saw in MPL ID, it feels like Onyx are kind of going a bit loose when it comes to the drafting phase. Usually, right, it's a lot cleaner, it's a lot more airtight, I would say. Now it seems like Bigatron has a bit more of an edge, but of course, if you want to talk about the drafting phase, you gotta talk about the sides as well. Because for blue side and red side, it's a very different mindset. And for Bigatron, they actually have the advantage on the blue side right here. And for Onyx, we've always known that Yeb is that adaptive, that crafty style. So he's going for the red side win rate, 83% right there, higher than Bigatron's blue side win rate. But you have to keep in mind that recently, we've seen a lot of teams somehow shift closer and closer towards prioritizing that second phase, that red side pick. So I'm wondering if there's something going on right there.
And for sure, you know, again, Clash of the Giants, the drafters here, when it comes down to Fnatic Onyx losses against Geek Fam especially, Geek Fam were able to take the red side away from Yeb. That was one of the main ways that they were able to actually get the better drafts out of the game and technically outdraft Yeb. So let's take a look at this, right? This was Fnatic Onyx in their match against RQ. Obviously, Arashi, you know about this match. You know how Sisujin got the Savage, but how did they get it done against Fnatic Onyx?
Well, it begins with the team fight that is kind of more sporadic. You see, for Onyx, there's a lot of combo that needs to be done properly to get that victory. Whereas for RRQ, it's a lot more independent, and they were very intelligently using the Stamus pick to really be a massive problem. It's zoning for the back line, it's also the front line, it's also a tool that can be a distraction. So they were very adaptive in using that Tamas as one of the main weapons to try and make things very messy, where Onyx usually want to play a bit more of a clean game, a clean executed game. A lot of moments that's why therefore look kind of shaky from both teams because of it, but from there, they're able to do much better. And for Fnatic Onyx against Geek right here, aside from those few moments where Onyx were able to actually get Geek completely off guard, you're seeing that the AoE, the combo, in the team fighting, where Onyx is usually a lot more calculated in how they want to position, in how they want to move around. It seems like Geek Fam found the missing key, right, on what to do, how to lock them down in place. And I gotta say, if you're talking about roamers locking down teams in place, I feel like Bigatron, right, have a very reliable way of doing so as well. So Onyx need to be quite careful here if you're talking about being able to outmaneuver Bigatron, because when it comes to speed, when it comes to decisiveness, I think Bigatron can match up to Onyx at this point.
And with speed and decisiveness really being, you know, the big factor, the big question we're asking Fnatic Onyx, there's a big question then posed again to Baba Yeba, because obviously the drafts have been already very tough to pull off. I think it's mainly because we don't know what the main lineup looks like for Fnatic Onyx. We just got Rez, we had Kyrie, Albert as well, and we still have Lutpi. You personally, Gani, as an Onyx fan, what do you think is the main lineup for Fnatic Onyx?
I think Rez is still too early, right? Too young to be in that MPL stage. So I still prefer Lutpi over Rez. But please, Rez, if you do play today, prove me wrong. But in the jungle, I still feel like Kyrie is still the better fit for Fnatic Onyx side. Albert, yeah, showed a very good performance yesterday with Hayabusa. You know, you saw the clip definitely, right, with Hayabusa going up against Watt in the base defense, but I still feel Kyrie, especially against Bigatron, it's a big match. I think Kyrie should play today.
What about you, Arashi? Do you agree? Is it Lutpi Kyrie over Albert Rez?
Again, I go with data most of the time. I feel like even though we haven't seen too much, there must be reasons, right? I don't believe Onyx would bring in a new person when they haven't proven themselves yet. So in that sense, I do feel like there's potential, but you gotta go with the facts. And from what we've seen in MPL ID, like the same way we talked about the levels, right, the vote earlier, I really feel like Kyrie is a lot more battle tested. The experience, we just talked about it earlier, experience plays a big role in the adaptability, in the maneuverability around the map as well. So Kyrie and Lutpi, I think, will be the safer option. But if Coach Yeb is feeling experimental and they want to really catch Bigatron by surprise, bringing in Rez and Albert can be a bit of a curveball, right? A whole different game plan with a whole different draft, perhaps even.
We'll see about that. You can see the individual stats here for all the players that we were talking about, Rez, Lutpi, Kyrie, and Albert. You can also see them there on the camera. It seems Mr. Yeb is actually, Baba Yeba is pointing towards Rez there. So maybe hinting at the fact that, yeah, Rez might be playing. Rez, we only really have statistics based on yesterday's match and obviously his MDL performance. And in MDL, he's good. But again, I think the dynamic that they are playing with Rez would be more of an enabler. Meanwhile, for Lutpi, it does seem like he has been playing the Terizas, the Arlet as well, but the way that he plays it, it's more of like he wants to be the star of the show. He wants to be the carry. And we've been talking about this for the longest time. That was what Fnatic Onic were struggling with. The fact that they don't really have the edge of the spear anymore. Back then it was always just trio mid, Keyboy, Kyrie, and Sans. That was the main win condition. The two side laners were just there to support the main win condition. But now that everybody is the win condition, they're struggling to find a way to tackle these games. Sometimes they go for fights that they don't need to. And like I said, a lot of different decisions being made that has resulted in Fnatic Onic losing that clean gameplay that they had like 2 seasons ago, because I think even in season 13, Gani, we saw a glimpse of that.
Still prime, but now it's quite questionable. Have they fallen off in a sense? Are they not in their prime anymore? Let's see though, right? I mean, it's still up in the air. It's still the regular season. A lot can change throughout, especially the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, Rez brings a Grok yesterday,
XP.
right? So that's a damaged Grok, by the way. So maybe it's still not really selfless, but it shows that with the Rez, it adds new flavor in Fnatic Onyx lineup.
Okay, interesting. Well, I also want to say though that it's also Onyx kind of dipping down. It's also all the other teams catching up, because usually when we talk about crazy outdrafts, generally Onyx is always at the top of your mind, but this season it's very different. So even if Onyx dips down only a little bit, the fact that everyone else is just crawling up as desperately as possible to get to Onyx means that they are absolutely in trouble.
Well, I think it's a good time now to shift our focus towards their opponents, Bigatron Alpha, who've been quite phenomenal, though, again, dropping games due to some of the keys to victory that we already said as well. We already mentioned it. Overconfidence tends to get Bigatron Alpha, and when they are overconfident, they tend to go for very risky plays that end up not working out for them entirely. But so far, they've been always able to climb back up. Now, my main question, firstly, we gotta tackle the question of who's gonna play. Is it gonna be Key, or is it going to be Finn? That's the main question, too. Do you think both of them are equal in skill? Do you think Key is better? Is one better than the other?
Well, so far, I feel like Finn is a bit more aggressive. There's some moments there where I saw when I was seeing Finn play, I thought to myself, like, wow, I feel like if it wasn't Finn, I think he wouldn't go for that. So something that's a bit more unpredictable, which can be an issue at some points, right? I think Key is a bit more battle-tested, and when it comes to surprising the opponents, I mean, Finn can do that, but Key is El Momento after all, right? You talk about creating moments, I feel like that guy has done it before, and for Finn, if he wants to really climb up and be a real contender to maybe replace Key even, I think he still has to prove himself a lot more than just a couple of good games. Because Bigatron overall as a team are very strong right now. As a roamer, you have more opportunities to kind of make these aggressive plays. But when the going gets tough, can you maintain that performance? That's the main question that Finn has to answer.
Great points, but I still feel this season, right? He's a rookie, Finn. Based on his performance, I personally like Finn's performance is over Key.
Wow.
He's more calculated, right? I mean, Key, you can expect the jaw heads, you can expect maybe the Grok, right, coming from the side of Key, which translates to early game aggressive, because level 2, jaw head Grok is very invasive. They don't need particularly level 4 to create pressure. And for Finn, you get the Mathildas, right? You get the heroes that can support. You get the heroes that is more long-term. That's why I feel like Bigatron, they need to rely on, I think they need to have Finn as their main anchor. Sure, he is good, but again, on the other side, on the flip side, experience-wise, he has that experience.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Finn, still, of course, very new to MPL.
Yeah, and because of that, for that very reason, in the big matches of Bigatron Alpha this season, we actually have been seeing more key performances, right? Against Geek Fam, they opted to go for Key. Against RQ Hoshi as well, it was Key. So up against the big teams, or teams that they consider to be a threat, they always utilize Key over Finn. Meanwhile, in the matches against Dewa, we see them actually go ahead and utilize Finn. So the big question is, if Finn does get some playtime against Fnatic Onic, it's not, it's not a random team. It's not a team that you can take lightly. And this team, they have a way of shutting down rookies. They have a way of just bullying them, exploiting them, and then taking the game, taking control out of that position.
I think that's very true, especially with the mental situation going on. You're a rookie, you're already feeling a lot of pressure, and then you see the Onic roster that can be very surprising, but Finn will not care about it. With Super Luke, Supercan, Moreno, and Eman, he is joining the team up on the stage right now.
For some reason, when Finn plays, Eman just feels, it looks like he's so much more comfortable. But again, they're up against tough odds. Today will be the debut of Finn in a big match of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! It is Bigatron Alpha, still sitting in the first position of the regular standings. Rocking the pink and black jersey, will they be able to fight and defeat another giant, another titan in MPL? On the other side, let's see, who will they bring?
Let's see in the XP, that's my it's Rez and Kyrie, a new combo! We thought Rez was gonna be comboed always with Albert, and then Kyrie will be the one with Lutpi. This is new, Rashi.
Completely different look, more flexibility, more unpredictable odds, just the way Onic wants it.
The 4P champions, they're still defending, of course, the season. Sitting third though, Yellow Porcupines rocking their home jersey. It's Fnatic Onic!
With Kyrie, the Sky Kings are looking to get their win against Bigatron Alpha. And man, would that be a massive win for them. Still standing at third place, but with a win here, they can actually help an actual friend of theirs, another king, to take that first place position from Bigatron Alpha. Let's welcome Yeb and Adi, the analyst and the head coach for Fnatic Onic and Bigatron Alpha. It's Wura with Theo Nile.
Both looking to try and find a loophole, to find the weakness in their opponents. It's a literal chess match when both these coaches are on stage. Wura and Coach Yeb, they're gonna try and find a different combo with new faces showing through in the roster unexpectedly. We'll have to see, is that part of the plan, or is it just to throw off their opponents? Ladies and gentlemen, the rivals showdown here. Wura with 32 unique heroes, and Yeb, just Yeb at this point, 29 unique heroes. Outdone by Wura when it comes to quantity. Can Yeb win it out in quality? That is the question today.
We'll see about that. We've seen that the Hereth pick actually has been picked up by both these coaches, right? The drafters here. Both ex-coaches as well of Onic Philippines. Coach Yeb in Season 8, and obviously Wura as well back in the day. But hey, the fact that they are now in different teams, Wura was with Bluffzy, also an ex-coach of Onic PH. Hey, there's so many ex-Onic PH coaches actually in MPL Indonesia. Now, yeah, I know. Whoa.
No way.
Hey.
Okay.
Maybe next season Kelra will come here too, huh? What about that, Gani? What about that, Arashi?
Gani is stunned. Not sure how to respond to that, Miracle. We'll have to wait and see, though. Clearly, big confidence for both these coaches. But the big question to begin all this is who gets to pick the first, the side, right? Who actually will get first pick and who is going to be settling for second pick? Is that part of the plan here? With both teams kind of polarized when it comes to the order, right? Bigatron liking that first pick, Onic preferred the second pick, although yesterday we saw Onic really gravitate more towards that first pick, so something must be going on in the meta. Some kind of new development must be showing up in order for something so drastic to happen. For Coach Yeb, you do wonder what is the idea with Rez in particular. Comboed with Kyrie, is it going to be an enabling playstyle? Is it going to be an aggressive playstyle? So many possibilities that you can't help but feel that Bigatron are ready for.
We'll see about that. Bigatron Alpha or Fnatic Onic, who is going to be on the red side or the blue side? We don't know up until we get into the drafts. Full house today in the MPL arena. Expecting electrifying atmosphere here from the fans in the building. Gani, you gotta get a quick look around there. It is a full house, yeah?
It is.
Sure
surprisingly.
is.
But
surprisingly.
I mean, it's a match of the day. Well,
exactly.
It's not surprising at all.
Not at all.
My bad.
Yeah. That is an odd way to... okay. Keyboy, though.
Keyboy,
Let's talk a
man.
little bit about the performances of Fnatic Onic, right? Because for Bigatron Alpha, the biggest concern would be, overconfidence. Sometimes they tend to be overconfident. They tend to make these maneuvers that are so risky. But for Fnatic Onic, I think it's just the underperformance of some of these members, right? Lutpi, we've been talking about him for a long time, but this is the one that's strange. Keyboy and Sans. We don't expect these two to underperform.
Well, they've always been consistent. They've always been a lethal threat every single time. If you look at the match of the day stats here, win rate definitely favors Bigatron, and quite a diversity when it comes to the picks, but the Arlott and the Harith definitely does stand out. And overall, man, it's just a very small difference when it comes to the total KDA, when it comes to the control. So now, Bigatron gets the first pick selection as the away team. So Onic with Coach Yep has opted to go for that second pick. So even now, both teams are getting their preferred pick orders. Let's see how this plays out, man. For Onic, with this selection, they are quite confident that they can crack the code. They can kind of read through what Ura probably is trying to, mind game into their heads.
Earlier on in the season, right? I mean, Bigatron Alpha, they use that first pick value usually to who? To Moreno, right? They like to have an advantage from that early to secure that mid lane. Will it be the same though? It's week 4. Teams adjusted, and maybe Bigatron Alpha now finding new approach. Maybe they prioritize heroes such as the Heron.
Maybe they also still go back to the Roger, right? Because I think for a lot of different matchups, Bigatron Alpha have actually stayed away from the Roger. Against Fnatic Onic, though, the pattern is quite visible. Fnatic Onic have lost against GeekFam when GeekFam picked up the Roger, have lost against RRQ when RRQ picked up the Roger. Sasujin got a savage, that was a big moment too. So maybe the Roger might be a pick that they are eyeing out here up against Fnatic Onic.
I think they have the talent pool to pull out that Roger. CW can play it very, very well. Kyrie can as well. But it depends on what kind of style they want to go for here. Do they want to go with a teamfight-centric approach? Because we've seen that right in the previous match. It's all about that 5v5. Who can come out on top? Who can engage more reliably? Who can engage more frequently as well? But for both these teams, they can do a wide array of different strategies, man. They can go for the split push. They can go for the full-on fight. Or they can go for the pickoffs even. And all comes down to how they want to go, how they want to read each other out. For Bigatron, though, you get the feeling, right, that the Assassins might go out for sure.
Well, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. In the drafting phase, we go. Sask banned away. You were saying Moreno, right? I mean, we expect this as well. Up against Rebellion yesterday, always with the first pick, Zask for the Red Robots. This time, they're actually going to ban it away. Chip and Juicin, though. It's been the choice for Fnatic Onic. So Roger still up for grabs if both these teams don't want to go for it. They want to ban it away. Let's see. Final ban. Hylos.
Hylos banned away by Bigatron. Not wanting to deal with the big horse, the big factor there, especially with Keyboy. He knows how to be annoying on these tanky, unkillable picks like the Hilda back then. Now the Hylos. This is a style that he is very familiar with, so Bigatron won't want to deal with that at all, especially if they really want to go for the Assassins. They want to make sure that they do have pressure coming in from that roamer to ensure that the farming speed and the movement around the map will not be impeded.
What are the potential picks here, right? I mean, Ling is still open. Yep. We got
Fanny.
Roger still open as well. Perhaps with Fnatic Onic here, they might let go a lot of priorities just to get 2. Right, I mean, they have the second pick, and it's going to be that Roger, though. Yeah, you mentioned the Roger being that kryptonite of Fnatic Onic, so they will eliminate that fact. Bigatron, what approach are they going for?
Ling first pick has always been what Bigatron Alpha opt to go for when it's open. Super Ken is his comfort hero as well, but like you said, Fanny is open. They go for the Valentina instead, that's why.
Moreno again.
The Fanny, the Ling, both open, so they decide, okay, Fnatic Onic, you decide. You pick the Ling, we pick the Fanny, we can go for the trade, and they just set up for Moreno, but also, if you set up for Moreno, you're also denying this pick away from Gila Sans.
Exactly. With the Faramis also showing up, rising in popularity, I think it's a great pick to go for first, especially if it is still up, in case Fnatic Onic want to go for a Faramis approach. Now with 2 picks available, all the options. Will the Samsung Ling make an appearance early on? Are they going to go for a Ruby? They can be a bit more flexible. Fanny it is indeed with the Harith. A great mix of physical and magical damage burst already shown out. Now Bigatron can go for the control, try and shut both of these heroes down. It's going to be the Ruby. Now it's going to be a Ling too, though. Finally, a very interesting assassin showdown.
Oh man, when was the last time we saw Ling versus Fanny in MPL Indonesia? What a great matchup. It's always usually banned out on both these teams. They want to go head to head with their best picks. I believe the Ling and Fanny, last time I remember the Ling Fanny, it was back in season 9. It was like RRQ versus Aura. It was Kabuki on the Fanny, Albert on the Ling.
Throwback, man. Major throwback. And it's good, right? Because Ruby can be picked up by Bigatron there instantly. And with that, it's actually somehow negates or limits the movement from Harith and Fanny, though, of course, Fnatic Onyx, they will take the Fairness away. It's going to be a trade for that Nether Realm. Let's see who wins for that first game, though.
Well, now with the Fairness-Valentina matchup, the clearing will favor the Valentina, I would say. But in the early fights, both teams can have access to that Nether Realm. And for Bigatron, they have the Ruby as well. For Fnatic Onyx, that role position isn't really revealed just about, but not a lot of heroes can really compare to the stopping of this Ruby. The Kufra comes to mind, Goni, I would say, but at the same time, it's really not as reliable or as mobile or sustainable as this Ruby is.
There you go as well, the Moscow fan. You know, that could have been double or triple value here up against the Fanny. It's okay. Up against the Harith, you know, you're really just looking to farm. And against the Fairness, it's the piercing damage that you can get through some of these members to get the Fairness Nether Realm. But I think another pick that comes to mind instantly for me is the Melissa. That's triple value too. Great against the Fanny, against the Harith, and the Fairness too. Natan?
Too vulnerable against the Fanny, maybe?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it truly is. They actually get rid of the Arlet here, and they might actually be looking to get rid of the Terizla, trying to force Rez on a hero that he might not be comfortable on. And it is going to be the Kaja ban next, another hero that could be utilized by Key. Or actually, no. Yeah, Finn. I keep forgetting. It's Finn.
I'm wondering about the other possibilities though, like the Beatrix that we saw yesterday. If you're talking about punishing a clumped up
against
team,
Fanny?
Against the Fanny, again, I wonder if they're really willing to risk that. Don't if they're really focusing more on the safety. Will the Brody show up? Because we saw that come out occasionally, especially against the Assassins. It is quite reliable.
Yeah, I don't like it against the Harith though, but throw MPL PH 14, Ling, Fanny, and Juicin have a 96.97% ban and pick rate.
Almost a perma-ban there.
And we get to see it here. Usually Ling, at least there's one. I mean, Fanny gets left open, Ling gets left open. We see one, but seeing both like this, really, in technically, even the Juicin, earlier we saw teams are maybe just trying to go for the good flex pick, going for the new picks here, trying to go for some of the uncomfortable picks perhaps. Jaw had banned earlier though, so now the question is, will the Ruby be flexed? Do they want to go for an XP lane, say like a Terizla to set up for the Sling, or do they want to just put the Ruby in XP and get Finn another hero?
Get another hero has to be something that can be as aggressive in the early game. I wonder if the Grok has any flex potential here, but
yes.
Yeah.
It's rest of the Keyboy.
Keyboy can go for it too still, so for Bigatron, deciding how safe they want the gold lane to be and how much more damage they want to see coming out of the gold lane becomes the big problem here, just in case all that dive is coming in the way of Eman.
Honestly, in the XP, they can also go for something like an export, maybe? They'll go for the Beatrix. Oh, risky maneuver. No Kaja here. And the Edith too, but the Beatrix against a Harith, you can clear the wave. But if they are able to rotate down below, Kyrie can slash him, bro. Like, cutthroat. Boom.
It's very risky. But later on, with the items though, against Assassins, you have to remember that back then when Beatrix was very, very meta, 2 or 3 hits and the Assassins are gone. So with a Ruby, with an Edith, maybe Bigatron are that confident in their execution. It is going to be very risky though. And for Fnatic Onyx, they have one more pick right here. Noticing the vulnerability from that gold lane of Bigatron, they can go for something that's still aggressive, that can kind of enable the Kyrie as well. That's a blast.
I thought there's a Benedetta potential pick there, but now they instead go for another peel. Makes sense. With the Barats, right? Let's see. The passive. Is it going to stay a big dino, or will it be a small baby dino later on.
I didn't even catch if it was Ruby Finn or it was Luke Finn. So I guess we'll find out here, ladies and gentlemen. These flexible picks have been going all around. It is actually Finn on the Edith, so it is going to be an XP lane Ruby up against that Dino. Fnatic Onic winning in both counter index and lineup rating.
The Edith definitely has more gank potential. Putting in the roaming position allows Bigatron to be a lot more active earlier on, not really needing to wait for the big I'm offended to really start making the plays happen. A great fit for Finn that both of you mentioned is a bit more aggressive, a bit more calculated playmaking. So we'll have to see. In the mid lane, definitely there's going to be pressure coming from Bigatron. Onic are the ones that have to try and mitigate it initially until they have those ultimates to try and play around with.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the land of Dawn. Let's commence the clash of the Titans.
It's time. Let's see here who will strike first in this best of 3. The top seed as of now, or will it be third place? Fnatic Onic finding the first game.
The Assassins, man, that's where it all gets so dangerous. With the roam and mid so important to the success of the junglers these days, you can see both teams scrambling immediately. Little contested by Bigatron. When it comes to the clearing speed though, Kyrie has a bit more of an advantage. It is a Warcry Ling against a lethal Ignition Fanny on the Kyrie. So there's going to be extra damage coming through. Here comes Kyrie.
Kyrie misses the tables. Will reposition Flicker already spent though. And Lethal Wonder will be claimed by Bigatron's side. Their Super Ken to clutch. Ooh, that's already a massive trade for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Good confidence too, it seems, from Finn, right? Wanting to go for the Earthshatter. Didn't work out entirely in his favor. And that is a Flicker burn, but you like to see the confidence from a rookie.
Yeah, and it didn't really land on anyone, but here's some emblems by IndyHome. If you're looking at the emblems, the tenacity and the firmness coming in for Finn, making sure that he does not get bursted down before he can get the Primal Wrath off. For Luke, it's the firmness with the Festival of Blood, so Sustain is going to be favoring him, with the Inspire coming in for CW with tenacity still. Whereas for Eman, despite him being in a dangerous, vulnerable state, he went for the Thrill and the Weapon Mastery, so he's very confident that the team will be able to cover him when the time is right.
The maneuvers all around, both teams is trying to find a mistake from each other, but it's going to be very tough for both teams to find a mistake. Up top though, it does seem like Super Luke will actually lose out in this clear. Rez and Sans, both level 4 first into the turtle. Bigatron though,
have all, that's a Flicker! Daytona's welcome, and Keyboy! The Grok will find the turtle. That's first blood forms out of Onic, and they will add more. Kyrie secures the double, and that will Fnatic Onic already invading the purple buff of lane.
What a chop down from the rookie, Rez! With a great dent in his welcome. Oh, Ken still able to secure his purple buff. It's a big win still though for Fnatic Onic.
Great big moment there, starting off with a Daytona's welcome. Look at a talent prediction though by the new application GoPay. Clearly a bit of bias here coming in from Gani against everyone, but no, Papulong also is voting with him, so we'll have to see who comes out on top. This is the match of the day, and you can see it reflected in the talent's prediction, but it's great recovery from Bigatron. Super Ken was able to get his own purple buff right there still, but they gotta be careful now, being a lot more aware of that Daytona's welcome playmaking presence. That came out of nowhere, man. The Flicker Daytona's welcome just caught Super Ken immediately.
Such a good chomp down. By the way, is this the first time that we see Papulong vote for Onic? I've never seen him.
Oh, you're right.
Predict Fnatic Onic. There's even a chant around. Kyrie though,
with the will be able to find Finn almost. Props at the Primal Wrath to get extra shielding, and cross the Flicker as well. Finn survives, dodges a bullet.
And it's another Flicker burnt again. Finn won't have that for the next neutral objective.
The laning dominance from Luke though certainly is showing his skill and experience. But that's right, Mirko. For the most part, Onic has always been the majority, which Papulong is never with. So this is a rare moment, ladies and gentlemen. Savor it. But now let's get back into the game, because Fnatic Onic, we talked about how they are so efficient and they are great at farming it up. Already at 1,700, but look at this, Moreno and Super Luke already attempting a play right there. A lot of things really revolve around this mid lane. The gold lane has been left relatively untouched. I might have spoken too soon though.
Kyrie, it's a setup. Shaman Force popped as well. Kyrie jumps in with the gut throw and the cables as well. That's Kyrie adding another kill. 3 kills on to his name. It's going to be Bigatron now controlling most. I'm offended flicker on towards Zero. And that's Finn and Sans with another round. Chomp, chomp, yum, yum. Another round to itself. Kyrie jumps in time. It's going to be Super Nintendo securing the newts. Finds Sans and Keyboy. Kyrie looking to pick up scraps, but no, they will not be able to. 3 kills plus the turtle for the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Great response from Bigatron Alpha. But you can see consistent W man in the bottom lane. CW always just punishing when Bigatron Alpha looked for a play on the other side of the map. Still massive though. They were able to catch Sans, Rez, and even Keyboy. Kyrie,
this is the cable. It's okay.
Ooh, interesting. You don't see that too often. But man, for Bigatron, the fact that they immediately responded by going straight for a pick-off, or straight for a fight rather, at the Turtle Pit. Fnatic Onyx, I really feel like they should have really backed away, knowing that they have the advantage and they can wait for Kyrie to just zoom by with the cables. Let's take a look at some of the items though. Starlium for the Harriet, gonna be a lot more dangerous in that gold lane. But again, the Sky Piercer for that Beatrix, man. Eman will be on the hunt relatively soon.
Oh, Luke tried to read that position, went in, and it seems, getting a shot down as well. Just a bit of poke towards Kyrie. Ooh. It does seem like for right now, the game is all but equal in the 5th minute. Let's talk about that mid-game power spike, Arashi. What are we expecting? Who has the advantage?
Well, when it comes to just pure on burst and AoE, Bigatron definitely has a bit more advantage. Because even if they lose out, they have the Valentina to kind of equalize things out. Now Keyboy, kind of dangerous. But yes, if you look at the items too, there was a Thunderbelt in the inventory slot for Rez. So trading-wise, I feel like there's still potential. But look at this!
Conceal while charged, and that will be meat for Kyrie though. Kyrie stuck under the turret. Able to get out as Finn wasn't able to find the cover. 3 members. Will they be able to run the hill? Super Loop misses. CW though will be recovered by the Nether Realm of Sans. Rez coming from the flanks. It's going to be Fnatic Onyx here trying to resell. Flicker, the Daytona's welcome. Nether Realm pops by Moreno. It's going to be Kyrie jumping in from the flanks, looking to find damage as Super Luke falls as well as Finn. As Kyrie finds the unstoppable.
Look at Super Kendo right now. It does seem like, Kyrie getting massive pickoffs again, by the way. Rez, so unstoppable with the Daytona's welcome.
Flicker.
Bigatron Alpha, they opted to send Super Ken up top earlier, and it won't result in a turret, but it did result in Super Ken actually, despite being a lot of kills down against Kyrie, he is a level ahead.
Almost level 12 even, so there's a chance they want to go for a 50-50. The turret on the bottom side will be falling, so this is a dangerous game that Bigatron is playing.
Keyboy trying to zone out the members. Kyrie secures the turtle, no problem. And they will not force a fight. Fnatic Onyx here staying disciplined as they lose a turret top lane.
And that was with a level lead, remember. Kyrie, the Kyrie of the past might be back. It might be Prime Man, Kyrie Man.
Ooh, look at Super Luke though, rushed away, pushed away, back to a bit of more of a waiting game. But yeah, that might be the combination of damage coming in from the Retri, from the Kyrie, but also from the Wild Charge. As Daytona's welcome, really used up. As Marsha joins us here on his stream.
Roster of Onyx, Fnatic Onyx, right? Marsha. It's gonna be 1v1, Super Ken and Kyrie, Volume 1. Kyrie finds an escape route there, very close though. On the other side, CW will find a structure, will not charge defensively, but they will commit onto his Keyboy. Shaman for spots by CW. Take a look at Daytona's welcome. Tom Moreno, good night. Finn flickers out. It's gonna be Super Luke here. Finding the unoffended. I'm on here, pre-hitting for a minute. It's gonna be Keyboy with the flanks. Another member. Amon goes down. 3 members down and out here from the side of Bigatron Alpha. Super Ken and Super Luke trying to find a miracle play, but of course the damage output from CW will be enough to take him down. Super Ken goes down. That's a wipeout in the first game.
That's a massive wipeout too. Fnatic Onyx, the defending, the reigning champion, showing the first place team in the regular season how it's done. That's a 4,000 goal lead, 12-3 in the 8th minute of the game. Beginning to the 9th minute.
Bigatron Alpha, they're engaging some of these skirmishes without Super Ken around, when we were talking about Super Ken being one of the main weapons they had. I mean, in the 1v1 in the bottom lane, you saw that Kyrie and Super Ken had a bit of a 1v1, where Super Ken was able to threaten Kyrie enough to shoo him away. But these fights are just happening so sporadically. Bigatron are funneling one by one.
Look at that, man. The reset on the purple buff. It's going to be stuck there.
Whoa. He's recalling.
He's recalling the buff. It's a paid actor. It's Fnatic Onyx purple buff.
Well, that's going on though. The orange buff will be taken by Super Ken, so great adaptation. The Lord though, immediately, once Onyx saw Super Ken on the bottom lane, they go straight for it. They can blitz it down.
Luke providing vision though. It's Lyles as Finn. Another round popped already. That's info. Now, Daytona's welcome on towards one more Rhino being the target. Come on, the backside actually wasn't even to find the correct reaction. Super Luke taken down. Kyrie jumps in. It's gonna be now Kyrie looking for another kill on towards Finn. Super Ken wasn't able to find the right timing. That's a runner on towards Sans. Still able to survive, and Kyrie secures Moreno.
Oh no, man. It's almost like he got baited in. They saw that Sans was low. Moreno with the 2 dashes tries to get something. Super Ken, the 1v1 with Kyrie.
Super Ken finds the shutdown. No retribution now. Tempest to play 3v1. Shaman Forest will be able to lock it in. And that will be enough to find a payback. Amon! Out of nowhere finds the kill. It's going to be, again, Amon just so annoying.
How did they recover from that? The red robots. It's like a download slowly but surely. It looked like they were just blundering across the board. It was super chaotic and not in a good way. But then somehow Super Ken gets a massive shutdown. That is an 8-kill bounty. You saw exactly how the turntable swung there. The gold lead was up in like 5K. And with that 1 kill on Kyrie and then another on Rez, it's down to just 3K.
Under pressure for the purple buff. Maybe forcing Kyrie. Oh, they're going to force to reset it. The retribution won't be used by Kyrie though. No necessity just yet. Now it's a waiting game as Bigatron trying to reposition. Trying to win in the setup battles. We did mention that Onyx, they tend to kind of get caught off guard by long duration setups. For Bigatron though, you can see that the bottom lane is actually pushing towards them. You gotta be careful about that.
Keyboy, again. Oh, shows up, doesn't steal the purple buff.
Almost.
It was a nice try though for Keyboy. And Man picking up the Melfic Roar. You can see the match of the day. Audience prediction here, 76% to 24% says you, the people back at home watching this epic match. Moreno level 12 to Sans. It does seem like, oh, chop down.
Yep, on towards Wonder. Super Luke deleted. What? 5v4 now. A huge advantage for Fnatic Onyx here as Bigatron, they look for a reset. Kyrie jumps in with a cut the road on towards Moreno, finds the slash and dash. It's gonna be one member. Lotar doesn't really connect his Keyboy. He loses mortality, but Sans is there to find the cover. Super Ken secure Keyboy. It's gonna be a 4v3 now as Bigatron again, they've managed to delay the Lord take.
Wow. And again, it looks like it's a chaotic skirmish. Amon, no flicker.
Oh, he finds Amon. He knows his position and Amon goes down. Bigatron though, very interesting here in that Lord pit. He will try to delay again.
There's no retry on Kyrie. This is a risky Lord to take, and somehow Finn and Luke are now back in. They've taken control of the Lord.
Let's see here, Rez, Daytona's welcome. Retribution! It's gonna be Super again this time. Finn though will lose his mortality alongside Rez with the winner crown. Griffin will go down to the hands of TW, but Sans secures Super Ken, and that will be 2 members deleted from Bigatron.
A 21-6 game. Kyrie should be able to steal this. Luke, oh, what?
This is that I'm offended. That will be a free purple buff for Kyrie.
And again, Fnatic Onyx have been winning. It's 21-6 here. How the heck did Bigatron get the Lord?
Just one on the back and forth with the HP advantage. Now they have the Lord at their backs, but they're still not out of danger just yet. Ooh, Kyrie clearing this Lord very, very fast. Now with Moreno having the Nether Realm, they can make a play with one of these big waves, try and get more value out of it. If you look at the items, we talked about respecting the damage potential. Even Eman hasn't really gone for the Wind of Nature. He wants that damage. He wants that burst to be able to do what he did just the other day. And look at that. Holy Crystal already done for CW as well, and a 2,000 gold difference.
And look at Rez, right? He was able to get the winner crown there early, and he was able to escape from a kill that could have came through the hands of Super Ken. Thunderbelt rush into the winner crown, only going for the components, the robe and then the dreadnought. And you can even see the dreadnought on the hands of Kyrie. Luke again trying to make these reads. So far, unsuccessful at the reads.
Telegraphed by Fnatic Onyx.
It's almost like Luke has to go for that, because if he walks up slowly, there's no time to react. If he gets caught in a Daytona's welcome, he keeps getting pushed down, even with the Queen's wings, right? The Ruby just isn't inherently that tanky of a hero, which is why usually the Edith gets sent out. But Finn also isn't as tanky, especially because he's in roam position, so he needs to make sure that he stands alive to use the Primal Wrath to its full advantage. So this is why Bigatron is losing out when they're just trying to scout and get in there to try and find vision, find information about Fnatic Onyx.
Again, just for a wave clear here. I'm actually taking a look at Aman's items now, and he is just a bit away from...
Whoa! Good flicker! And that's a mistake! Got the round popped, but Rez will fall. It's a 5v4, 40 seconds for the next Lord. T-Boy now looking for a retreat. Oh! Flicker won't but that will be super Lumine. T-Boy Kyrie cleans up as Kyrie and Fnatic Onyx. They find a 3K. Taken out of Super Ken, will have to recall.
The god of the jungle is back. Now only Super Ken left to defend against the three of Fnatic Onyx.
Super Ken, can he clear? No, he will not, as Kyrie finds the 14 kills on the board. Fnatic Onyx, they will secure game 1.
The Sky King, Kyrie, has graced us with his presence once again. The Fanny God, the Jungle God, is he back?
Oh man, that
leading the series 1-0.
Bro, that final sequence was insane. It started off with the outplay from Moreno. The flicker Daytona's welcome happened so often. You can see within the span of one game, Moreno read into it, dodged away from it, and then it was looking so good. And then Keyboy turned it around, and then Luke turned it around. But Kyrie,
look at this,
sealed the deal.
Plays after plays after plays. It was Kila Moreno into Kila Sanz, and then it looked over. And then Keyboy!
Finds the opening. Sure that I'm offended, but Kyrie just knows who to target.
What a performance. Man, that Keyboy moment, it almost seems like it just happens always. Kyrie, Keyboy, Matt plays from the Sky Kings.
All smiles, man.
All smiles in the backstage here. Bigatron Alpha down
and
one game. One game, Gani. One game. It's chill. It was more of a reading out phase, you know, Gani? We're the Red Robots because they want to download.
Whew. I mean, a lot of the things that happened in that game, we were talking about on the drafting phase, Miracle. You in particular. I talked about how the Beatrix is a possibility. You immediately went, no way. Against a Fanny, dangerous. Against Kyrie's Fanny, man, what are you thinking? But that's exactly what they did. So there were definitely some problems in the drafting phase, some weaknesses that weren't covered. Because even earlier in the mid game, Bigatron didn't really rotate to try and help Eman out. They're really focusing on the mid game, the mid lane, also around the neutral objectives.
And that's the thing as well, right? Eman on the Beatrix against the Harry, there's more of a weak side. It's more of just like you want to clear out the wave, you want to try to scale up. And the fact that he was already shut down and he went for Skypiercer was really greedy. He was trying to look for a moment where the momentum would shift, and maybe then the Skypiercer will be useful. We didn't get to see that at all because Fnatic Onyx, they kept on going for these chaotic duels, winning out on the chaotic duels, and even though Bigatron Alpha still were somehow able to hold on to some of these objectives, it wasn't enough to keep the Sky Kings at bay.
Especially after that final sequence, man. They lost too many members. The Super Ken, no ulting, no retreat, could not start the game. But let's talk about Rez for a minute, man. Because we talked about how we expected Lutpi to show up again, but Rez in this game was one of the main engage tools for Onyx. That flicker Daytona's welcome has been so reliable all the way until that final moment where Bigatron finally adapted. But at that point, you can argue it's a bit too late. And that's even before talking about the wild charge, right? They were so concerned about the Daytona's welcome flicker that the wild charge, man, that was so good.
Oh my.
Keyboy moment.
Keyboy.
This is why it's called a Keyboy moment, dude.
That's
like,
why.
Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
Gotta give it to you, man. That Keyboy moment was, it came out straight out of MSC 2023. That was a Keyboy. But hey, we all know who was the MVP that game. That one moment was great, but the entire game It was Kai Ree, the god in the jungle.
14-1-9, 88% team fight participation. This guy was just lethal all the way from the beginning. We were thinking that maybe it slowed down, maybe it gets denied by the picks coming in from Bigatron because it was starting off slow. But the longer the game goes, the more you realize that this guy was just waiting for the right time. He notices his power spikes, he notices how weak Eman was, goes straight for it, and afterwards, even in these team fights, despite being up against the Ling, with almost losing a 1v1 against Super Ken, he kept his composure and made that final play. Because remember, the Keyboy play was great, but the guy who swept everything up and cleaned up the whole team fight was Kyrie.
I mean, this guy has a lot of gumption, right, playing this Fanny. It's just so amazing. What's gumption? Gumption? Yeah, I mean, so creative, so brave, you know?
I was caught off guard by the word you used there. But let's take a look again, Rashi, at the turtle fight here. This is the first turtle where it does seem like it was a mistake from Bigatron Alpha, right? Actually, more so of Rez's outplay. My lord! The Tona's welcome flicker. Getting Super Ken.
That clip of CW too, to stay in the bush right behind Super Luke. That was nerves of steel, man. And look at this. If you look at the highlights here, it's very visible that every time there's a fight, Onyx goes for the decisive fight, and then Bigatron, they come in one by one after. Look at this. It's basically a 4v3, right? And then Super Ken is nearby, and Eman is too far away to join. Where was this calculated proper 5v5? Look at this fight here. I'm offended when they already lost one member, when they have already got Eman down to a sliver of HP. It's not the right time to go for these plays any longer. But Bigatron are always forced to do stuff like this. What, 2v5?
Yeah.
Right? It's hard to see this as anything more than a mistake, than a forced error by Onyx.
Yeah, it definitely looked like, you know, it looked like Bigatron off that, by the way. Amazing reaction to that flicker, and then obviously, we gotta watch this again. Just give it time, let it sink in, guys. Just wait for the moment here. It looks like Bigatron are winning. Keyboy goes in, and then Luke gets a moment, but I think that actually played against Bigatron, that pullback. If the I'm Offended was used up and he used a Donut Wall King in that bush itself, if he didn't look for that play, maybe that would have actually recovered Bigatron Alpha enough to a point where at least some of them could escape. But no, he decided to go for a big moment, try to go for the combo, and it ended up not working out. It's 26-8, but again, Bigatron Alpha, like you said, Arashi, it looks like they were the ones making moves that Onyx should be making. You know, like they were the ones looking for fights constantly where they were always behind.
Exactly. And even when they do want to go for the fights, again, you have to wonder what is going on with the synergy. Because for Bigatron, a big thing about them is how united they are. We keep praising their communication, their synergy. But there, fights happening when Super Ken, the assassin, the guy that wants to snowball, the guy that wants to take control of the early game, wasn't around. The fight's happening there where Eman with the damage isn't there. Where their main engaged tool, Super Luke, wasn't there yet either. You know, we didn't see a lot of big combos. For instance, a big ammo offended into an Earth Shatter. Luke and Finn did not have a moment where there was a combo play or one person, you know, threatening the engage and the other capitalizing on how Fnatic Onyx are standing next to each other. Moments like that were not really seen in this game. In fact, it was Onyx that made the quote-unquote combo plays. Sans, you can say, back in form, saving multiple members with the Netherrealm, right? It seems like they're the ones who are actually seeing multiple steps ahead.
They truly were, man. And here, you can see again, right? I mean, again, the Beatrix pick was against the Fanny. I mean, again, against this composition, it was great. But then you add the Fanny in. If it was everything except for the Fanny here, it's a great pick. You know, Barat's actually not even against Grok. I would say it's a good pick, but still, I get what it's about. It's supposed to do.
See the vision.
I see the vision up against the Faramis and the Herod. Against the Fanny, though, it was a risky pick to go for, and we saw that risk, and it did not pay out. So for Bigatron Alpha, do they now go for something crazier in Game 2? Or do they go for something safer in Game 2, right? Because again, it is 1-0, it is a lead. And this game was all Fnatic Onyx. Rich Guy, the carry, even Sandbag, they don't want to give anything to BTR. They want to take that first place position away from the Red Robots.
Shows you again how much squishier Luke is, because on the Ruby, being picked off multiple times in the early game, you would expect that he would be the Sandbag. But no, Keyboy takes it away too even. And Eman, by the way, he went for the fourth item, Wind Talker. No, not Wind Talker, Wind of Nature, Mirko. So he's up against a Fanny. He's up against the Barats, I guess. But he didn't go for the Wind of Nature until his 4th item. So that was still really banking on the big teamfight moment, a big catch. But Fnatic Onyx, they did not allow a single moment where the big ammo vendor does happen, right? You talked about the spacing, the maneuvers around, and even with the Faramis, they were able to do so because they did not use the Faramis in a normal way. They use it to save, to go for a dive, but never for a long drawn-out teamfight where the Beatrix can finally get some value.
It does seem like the mistake that Sans did, well, not the mistake, right? The positioning that Sans did against Beloy, they adapted, they adjusted, right? Because it's technically against a Ruby again. I'm offended towards the bush, but it did not land because all of that, you mentioned that spacing.
Yeah, that spacing was crucial for the Faramis, the Sans Gila moments there, and we didn't see that against Geek Fam because Beloyski was able to 3-1-2 his way into Sans. If you guys want to 3-1-2 your way into financial success, or financial stability rather, download the new GoPay app, the gamer's wallet that packs a punch. With GoPay, you get a vote for the winner of each MPL Indonesia Season 14 match, and you guys get guaranteed GoPay coins on your first vote. And also, 1 token with every vote that you collect with these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, even gaming smartphones if you guys are, in need of an upgrade, I would say, and even electric motorcycles. So if you don't want the phone, at least go for electric motorcycles. If you don't want electric motorcycles, you get guys skins and GoPay coins, and there's going to be activities in the MPL arena where you guys can actually participate, and you will have a chance to get to play Brawl with one of the pro players.
That is wild.
That's fun. Because you really want to see how the pro players would play Brawl, right? These pro players are so serious, so calculated. Sometimes you want to see them let loose and make those crazy creative plays. And maybe Brawl is where you can get to see it.
Yeah. And I think they can get cashbacks too, right, Gani?
Exactly. 20,000
IDR
worth of GoPay coins for that cashback. So check out, buy the latest skin as well. In the GoPay app, you can buy also phone credit at the lowest prices, right? Make 100 transfers per month to anywhere without any administration fees. Yuck. Extra fees, yuck.
Yeah.
All right, so check out Splitting Bill with Friends, Mirko Arashi. We did that earlier. It's all easier, it's all faster because all is in the GoPay app.
It's that easy, ladies and gentlemen. It is easy. And it's not even spelled E-A-S-Y. It's so easy, it's just spelled with 2 letters. E and Z.
Like
or as the
Onyx
Indonesians. Like, whoa, hang on a second. I don't think we want to go that far, Connie. We have to wait.
Just you wait, brother man. This has happened before, by the way.
That's good.
That's game 2, Gani. We'll see game 2.
You know, chat. You know what's going on.
You know what's going on, chat. You know.
Okay.
Game 2.
Well, what do you think would be a great adjustment, though, Mirko, for Bigatron?
What? Adjustments. I would say, the Beatrix pick was definitely difficult to pull off there.
So quick question. So Super Luke is a well-known Ruby player.
Yeah.
But usually we talked about this a lot, right? You want to have one playmaker, another one being a bit more tanky. So for Super Luke to be on a Ruby, he wasn't really as tanky as the Barats. That seems to be one of the big difference as well in frontline durability between the two teams. You think something could be changed there as well?
Maybe, but first, before we get into that, you guys need to download the app again if you guys want to, get all your friends to attend MPL Arena to join the activity, play with the pro players here, and this activity will be taking place every even week of MPL Indonesia Season 14. But yeah, back to the drafts there. Better than Ruby? No, I don't think so. I think everything else was okay. They were playing with damage output, that's fine, and I think we saw that as well. A couple of times they were able to melt down some of the members and they just made some missteps. Like even with the Beatrix, they misstepped into Keyboy's big play, stuff like that, and they can definitely, improve forward again. I think getting a safer pick when you're up against a Fanny would do them a lot of justice, would give them a lot of value as well. By the way, as well, for you guys back at home, in case you guys weren't already overwhelmed with amazing GoPay activities, I'm gonna give you some more. Pour another one out for the boys. During this match, there will be something called Waktunya Bagi-Bagi. Okay, that is VBG. What is Bagi-Bagi, Mirko? It means giveaway. There's gonna be a giveaway for GoPay, and we will be giving away, get this, 50 million GoPay coins to 5,000. 50 million GoPay coins. So 5,000 lucky winners. So make sure to download the GoPay app right now so you can redeem free GoPay coins. You don't, come on, man, that's free value, man. Gratis. If you guys don't want to know what that means, that is, gratis means free in Indonesian.
Yes, sir.
Gratis.
Now it's just like that.
Gratis. That's how Leo would pronounce it, you know? Shout out to my boy Leo, Mr. Dan.
Mr. Dan, as always. Well, we'll see what is the solution for game number 2. Even the MPL is asking that right now. Losing in the early game power, where Bigatron usually finds ways to win it out. To be fair, in the first fight, as expected, they did go for it. But again, they went for it when they weren't all there together. The 4 members, except for the gold laners, weren't really at the turtle at the same time. So if they want to still go for the early game fight, I think they can still try and go for that. But they have to try and maintain more focus when it comes to what kind of fights they're trying to take, right? Is everyone ready for it as well? And if the issue is they're not ready, then they gotta be ready, right? Put more emphasis on these setups, because Bigatron's setups have always been really, really good so far in Season 14. Onyx were the ones critiqued for a lack of
proactiveness,
setting up, for cleaning up the waves. But turns out now, in a big match against a big Titan, Onyx, it's like they turned on, like a big game player.
See the killer instincts trying to show.
They're the Sky Kings, you know, Gani?
The Sky Kings.
So it almost seems as though they're the Sky Kings. They're up and above, right? The atas langit, they're above the sky. So whenever they're up against teams that they don't consider a threat, when the teams can't reach them, they send their goons to deal damage. They smite them down from the top. But then when some of these boys, like, you know, some Titans, a big robot comes in the way, able to reach the Sky Kings, they say, all right, let's get our hands dirty. Let's get in there. Because in the draft as well, here, it does seem like we are going to see that selection of the sides. And this time, seems to be a little bit different. Was it not, Gani? It is
going to be Bigatron.
Second pick selection, Bigatron Alpha. So they're taking away the red side from Fnatic Onyx. Again, Fnatic Onyx, 85% win rate, right? On the red side. Teams like Geek Fam have taken away the red side, and even RRQ, by the way, taken away the red side away from Fnatic Onyx.
I think also another important thing is Bigatron Alpha. They do not like ease up with the tempo that was created with Fnatic Onyx, because Fnatic Onyx, they want to fight. Bigatron Alpha, they were steered towards that tempo. Second game, they need to create their own tempo.
You have to make their own destiny here, Gani.
Exactly.
Making sure that they don't fall into the traps, the flow of Fnatic Onyx, because that is where they are the strongest. Let's look at the drafting phase for game number 2 right here, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6, Coach Yeb, with the Harriet, Sushin, and Hylos. And for Wura, the Grok even gets respected here.
So much respect over to the Grok, you know, it's a great flex pick that Fnatic Onyx have been able to utilize, and you can see the Harith also banned out by Fnatic Onyx, so they don't really want to go for that battle anymore. Valentino was the first pick for Bigatron Alpha. Will Fnatic Onyx take it away? No, they won't. They'll take the Fanny. That's how confident they are.
Not bad.
About Kyrie on the Fanny.
I mean, he's a microwave. That game,
a microwave.
Microwave. He's heated. He's heated up, and now he is hot. All right, he's a microwave.
Wait,
man.
the microwave itself doesn't get hot, Gani. The food in the microwave.
Is he the food or is he the microwave, Gani?
He's a microwave.
Okay. So he gets
Kyrie the microwave.
He gets hot very fast. It's what Gani is trying to get across right there, which is not the worst of comparisons. But let's see, what kind of solution here for Bigatron? The Ruby, as we discussed earlier, can be a great solution. Spammable, crowd control. Might be a bit too squishy though.
Destroy. Begin.
They go for the Zosk and the Ruby as opposed to the Valentina. And I honestly feel like Fnatic Onyx will probably just go for the Feramis again, right? It's a good counter into the Zosk. I think Bigatron had actually more ways to go up against the Feramis in game 1 with the Valentina. Now it's a good pick against the Zosk with the Feramis.
Without the Harith, though.
Yeah, without the Harith.
Is it a Moskov?
The Roger is still up for grabs too, by the way.
Right.
That was what was left open.
Roger.
Against a Ruby, though, and a Zosk. Not ideal.
Not ideal, but depending on the situation here, with the Fanny, with the Roger, there's a situation where they can get the chip damage, the burst damage out first, and then allow the Roger to just do the chase. right? Because I think maneuverability is something that Bigatron was using really, really well. One of the fights they were able to kind of get an advantage in was that fight where they went back and forth, in and out of danger. But here we go with the Terizla being the selection for Fnatic Onyx, with Bigatron picking up the Ling as well. Very minor differences. A bit more all-in for the side of Fnatic Onyx though, with this Terizla.
Something that we can actually talk about as well is the fact that Bigatron Alpha, the Ruby can be flexed to 3 lanes. If they really want to give Eman a safe lane, the Ruby is a pretty good option to go for. So maybe that's why they've actually been putting a lot of prio into the Ruby in the first phase, even in game number 1. Now, back to the banning phase now. It does seem like with the Terizla and the Feramis, Bigatron Alpha will have to try to deal with Keyboy. What would you ban to deal with Keyboy? You are on red side here, okay? There you go. That's one. That's Tigreal. So you've gotten rid of the Grok and the Tigreal. The next best thing when we think Keyboy, after Grok and Tig, is Kufra. That was the Keyboy moment.
It's a great pick against the Ruby and Ling as well, by the way. So certainly.
And they have Terizla. They already have an initiator.
Kufra Terizla. It's already an insane combo to have. Are Bigatron going to try and deny it? Or do they want to outmatch it somehow with their own roamer, right? With Finn, to try and make a Finn moment happen. Barrage will be taken away by Fnatic Onyx. They want to make sure that Bigatron have juicy targets in the front line that can be bursted down the same way Luke was in game number 1.
Somehow it's showing that Fnatic Onyx, they want to force this Ruby on towards that EXP as well, right? Limiting options for Super Luke. Yeah, I think they will fall back to that safety net, that Ruby pick. Let's see though, will it work or not? Yeah, Bigatron, they know that Roger's on the board. They do not want to deal with a snowballing hero, it seems like so.
They don't want to ban away like the Edith as well. It was used earlier, but no, it's the Moskov. So they're still not convinced that this Ruby might be flexed over. It can be something that Bigatron Alpha can use to surprise Fnatic Onyx by all means. First pick in the second phase though for Bigatron. First card to show for Fnatic Onyx earlier, it was the Grok. For Bigatron here, it can be the Roamer as well. Something with AoE to punish the Faramis. Something that can stop the Fanny. They don't want to take the Kufra?
I'm not sure about the Kufra here, if the only real initiator is Ruby, right? I think at this point, flex the Ruby into row and pick up an XP enabler. Another enabler. Yeah, exactly. Something like an Arlet maybe to try to displace them. We'll see though, here, did they decide to look at the flex pick or did they decide to go for a pick for Eman first? And it is actually going to be the Arlet. There you go.
Okay. Another engage tool. Still a flex now. Still actually a question. Arlet Roam, Arlet EXP.
This has to be a Kufra though, right?
Especially against the Arlet as well. More dashes.
Exactly.
Without the Povias available,
you see that smile on Keyboy.
Is he smiling?
He was. He was talking to Yeb.
He looks kind of skeptical though.
What about the Minotaur here, right? I mean, Minotaur might work. Do they need big crowd control? I think they do. Provide cover with the Holy, with the Motivation Roar, and as well as the Nether Realm, actually. He will be very strong in prolonged team fights.
There we go. I heard Alchemy.
Jawhead.
Wow. It's the Jawhead and the Brody. Full early game double down for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah.
They say we can stop you before you can even start getting going.
Chivalry is dead.
Even with the Brody here, it's going to be so difficult. A Clint as a response. Good damage output, but no real way to survive from that Fanny. And in the lane against the Brody, not the best of lanes either. Looking quite difficult here, Mirko.
Eman is gonna try to tie the Fanny up with that second skill, and then trying to gun down the lady that brings a sword to a gun battle. Sheriff Eman's in town, partner.
Will the lasso find the Fanny, or
will the steel cables choke out the Clint?
Ouch.
Last time we saw the Clint, by the way, it was also Eman that used it. I forgot exactly who it was up against, but he was demolished. It was Benedetta. Someone remind me if you remember, but it's time to jump into the Land of Dawn, the Clash of the Titans, round number 2. Game 1, it was Fnatic Onyx, the Sky Kings, smiting down the red robots from up above. And our robots will have to climb back up to get eye to eye with the Sky Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match of the day, game number 2. possible 2-0 in the horizon, or a possible equalizer from the Red Robots.
All right, Bigatron, what can they do right here? They're up against a Jawhead. Now there's no real way of really saving anyone gets ejected, so they have to make sure that if they do send someone out and there's a potential for T-Boy to get a toss off, they gotta try and jump in there almost immediately. Or maybe just use the Nightmare Spawn to try and get the scouting going on. As in the mid lane, you can see that this Jawhead pick is having so much more impact, able to help with the jungle clear, able to help with the wave clear as well. It's just going all over the place. Whereas for Finn on the Ruby, a bit more static. Now finally for Bigatron, they understand the importance of the tenacity. Against so much damage, so much burst. They want to go for 4 of them, with the firmness even for Finn, for good measure.
You take a look at that emblems again, man. It does feel like, I mean, Fnatic Onic really want to utilize this mobility. Super Ken
finds one member here. Tempest the Blade already in the arsenal for Super Ken. Luckily for Super Ken, Kyrie has not had, he did not have the cutthroat yet.
Not yet. He chose to go for the invade first rather than actually going for level 4. Keyboy rotating down below. Finn might be caught.
Injector will not connect here with a don't run Wolf King. Will be able to deny the mobility. Yeah, head-to-head roamer. It's going to be tough for Keyboy. He needs to find a creative angle here to find the right angle here against the Ruby in that roam position.
Oh man, look at that on his prediction. Rising for Fnatic Onic up against Bigatron Alpha. And it does seem like Fnatic Onic will be able to get this advantage again in the mid lane, that mid prio. Up top as well, it does seem like Rez will be able to hit level 4 first. Super Luke following through. Kyrie getting the purple.
No purple for Super Ken. And no retribution as well for both of the junglers. They will take their time. Finn and Keyboy not level 4. Sans though is, as well as Moreno here. Let's see here, will they force without retribution? No, they will reset it. They should reset this. Oh, but their penalties on onwards. Finn and Super Luke. The damage will come through. Finn is very vulnerable. Flickers out. Super Luke trying to delay as well. And that will be the first turtle neglected.
Ooh, great plays. It's a big commit from Fnatic Onic, especially from Kyrie, to just chase down Finn, the roamer. If they took Finn out, but gets taken out in the process, it could have been really bad for Fnatic Onic. On the gold lane, though, you can see the pressure from the Brody coming in from CW. Now it's back to the waiting game. And you have to keep in mind that Kyrie still has both his buffs available. Super Ken lost his purple before the turtle was even up. So when it comes down to the farming game, Kyrie is slowly but surely gonna be able to build an advantage.
This might not be, or this might be, a no turtle game. Both teams really not gonna go for it just yet. Both teams really waiting for the purple buffs to go for the play. With CW wants to change some of these things. Kyrie with the purple buff already, first into the turtle. The Sky Kings make their move into this neutral objective. Keyboy!
Yep, with the ejector and unspeakable force. Finn soaking a lot of damage. Good pull, never round pop. Finn very low and Kyrie goes down. Tempest Lane, they might get more as Rez will not be able to soak up damage. Bigatron Alpha, they win the early game. Moreno, early Dominator's descent here. Keyboy though, trying to look for that kill. He's low. Keyboy though will not be able to escape. No flicker on his body, and Super Luke will claim the kill. Turtle free for Super Ken.
That was a sketchy situation for Fnatic Onic. They engaged with the ejector and the penalty zone onto Finn. They wanted to make sure that the pickoff was available, get him out of the game so that Bigatron can't move forward. But Finn survived and was able to even help out with them. I'm offended. And even with the Netherrealm, they just used too many resources and Bigatron fight back.
Look at this new pathing from Super Ken. Instead of going from the turtle towards the purple buff, he's actually opted to go from the turtle towards his own orange buff. So he's delaying the purple buff to be in better timing for the turtle. I guess we'll see later what this delayed purple buff take will actually give him. But it's a Berserker's Fury. It's a 1,000 gold lead now for BTR. A great response there in the fight. It looked like for Fnatic Onic, they engaged on the wrong dude. You know, they went on towards Finn, who is the roamer, and Super Luke, as usual, always able to find these moments on the Arlet. Just waiting in that bush for an all-in. Then getting the final slash out. This is it, the purple buff.
Oh! Flicker out of bang, attempts to blade. Kyrie goes down even. The Netherrealm pop. Super Luke to the backside. Renzo flickers out all that damage. And Super Ken will be enough
And with the Berserker's Fury, it will shred Rez down. It's gonna be another trade for the Red Robots.
I asked the question and BTR answered. That's what it's for, Mirko, the delayed purple buff, to wait for the timing on the enemy purple buff, to then steal it away from Kyrie.
Ooh, almost a 1v1 situation, but Kyrie actually was losing out 2 levels compared to Super Ken. It's a great move by both teams, but for Bigatron, that was just a lot more calculated. Super Ken also going for the Berserker's Fury build when he went for the Endless Battle Thunderbelt build earlier, so he wants a lot more basic attack damage right here. If he isn't paid attention to in the midst of a big fight, might be fatal for Fnatic Onyx. And honestly, Luke, from the EXP lane, his impact is felt all across the land of Dawn, man, in these fights. In that fight even earlier, Final Slash flicker into the jungle, blindly technically. That is the kind of play that Luke brings to the table.
And we have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, wait, boy. Ejector cancelled. Oh, Finn pops the ejector too! Okay, well played, Finn. But yeah, Bigatron, the window for them opens up pretty late, right? This is a Ling, a Clint, a Zas. They can scale up. Fnatic Onyx have a Brody. They have to start an Jahan. Number one, right? They have to look for an early lead. The fact that they are down by 3,000 gold puts them in a very difficult spot. And again, Kyrie is 2 levels down in the bottom lane.
Oops. That's a good 2-for-1, double teaming Amon. The purple though, now it's gonna be contested. Super Ken will look for that purple, and they will get it for free. Well, not for free, for Amon.
Wow. Before Amon died though, he was able to clear out the wave in the bottom lane, so it actually denies a full-on punishment from Fnatic Onyx.
And so good from Bigatron right here. Is this a difference in win condition? Because for Bigatron, they go in the jungle and they're focusing their efforts on shutting down Kyrie. So it's in line with map control, with the objective contest. Whereas for Fnatic Onyx, they're forced to go in the gold lane to try and get those pickoffs. But Bigatron are happy to trade all these early game objectives, the purple buff, to get Super Ken ahead and allow Amon to be behind, to just wait up, because later on he can still scale up.
Center unstoppable force on towards the roamer though. Super Luke is there with the final slash now with Rez jumping in with the penalty zone is actually Kyrie who finds the first kill. Bigatron, will they oblige it for another fight? Take a look at the mid. It's actually Super Ken looking for that shove. Finds the structure mid. That's them equalizing.
I think that actually ends up being a win, maybe. In terms of resources, okay, Bigatron Alpha definitely lose on that one. 3 flickers. But in terms of just objectives in the trade, just being a kill, was trying to catch him while he was flying.
Respectable attempt, but finally now this bottom turret will fall, but it's way too long. And the middle turret for Fnatic Onyx is taken in a game where the junglers are so important, are so critical, that mid turret being gone for Fnatic Onyx means that the whole jungle is open for plays available to Bigatron. And look at this, they're back at it again.
Purple buff contest volume, what, 4? Healthy zone early, on towards Super Luke. Super Ken though will try to find the backside here. No purple again for Kyrie. Now, Bigatron stands with 5. But that's Super Ken with a hit and run. What? Keyboy gets taken out, Kyrie. Finds Super Luke in that bush. But it seems like Super Luke will not be able to find the sustain. He goes down as well.
That's a big shutdown that he gave over there. 3-1 and 2 now. Bigatron Alpha actually going to go on towards the Lord. They know they have the advantage. Kyrie, no purple pin.
I'm offended on towards CW. Victor from CW. Now Kyrie knows, oh my goodness. With the help of the Lord, he goes down for 20.
Oh man, the Lord has a vested interest, but now the Lord is so low that I can go back for it.
Retribution battle! It's gonna be Kyrie finding it. Now there's a blade towards Sam. He gets taken down. The backside, on. Too vulnerable. Kyrie secures it. Now Moreno will be the next target, but good initiation again by Super Ken as Rez secures Moreno. It's an all-out brawly war. Who wins on? Who gets the win?
The Sky Kings get the win. That was a Lord take, and they were down 2,000 gold. No purple buff on Kyrie. That should have not been a Bigatron loss. That was everything for Bigatron Alpha. And now Super Ken has the endless battle. Rashi, is this the timer? Is this the window for Fnatic Onyx?
For Fnatic Onyx, I feel like now there's more power for them to just go around and pressure. Bigatron Alpha has been able to use the mobility to really get ahead of Fnatic Onyx, but now with the Lord, you can see Rez, you can see Sans, everyone moving forward. Bit too deep, maybe.
Oh, Sans overextended. Now with the penalty zone looking for a payback, perhaps without Santa. Unstoppable for final slash. Every resource, this is put on towards Keyboy. With the flicker, finally Mount secures it. Top lane is 1v1, Assassin versus Assassin. Who wins it? Oh, it's gonna be Super Ken again! He finds the solo against Kyrie.
A solo kill, a fight down below. Bigatron Alpha says, your window open, but we will shut it down. The red robots going blow for blow up against the Sky Kings now. Again, getting the lead, but they must look for more punishment. CW.
Oh, this might be it. Oh! He finds this route onto it, Super Ken, and that will be the payback. CW finds the torn apart memory on towards Cannon. He shut him down.
Baldwin Nata is using his scissors. I don't know where he got those scissors from, but he's cutting the circuits of the red robots.
It was so good for him to just get a pickup on Supercan, shut down on the carry, right? The gold laner. Unfortunately for Supercan, his ultimate wasn't ready. Now it's back to the waiting situation, and you can see Kyrie proactively moving around, going for the pushes, knowing that Supercan won't be around for another 5 seconds. Someone will be going to the top side to clear. That might be exactly when Fnatic Onyx are gonna make a play for this purple buff, or even this bottom turret.
By the way, Iman already has it with a nature, so my question is, Iman, how is he gonna play into this game, right? Because he's the lingering threat that will slowly but surely get to that big power spike in the later stage of the game.
I think he just stays in the back line and does damage. A bit of a benefit for him because he has a mobility, and with the passive, right, with the shots, he can actually shoot from a lot further away compared to CW, who has to actually come close, get up close and personal to actually have great impact, great damage output. Now with the wave kind of equalized, but kind of pushing in favor of Bigatron. Yeah, this is going to be the slow push setup for Bigatron, and they're going straight onto the Lord. Might even blitz it down. Hang on a minute. Whoa.
You're gonna put the Lord here. Oh, Supercan still finds the Lord now. It's gonna be no lot more. Finn flickers out. Kyrie looking for an opening. Doesn't find the window. It's still 5v5. Supercan in the mid push. Looking for Sans. Does not find it. That's a clean take from Bigatron.
Discipline. They've learned from their mistakes. Last time they weren't up against Geek Fam. They were leading. They took the Lord, and then what happened? They looked for a fight that gave their opponents an opportunity to come back. But now, Iman?
Oh my goodness! Almost there with the flicker. Ooh, spent. Lord marches bottom side of the map here. As Fnatic Onyx, they will definitely take care of that Lord soon. Top lane will be sacrificed, I believe, as the base turret. Actually, the Lord will crash onto that base turret, so that's already a chunk of, what, 55% of its HP taken down.
But again, for Bigatron Alpha, I would say, in terms of value, that enhanced Lord really didn't get them too much value. Top side still up. Kyrie, oh, because the minions are there, this actually gives Bigatron a chance to go for the purple buff steal. That will be value.
See though, they will not commit it just yet. Final flash finds two. Purify press. Rez with the opening. They got turned onto a super loop. Purple buff for the side. Oh my goodness, Super Dead. He finds a kill. Super Luke, torn apart memory. We'll find one member. And that will be the NetherRealm triggered as well. It's a 1-for-1. Both the XP laners down and out.
Playing with literally the thin line, the margin of error.
Now another approach. Mr. Blade defensively as Supercan and Kyrie will have a stalemate bottom side.
It's a battle of execution. 50-50 as ever. Oh, Fanny versus Ling is a show to watch.
Blink and you'll miss it. BOD now for Supercan still. 1,200 gold ahead of Kyrie. But overall, the team is actually behind in gold from Fnatic Onyx. They have caught up, and with Kyrie able to almost one-shot Supercan while still having the Dreadnought armor, this means that he will have a bit more advantage when it comes to survivability from unknown sources, from unexpected sources. With the Brody having the Wind of Nature as well, now Supercan is going to find it quite difficult to try and identify the right targets. Bigatron Alpha might be forced to just go for a split push type play.
And then it comes down to also execution, right? Because Kyrie can match that. We've seen it. This is a 50-50 in the assassin department. Super Ken is 7-1 though in this game. Kyrie is 3-3. Game 1 was all Kyrie. Oh, good ejector onto Luke.
Yep. We'll trigger the flicker for Super Luke though. So that's info for the next 2 minutes or so. Let's see, Bigatron Power Slash. The purple bomb. Rest again with the penalty zone will trigger the Tempest Blade by Super Ken.
Wow.
And that will be the purple buff for the side of still Bigatron.
And now there's a big question that is raised amongst the Sky Kings. No purple buff. Do they decide to contest? Because Bigatron, they hold the cards now. They're the ones to make the move.
And they're on the Lord already. No vision just yet. Moreno setting up the Nightmare Spawn just for vision. It will spot Keyboy out.
Oh, wow! Whoa. That's Keyboy jumping in. Still has the flicker. No, it's going to be Keyboy loses the mortality. Never round pops. In the backside, Kyrie looking for an opening onto Zaman does not find it. Fnatic on it. They will have to be taken down. As Sans Rez now will be next on the chopping block. Iman cuts down the Sheriff. Yippee-ki-yay! He finds it to K, and that will be Fnatic on it. Losing out on the fights.
Yeehaw! Sheriff Iman's in town. The Red Raider, now the Red Cowboy it seems. Bigatron Alpha playing the forced error and now getting all of the benefits.
The information advantage with the Nightmare Spawn. Finn going in and the zoning. Everywhere Kyrie was trying to go in for, Finn was on the case. And Iman finally having the space, having a moment there to output all of the bullets, all the quick draws and double shots. And you are seeing that insane damage output of a late game Clint. Already almost at full build, one more item to go with the Endless Battle. Berserker's Fury, a Malefic Roar, and Wind of Nature. You cannot stand there and take the bullets, man.
Remember, that lingering threat of the scaling Cowboy was there from the start of the game.
Ooh.
You don't see it from Iman up until you do. But when you realize it, say goodbye to your HP bar. Kyrie actually doing a good job to actually get into that bush. He will have a good flank, or he'll be able to cut the wave. Bigatron Alpha, now with a siege. Bottom lane push. This is going to be a 3-wave setup. And they're going to come crashing down. At least one base turret will fall.
Magic Sentry already activated both sides, top and bot. Lord will charge and destroy the base turret in the bottom side of the map. Bigatron, Super Luke jumping in, looking for an engage, potentially with the immortality. He knows that he has that extra life. Oh my goodness, what an opening! Super Cannon on, dealing a lot of damage, and that is Rez, taken now for 40. Fnatic on it, they're looking for a defense. Mid-wave is there for Bigatron to take. But no, they will not be able to find a turret lock just yet. Keyboy, no immortality. He will be able to have the space to get out though. Bigatron again, still with the pressure. Now in the top side, waiting for that mid minion to crash. They're still strong with 5 seconds. All 5 spells are still up from the side of Bigatron, looking for opening again! And the round pop, Kyrie gets taken out as Bigatron Alpha. They go down in game 1, but in game 2, they roar. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, we've got game 3.
Did you really think it would go clean sweep? Did you really think it will be 2-0 in our match of the day? Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 14. Fnatic Onyx, though still strong, though still the Sky Kings, have been dragged back to earth by the Red Robots. It's back to 1-1, even on the board. Get ready for Game 3, folks.
Wow. What is the solution right here? We thought that in execution, in mechanics, Fnatic Onyx are just so much better. They were just doing so well. But in game 2, Bigatron Alpha made it look like the other way around, man. That final fight was so dominant. Let's take a look at it again. Now they know that the dangers in the backline. Moreno and Aman, physical and magical, but Super Luke is the real danger. What an amazing final slash, catching Kyrie out. And just like that, everyone just falls.
This was the purchase of the season, this was the transfer of the season, and this was the super play of the season as well from Luke. What a performance, man. Finn too, we gotta give him credit on that Ruby, always canceling it out, protecting Iman, giving him a force field that he should not have on the Clint. Moreno and Ken.
Yeah.
Everybody played their roles there in the game, and it truly shows you how everybody needs to be at their tip-top shape, tip-top performance to get a game off of Fnatic Onyx. Man, what a match.
What a series, man. Are you guys not entertained? Because yeah, as a fan of MLBB and of course MPL, that was...
And of course Onyx.
And of course Onyx. Well,
and
unfortunately for as a fan of Onyx, we lost game 2, but what a series. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Finn, I feel like he is the silent MVP because Kyrie, he was looking for that angle, right?
Absolutely.
He was looking for the right timing to get Amon, catch him on off guard, but no, Finn is always the bodyguard of Amon that game.
Like I said, right, when they decided to deploy Finn, it almost seems like Amon's always more comfortable with Finn around. He's more of a play around the goal lane kind of guy. He knows his job description. Meanwhile, Key, he's el momento. He looks for the moments. He's the one to initiate. And in that game, we saw the good part about Finn, having someone on the Ruby that just peels. But he doesn't just peel, by the way. When he sees an opportunity, flicker, I'm offended. There was so many moments as well. He got Sans with it. He was able to stop Kyrie from getting his own purple buff many times. And that was the key, was it not? When Kyrie got shut down, no purple buff, it almost seems to be, all right, that's the end.
It really seems like that is the case. He definitely was one of the big win conditions. Ooh. And there, the 1v1 going in favor of Super Ken. And here, when the fight really favor Bigatron is when Onyx are forced to walk in, when the ejector can't really be used to its full potential. This is also Bigatron as a team playing well against a composition that wants to use the ejector, right? The idea is we take an ejector, right? We take away one of your members, and if you try and save him, we have another realm. But here, when Bigatron spread apart and we're able to use the final sweep, the final slash, and all of that to actually push the fight away from the main body of Onyx, that is how they were able to get such a decisive victory. Player of the game is Super Luke, man.
Truly super.
From the laning phase, Rez, we said he looked kind of okay. When Luke is on the aggressive picks, it's a whole different story, man. Luke was just dominating. He was all across the map once he won his lane. And even in the end, he still made one of the big game-winning moments. This man is just something else, bro.
And we gotta talk about the obvious as well, right? For Fnatic Onyx, it was that their window closed around 10 to 13 minutes. 13 minutes, I think, and especially after the 15 minute, right? You could give a case for them all the way up to 15 minutes. But the fact that they were behind in the early game, it stopped their momentum. And with a Jawhead and a Brody, this is truly a composition that wanted to get the early lead. When it didn't get it, the composition faltered. Props to Fnatic Onyx for being able to recover despite being behind with this kind of composition. But we knew it from the start. That was what the comp was built for.
And I think that the first fight we saw right there might be the beginning of the whole sequence for Fnatic Onyx. They were having some more pressure with the Jawhead, with the Brody, with the Fanny as well. But then they went all in onto Finn, remember? And Finn survived, and Bigatron Alpha were able to get a winning fight, and then it equalized. And this was that crazy 1v1 playing out on screen. And CW still had moments of its own.
He wasn't happy.
For sure. Trying to equalize still. In the end though, look at Finn, dude. Just coming in.
Exactly.
Taking away the surprise. Keyboy on the Jawhead. Keyboy who made that big Keyboy play in game 1. Just can't do anything. And look at Kyrie. Just zoned off, man.
Yeah.
It's not just the Ruby, by the way, because if you get stopped mid-air, when Amon is in right behind there shooting at you, that is dangerous. And triple kill was taken by him.
And this one right here, right? He was able to get Kyrie, Luke. The game should have been over anyways, but the fact that he got Kyrie here, oh, what a sweep there. That was truly the nail in the coffin.
Once that was done, Kyrie can't just slash and dash. We saw the cables showed up by Kyrie, and we saw that with the base in his back, he can clear the wave so fast with the Fanny. But Luke says, no, not today, man. Not when I'm around.
Not today, says SL. Super Luke. This time, 20-8. Look, it's like similar to game number 1. 20 kills to like 6 kills, Gotti. Would you agree?
All according to plan, man.
So are you saying
2-1?
2-1 for Fnatic Onyx?
I voted 2-1.
I voted 2-1.
All according to plan.
Okay, Gotti.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Gotti certainly hasn't lost confidence, and the audience prediction, if I recall, was like 80% for Onyx in game number 2. So I think the people most definitely still believe that Onyx is still on top. Which is why Bigatron Alpha has to prove them wrong if they really want to change that opinion. Looking at the items, Moreno even going for the lightning truncheon, just for the extra bit of burst, the extra bit of surprise. With the glowing one, of course, applying all that to everyone. And even see the adjustment coming in from Super Ken. We said that Kyrie was the one with the Dreadnought armor that has that extra bit of tankiness. But Super Ken towards the end also has the anti-cuirass, just in case those torn apart memories, right? Those unpredictable sources of damage really becomes a nail in his coffin. And with Iman having the win of nature, with the late game formation of Big John Alpha, technically 3 members that are so defensive around the Clint, allowing him to just use all the aggression, all the aggressive items to just output the damage again and again.
Here we can see as well the carry. Damage dealt 72,000. It was actually Moreno, the shadow carry, with the best wingman too. Again, everybody played their roles really well. Sandbag though, it's still unfortunately Keyboy. And Sandbag 2 games in a row, and this time it was on a jawhead. So not really the tankiest of picks, yet he still took so much damage. I'm impressed. You know, I didn't really expect Moreno to take the damage dealt here, but goes to show you how crazy the Zask is, man.
It's almost a bit of a signature pick at this point, and you have to remember, in one of those big fights, it was Moreno's Nightmare Spawn that wasn't just doing the damage, but it exposed Keyboy, right? Keyboy was looking for a chance to make a play, he gets slowed, he gets exposed, and that's where Finn started off that last Lord fight and kind of sealed the deal. So, information is power, some would say. And in games like this, when both teams are equally as elusive, equally waiting for a big moment, that Zask definitely played a huge part, more so than the Faramis that we were hyping up for Sans.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Roamer, pick up the jawhead against a Ruby. That's already losing matchup, right? You will not be able to eject. Unless you have the flicker, sure, you can surprise someone towards the back. But yeah, I mean, Finn, well done, right? You did your part. You covered your mid lane very well, and as well as gold lane, especially towards that end. Amon, the Bigatron's formation, they were tight.
Compact.
Exactly. Airtight.
It was like a force field around Iman. There was a force field around the Zask as well. Luke and Iman played to cover up until they didn't. Up until they can find a big play. That's what we saw. The scale off for Fnatic Onyx composition, and in game number 3, we'll see an adaptation again. We'll see the adjustment. Let's see if Fnatic Onyx can actually adjust and adapt faster, or if Big Turn Alpha have their number.
There's a difference in the pick order as well, though, because now Fnatic Onyx can have the choice to go back on red. That's a big change, right?
So far, 100% win rate on the red side, yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see. For Bigatron, they have to start from now, right? They just won, but now they have to immediately be worried. Okay, they might take the red side now. How do we want to do this? What kind of traps can we set up there in the drafting phase for Coach Kojib?
What would you say, Gani? What would you want to change in that draft?
I think ban Ruby, man. I think it's a little bit too, especially with Assassins. Your game plan is revolving around Assassins. I think Ruby is just so annoying unless you have a chance to pick up the Ruby yourself. And that would be a different story.
Is it first pick Prio?
Could it be? It's funny because usually it's always the Assassins first pick Prio, right? Ban away, picked away. But when you have 2 equally good Assassins, now we're seeing how dynamic this game can really be. Because then the mages get called to question, the roamers get called to question. If they do go for a Ruby pick or ban, I wouldn't even be too surprised. But there's also a chance that for both these junglers, they can go back to the utility meta, because we've seen that it can work, just very situationally. Now we have a really interesting game on our hands, man.
Well, we've had an interesting match on our hands for a long time now, and I think you guys are very entertained by our game so far. Game number 3, I'm personally just waiting for it, but we have to send it over to Budaklar Mongstar first for a little bit of a break before we get into that amazing conclusion of the series.
Di tengah ketegangan untuk menantikan keputusan dari game yang ketiga di antara kedua tim ini yang bertarung di Line of Down di sini, Bude bersama dengan Bapak Presiden dari Sonic.
Iya, rakyatku.
Iya, rakyatku. Bagaimana ini keadaan dari Sonic?
Kita menikmati pertandingan yang seru ini sih, Bude.
Pasti. Semuanya pada bilang yang di online, yang di sini pada ngeliat, The Battle of Assassin, pada teriak-teriak semua dong.
Iya, kita adu passion.
Namun, sebagai Presiden of Sonic, Bude denger tuh banyak banget aktiviti seru ya di Sonic ya. Kemarin ada Play with Idol, sekarang Meet with Idol.
Iya.
itu kita laksanakan mulai dari season kemarin juga season sekarang. Jadi kita fasilitasi kepada fans-fans kita yang dari jauh-jauh Bude. Kemarin ada yang dari Brunei.
Wow.
Sekarang ada dari Kalimantan, kita beri tiket buat nonton MPL. Kita ajak ketemu sama player Onyx gitu. Jadi spesial buat satu fans kita.
Ini pasti banyak banget yang kepengen ikutan dong.
Iya.
Caranya gimana nih biar bisa ketemu sama abang-abangan kita?
Kalau ingin ketemu dengan player, kita selalu posting di sosmed kita sih Budi, di Instagram kita. Baik di Onyx ataupun Sonic, teman-teman bisa cek di sana. Kemudian tinggal aja komen semenarik mungkin atau komen perjuangan kalian buat menuju Jakarta atau menuju ke venue MPL. Kalau emang nggak punya tiket, kita kasih tiket. Kalau emang nggak punya transport, beli sendiri sih.
Oh gitu ya?
Iya.
Jadi tergantung dari ceritanya nih?
Iya.
Oke, jadi jangan lupa langsung aja ke sosial medianya di Sonic.
Di Sonic dan Onyx sama.
Sonic dan Onyx semua sosial medianya itu akan ada. Jadi hari ini udah ada nih?
Udah ada.
Yang dari Kalimantan?
Iya, yang sebelah pojok.
Wow, seneng banget ya. Terus selain Meet with the Idol, ada acara apa lagi nih? Activity apa sih di Sonic?
Nah, kalau Sonic kan kita mencoba sesuatu hal yang berbeda Bude. Karena kita terlalu banyak main game, biasanya orang tua itu cenderung kayak, kok anakku main game doang gitu. Jadi kita mulai arahkan buat berbuat kebaikan Bude. Namanya bersama berbagi bahagia.
Bersama berbagi bahagia,
Ya.
3B.
Iya 3B, BBB.
Apa tuh?
Itu salah satu aksi sosial, biasanya kalau hari Jumat teman-teman yang join ke salurannya WA-nya Onyx, kita ada share kris GoPay-nya. Teman-teman bisa scan aja dari mulai Rp1. Dan kita galanya cuma hari Jumat doang. Jadi kita pernah di 2 juta, pernah 1,5, pernah 1,7. Dan ntar di hari Minggu atau Sabtu sembari teman-teman bos party, teman-teman juga ke satu yayasan buat membagikan itu Budi.
Yaps, dari komunitas kepada komunitas pula.
Bener.
Berarti kemana aja nih disalurkannya?
Ke yayasan yang membutuhkan sih Budi. Biasanya teman-teman Sonic daerah kayak Manado, Makassar, Medan gitu kan. Kita bantu sebuah event lah biar mereka punya gerak. Oh, kita sama-sama bisa bergerak baik nih buat teman-teman.
Oh, begitu baik. Lalu gimana nih caranya kalau mau pada ikutan?
Ah, itu cukup mudah aja, teman-teman bisa langsung join ke saluran WA-nya Onyx. Ntar kita share infonya di sana semua, Bude.
Pokoknya semua di situ ya?
Iya, kita
jadi,
terbuka banget di sana.
Yang ada di rumah pun bisa ya ikutan?
Bisa.
Dari Sabang sampai Merauke?
Iya, semuanya. Dan kalau teman-teman emang ada di sebelahnya yang membutuhkan bisa DM aja ke PKL.
Pokoknya semua ke PKL ya?
Iya.
PKL akan menyalurkan juga,
Iya.
membantu. Dan mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan lagi nggak sih informasi ini dari Sonic yang kayaknya aktif banget?
Semuanya bakal kita share ke saluran WhatsApp Onyx. Jadi teman-teman yang di luar sana yang belum join saluran WhatsApp Onyx, langsung aja saluran join ke sana guys. Searching aja Onyx Esport gitu.
Di saluran WhatsApp community?
Iya.
Oke, kalau gitu thank you banget PKL.
Sama-sama Bude.
Satu kata untuk game ini?
Ayo berikan petunjuk yang seru guys, kita pasti bisa.
Oke, thank you PKL. Banyak sekali ya activity yang Sonic berikan untuk komunitasnya. Namun di sini MPL juga akan membagikan sesuatu, mungkin bukan MPL, tapi ini adalah waktunya bagi-bagi GoPay. Wah, siapkan semua handphone kalian, siapkan semua Samsung kalian karena sesaat lagi Budi akan membagikan bersama dengan GoPay ada 50 juta koin untuk 5.000 pengguna yang beruntung. Jadi Bude akan kasih tahu kalian caranya. Nanti kodenya akan Bude share setelah caranya. Jadi inilah dia caranya untuk mendapatkan BBG. Bagi-bagi GoPay. Oh well. Semuanya udah pada siap-siap nih yang ada di MPL Arena, yang ada di rumah. Pokoknya untuk semuanya bisa. Yang lagi di rumah buka aplikasi GoPay, jadi download GoPay sekarang yang belum punya pasti udah punya kan? Yes, inilah dia step by stepnya untuk kalian. Jadi yang pertama buka aplikasi GoPay, lalu klik cek semua promo, lalu yang kedua pilih voucher, selanjutnya klik kolom, lalu ada punya kode promo, lalu masukkan kode promo dan klik tukar. Lalu setelah itu pasti GoPay Coins akan otomatis kalian terima. Udah tahu, udah ngeklik-klik, udah berada di area. Tinggal masukin kodenya, udah? Sudah, cepet banget nih. Ada yang belum? Cepetan nih, caranya ada di depan sini. Tuh. Sudah siap? 50 juta coins GoPay. Inilah dia kode promo di BBG. Wow, Fenok X BTR GG. Cepat, hanya 5.000 orang yang beruntung. Ini memang bagi-bagi GoPay. Spesial untuk match di mana kedua tim ini sama-sama didukung oleh GoPay. Jadi kalau match seperti ini adalah kali kedua kita mengadakan BBG. Nantikan match-match dengan kedua pendukungnya, kedua timnya ada GoPay-nya. Di dada mereka ada GoPay-nya. Dan kita pun ikut kecipratan. Ayo udah pada dapet? Udah pada happy? Wah cepetnya. Yang ada di MPL Arena, yang ada di rumah. Udah pada dapat belum nih? FNOCXBTRGG. Kode untuk BBG, bagi-bagi GoPay. Asik. Ngedapetin ini semua yang udah dapet absen di kolom komentar juga. Siapa yang dapet? Tenang, nggak bude palakin ya. Gak apa-apa buat kalian jajan, tapi inilah dia keseruan di match of the day dengan beneran pertarungan dari kedua giant yang begitu memukau dari game pertama, game kedua, dan seperti apa game ketiga. Akankah ada Battle of Assassin atau ada battle-battle yang lainnya? Jadi kita akan jawab langsung di Land of Dawn bersama para caster dan Boy. Monggo!
Did you get it? Did you get the code?
Yeah, I did.
Well,
What the hell's wrong with you, man?
it ain't for us, bro. It's for the people.
Oh, we're back. Yo. Hey, what's up, guys? We're just looking to, get a little bit of those giveaways. I don't know if you guys got it, but unfortunately, these guys have an unfair advantage. Maybe you should come over to the MPL Arena when there's no delay. You guys can actually catch that.
That's true.
But for the people who actually got it, hey, congratulations. That is an extra amount of GoPay coins that you guys can buy whatever you want with it. Yeah. We're back to game number 3, though. This is an epic battle. An epic conclusion lies ahead. 1-1.
You know what time it is.
To Earth. Back to the ground. Eye level. Red robots up against the titans of Fnatic Onic. What time is it, Gunny? You gonna do that again?
You know what time it is.
Bigatron time.
Said no one ever. But it's 1-1 indeed. And let's see here, right? We saw Bigatron taking that first pick. Didn't really work that well. Second game, likewise, Fnatic Onic. They have that first pick and it wasn't fruitful. It wasn't fruitful. Yep. Will the trend continue for that third game? Will it?
I feel like at this point, right? Technically, the coaching staff had a whole game. After they finished drafting for game number 2, I bet they're like, all right, cool. If we win though, next game might be on second pick as well. So, I feel like they must have some kind of strategy. By all means, I don't know how well it's gonna be, right? There's only so much that you can do and prepare for. Yeah. But I feel like it's gonna be at least competitive. I don't think the draft will make it like very one-sided at this point. Because how can you, right? The teams are both so good.
It really were. It came down to literally just execution, the fine line and the margin, the errors.
Yeah.
And up in the end, it was a forced error by Bigatron Alpha, taking away the purple buff, forcing the Lord fight, and really just playing around it to bait Fnatic Onic, corral them into the Lord pit, and then obviously punish them in the end. Kyrie, all smiles still, and does look like they're still very, very confident despite the loss in game number 2. We'll see if they can replicate what they did in game number 1, or honestly, replicate what they did in game number 2. Because in game number 2, it was pretty good too. It wasn't like Fnatic Onic got stomped. They still came back despite having, the early game power spike and not being able to get the early game power spike.
Not to mention that initially, at least, they still had some pressure going in before the tides were turned by Bigatron too. So there were moments there that could have snowballed out of control, especially for a team like Onic. But finally, let's take a look at the first pick and second pick rates for Bigatron. Now it's looking somewhat even-ish, right?
Yeah.
10% difference. yes, it's significant, but it's not game-changing, you know? It's not like an 80% to 20%.
It was an 82% before
Exactly.
the loss earlier. But
Exactly.
on blue side, it took a loss. It does seem for Fnatic Onic as well, they're going to take a big of a blow from losing in first pick. So let's see if Bigatron will get red side or blue side. Knowing Coach Yeb, it'll probably be Bigatron on blue side here. So if you guys don't know, back at home team decides to play, or decides which side to play on for game number 1. And then after that, losing team of every single game will get to choose which side they play on. So now it gives the cards back to Fnatic Onic. It's their turn. This is their first pick to second pick. You can see the overwhelming difference here, 40% on first pick and 85.71% on second pick. It's been this way for the longest time. Whatever team Yeb coaches, Onic PH Season 8, Season 9, M3, they always get better performances on red side. Always better drafts on red side.
Almost night and day, right? The difference here, almost
twice as much.
Exactly, right? So let's see here, what will be the
Not almost, it
solution?
is.
I mean, in that second game, mind you, Brock was the ban, one of the bans from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Yep.
Did that threw Onic off guard?
I think so. They banned Phobius and Grok, right? Two XP lanes. Phobius, by the way, I think Bigatron have just been struggling against the Phobius. Cars picked it up yesterday too, and they got a game up against Bigatron Alpha.
It's a strong pick, by all means. A lot of survivability, a lot of card control. It's like the only real way to try and deal with him is to burst him down, which is exactly what you want to happen, right? You want the big guy to take all the damage so that your teammates can kind of do their thing. So it kind of is a hero that forces your opponents to do what you need them to do. So I think that's exactly why Bigatron doesn't want to deal with it. Because you've seen that they're like playing mind games, you know? You think that they want you to, let's say, split, but when you split, they catch you off. They want you to group together and not get picked off, and turns out they'll punish you for doing it. So it's something that Bigatron Alpha, I guess, especially with all the dashing heroes they like to use, it's just a bit too annoying to try and deal with. For Fnatic though, I wonder what the idea is for Fnatic Onic. Do they want to go for Super Luke? Because that impact in game 2 was very, very noticeable. But if they do so, they risk letting go of some of the other heroes for the other lanes as well.
The Clint pick was also quite a surprise, honestly, right? Last pick from Bigatron Alpha, the Clint does well against the Brody, actually neutralizes the threat of the Brody in the lane. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. We get started here, and there's no real surprise here. Fnatic Onic take away the red side from Bigatron Alpha for themselves. It will remain the same though for the bans. Bigatron Alpha, Phobius, Grok, and the Harith this time around. They have had enough of CW and the Harith.
Interesting. The Grok ban, I guess, is also great for Bigatron because they like using their playmakers, right? Luke and Finn, they were doing a lot of good work with the card control tools. The Doran Wolf King, the I'm Offended. The Grok can become an annoying target with the card control immunity, so that's why they banned it away as well, denying the info. But because no info is available through the Grok, Onic will also ban away the Zask. So now Moreno can't scout out with the Nightmare Spawn as well. So you can see the chess match really developing here.
Valentina again here, perhaps for Bigatron, like game 1. It's very similar here, the bans here, just that Harith, right? As the difference of Roger maybe for Fnatic Onic, as well as see Edith or Ruby maybe. Your team is right?
Yeah, they know the prio on that hero. There it is. We asked the question last game. Is the Ruby first pick prio? Well, for Bigatron, it is.
Yeah.
They can flex it all the way. I think for a lot of teams it is, right? And maybe you can make a case for Fnatic Onic, but not with Rez. We don't know if Rez has actually, if he has the Ruby in his arsenal. The Fanny, though, will be picked up. And now, do they want to secure...
My mission is to protect lives.
Hylos! Oh, it was left open! Boys and girls, the Hylos has had a phenomenal win rate here.
Oof. This is dangerous, man. The Hylos? It kind of... A lot of heroes can deal with the Hylos. A lot of the heroes can kind of stay safe in the backline or have utility. Not a lot of heroes can do both, right? Shred down the Hylos and still be safe from the Fanny. I don't know here. Back then, I would say you know, a lot of people would say the goal in the gold lane, you want to have like maybe the carry with a bit of a tank build. That's a both worlds type situation. Right now, though, it might not be a valid option for Bigatron.
What's the answer going to be? They go for the Moskov early on. That means that Moreno will be vulnerable to be denied a pick in the second phase. Fnatic Onic, I honestly feel like they can go for the Faramis again, right? They ban out the Valentina, and it does, and it will put Bigatron in a tough spot. It is going to be the Faramis again, and for sure, the Valentina ban.
But actually, it's somehow there's a trade, right? Because Moskov can counter the Fanny here, not as susceptible. With the Spear of Misery, it can lock Fanny down, and the potential of the outplay is actually there because of that Moskov trade. So
Time to go to the
it's going to be very tough here for Kyrie to find a target. Lilia, it's going to be the next man here. You got to go up against a Ruby and a Moskov here. It's I guess his game now is just a split push, mid game, late game.
Yeah, playing for the weak side, very honest with it. Meanwhile, for Fnatic Onic, it is, I think, possible for them to get another winning matchup in the bottom lane if they can get a pick that bullies the Moskov. This would actually be pretty bad for Bigatron Alpha. The Fanny in itself, yes, can be blocked out by the Spear of Misery, but say Fnatic Onic get the Brody in this game, it'll be tougher for the Moskov to lane. You have to choose that Spear of Misery, whether you want to use it to disengage from the Brody or get killed by the Fanny.
Time and
Well,
tide
for now, it's going to be a Beatrix ban, actually, for the side of Bigatron. So they're fearing that Fnatic Onic might take a page out of their book when it comes to that burst damage potential, that team fight solution. They can get a reliable engage with the Hylas and then follow up and shred everyone down with the Beatrix. So that will not be an option. Man, for Fnatic Onic though, I guess for Bigatron also, the mid lane, right? We talked about this a bit earlier today. What exactly is a mage they can kind of deal with the Hylas if the gold lane is kind of zoned out, is kind of threatened too far away? The Lilia comes to mind because you can slow down and you can get recharges on your Shadow Energy whenever you reach 5 stacks on the Envy Bloom. But now it's the Barats as well, so Fnatic Onic just want to make sure that there's no big slows and there's no big front line to take the initial collision from the horse.
Well, actually, the Barats would be a good answer towards the Hylos, right? The Hylos walks in, you get chomped down, and then the rest of the team could just go for the back line. So that's a great read by Fnatic Onic, banning out the Barats. I guess with the Hylos, they think, yeah, you can go for the Valentina, doesn't matter. We're still going to have that Netherrealm. No one's going to be able to deal with the Hylos, even if you have that Netherrealm. Now, big question onto Bigatron Alpha. What mid laner to go for in this situation? What Aurora? They could go for Xborg still, put Ruby in the roam. So that flex potential is still there for Bigatron Alpha. They'll ban out the Lolita here, setting up for... Oh, that's a good ban, actually. This could have been a Fnatic Onic maybe possible on a B Lolita game. Not too sure, but...
No, it's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
You never know.
It's a ridiculous combo.
Especially with the Faramis on top of the whole thing. Yeah. All right, so now for Fnatic Onic, what exactly do they want? What are they predicting from Bigatron? The Arlet taken away as well, so even now for Super Luke, one of the big playmakers, is he going to be forced to play that Ruby, right? With no Arlet available. What else can he use in that EXP lane to have the same kind of impact?
I think they need an Xborg, right? They need an answer against this Hylos. They'll be able to get a win if they don't, unless they want to completely ignore the Hylos. That is another way. It's a good lane against the Arlet too. You can go Yu Zhong.
Aurora maybe as well here can be.
I was thinking about that too, Brian.
Or Vixana.
Aurora can kind of stop the train technically.
I would
say kind
just
of immobilize the Hylas to buy some time for maybe for Eman to do the damage.
Oh,
it's gonna be neither.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Ruby, roam. No, Jawhead roam. It's Ruby against the Hylos. No one here can deal with the Hylos, it seems. How is this going to play out?
They're doubling down on the early game, right? They got Luoyi, very strong pre-4. Jawhead, very strong pre-4 as well. And the Ling. So they're looking for that snowball play. Controlling that early. Question is, do they have enough firepower if they don't have the early?
Yeah. And I think they're also relying more on, instead of going for a full-on 5v5 team fight, we're going to see something a bit more, with the Roger as well. I think Bigatron are looking for a sporadic fight, especially with that diversion. It really is nerfed a bit more, not as short of a cooldown on the diversion. But not for Fnatic Onyx, they have a lot of beefy members that can maybe withstand the initial impact. If Bigatron Alpha make their move, make a diversion play and go for a pickoff using the Jawhead, and the target does not get taken out, now it's like a flip scenario. Now Bigatron have to actually select their targets a lot more carefully compared to Fnatic Onyx, like Fnatic Onyx were doing in game number 2.
They're gonna have to be very, very creative. Fnatic Onyx, it's an honest approach to the game. Bigatron Alpha, it's an elusive one. They must try to sneaky peeky their way to a victory because, man, this is a tough draft to pull off. Will Fnatic Onyx take the win after losing game 1, recovering after losing game 2, recovering from game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Franco MPL skin that will hook us back into the land of dawn for the final game of the match of the day. Fnatic Onyx, the Sky Kings, take on the Red Robots, Bigatron Alpha.
It's time, it's do or die. Remember, Bigatron, they would like to stay on top here against Fnatic Onyx, but Fnatic Onyx, they would like to topple the top seeders. Now, let's see here. Let's see who will take this last game.
Final game for sure. Finn on the Jawhead already trying to help with the clearing. We saw the Super Ken was able to get the XP advantage against Kyrie. Now with the help of Finn, even more so, supposedly. Emblems here by Indie Tenacity for Rez, as well as Keyboy, as to be expected. Keyboy just wants to be the tanky man. With 3 Tenacities though on the side of Bigatron, with 2 Vitalities for both the Jawhead and the Moskov. They too want to stay strong in the front line. And for Moreno in particular, I think he's expecting a lot of action coming his way. That Tenacity might be a way to try and help deal with Kyrie potentially diving onto him. If he has no backup, he's still gonna get taken out though.
Good move by Luke there, spotting out the Arlet just from the passive alone being on him. Super can actually try to mirror this, going to the bottom lane, helping him on clear, relieving the pressure from this weak side.
Great move so far, slow but surely, but Kyrie, oof. Just be careful here, level 2 Loyi is strong with Keyboy, gets out.
Whoa, isolated actually here. Keyboy denied of his rotation, revitalized to save his life, but Super Ken has enough damage now. He might go for more. No, not enough resource. Out of nowhere, the hit and run. Kyrie finds a solo kill there onto Super Ken.
Value for Fnatic Onyx, but with the Hylos losing or, dying early, does this stop him from being a full presence as we get into the first turtle?
No Revitalize available for him, so he won't be as oppressive as he usually is. And if he's alone like that, remember the Jawhead's passive allows his teammates to deal more damage to the target. We'll have to wait and see though, because Kyrie is still on his purple. Bigatron might watch this or might go for a pickoff first.
Oh, Finn missing the ejector.
Yep, that's a stun law and order. On towards Finn. Now Kyrie jumps in with the cable. Oh, final slash. In the combo. That's a combo for the side of Bigatron Alpha. Kyrie finds the turtle, but Super Ken looking for Keyboy. Finds it. Res right low. But Finn survives barely. Kiri-san purified, but he will fall. Super Ken claims the double. The Red Robots, it looked so good for Fnatic Onyx. The ejector missed, the final slash connected, but then Luke happened, Moreno happened, and then Super Ken happened. Still though, Kyrie was able to out-retreat Super Ken. That was at least a saving grace from the team fight for Fnatic Onyx.
Bigatron forgot the retribution of Kyrie is just so reliable. But Fnatic Onyx also forgot that Loyi in the early game, you do not want to clump up and fight against that. Kyrie though, oof. Takes away that camp from Super Ken. And it's back to the waiting game still, where in theory, Bigatron are the ones with the advantage. Moreno is forced to flicker out.
Uh-oh, Moreno's gotta be careful. Formation. Every time you see Kyrie, you just gotta be careful. Finn, ejector.
Towards the jungles of Bigatron, Keyboy and Sans will be clutch for the pull on towards Finn. Damage is enough to take this Jawhead down, says Kyrie.
Right. It's Jawhead, it's the roamer by all means. But Moreno now has the Enchanted Talisman, so more spells getting dished out. The Diversion is also available, but for now, no pressure, or not enough pressure for Bigatron to really go for a hidden play for all 5 members, or 3 or 4 members, to go into the jungle and hide, because Fnatic Onyx are controlling the waves very well. They have an Arlet, they have a Roger, and look at how much priority is given onto clearing the lane, onto winning the lane, and having enough pressure to deny Bigatron the window to try and go for a play like that.
It's back to even, right? CW putting the pressure down.
Couple of force, purifying. Oh, with the cutthroat, it was not enough! Pathway from the flank, diversion play! Man still goes down. Moreno jumps in here, trying to find something. But it seems like now CW focused down on the turret. Denies by Super Ken. Revitalized by Keyboy. It's going to be Law and Order locking Finn down. As CW will secure that one. Turtle all for Fnatic Onyx.
It's a big win for Fnatic Onyx. Proactive as ever. Super Luke just screening. Whoa, what?
Super Luke 1v5 practically. The pull, everything damage, and Kyrie secures it.
Oh, that was interesting by Luke. That was a very ambitious steal. And now Moreno, no flicker, still able to defend the mid lane. Back to Fnatic Onyx, that win.
Good clearing. Now back to the waiting game again though. It's always just burst of action and then everything happens at the same time. It's like a pressure building up like a balloon, right? Just waiting for the time for all of it to pop out. That was a play for Fnatic Onyx going onto the weak side and Bigatron kind of funneled into it. And there, Eman once again almost gets taken out.
You can see how uncommon it is to see a Fanny 3 games in a row. Usually you see it once and it gets banned out. But both Bigatron and Fnatic Onyx, they don't care about these assassins. This is the first time that the Fanny was picked 3 times, surpassing the previous record where it was only picked once. So even last game we already broke the record. Bigatron Alpha still playing with poise. Super Ken trying to get that farm. But as expected though, this weak matchup of Eman on the Moskov against the Roger, it has played dividends for Fnatic Onyx, getting a lot of value. Oh, the burst!
Tempest to play defensively. Oh my goodness, good bluff there. Now it's going to be Keyboy with the glorious pathway flicker by Finn. Top lane very, very wide open. From Fnatic Onyx, they will capitalize top and bottom, potentially, right?
Wow. Just lacking in front line. Right there, they knew exactly where Fnatic Onyx was. There won't be any surprises at all, but with no one to walk up and take the damage in that bush, the Jarhead can do it, the Ruby can do it. This is why usually you want one of them to at least be a really solid tank so you can open up and get that information. No Zask this time as well for Bigatron, and you're seeing them struggle with the hidden plays for Fnatic Onyx. The diversion play is their one saving grace, but even then, who exactly are they supposed to target here when the Purifiers are still available for Fnatic Onyx?
That's the banana split that we are seeing live here. Fnatic Onyx splitting up the map to get these objectives. With the Fanny, it is back to Fnatic Onyx really playing with a 1-4 strategy. With Kyrie on the Fanny. Bigatron Alpha though, at this point it almost seems as though they have taken a step back. Now they know mid-game power spike favors Fnatic Onyx. They are going to wait for perhaps their own power spike. Diversion, just to spot things out. Fnatic Onyx taking it slow as they should. No need to rush. They are in the lead with a 2,000 gold lead. Oh, well, Finn, Sans, Purify.
Great play by Finn there to sidestep the Ghost Bursters initially. Sans thought it was kind of clear. Walks in. Kyrie with the BOD though will be bursting down this turtle. No chance for Bigatron.
It'll just be the structure top lane though, and that will be the ejector on towards Keyboy. Good pull. What a synergy there now. Moreno dove in. Kyrie secures the double. Super Ken. Fnatic Onyx, they will not be able to close the gap, but they will claim the structure top in the mid side. Super Luke caught again. Fnatic Onyx, they just steamrolled the Red Robots.
Did you see the timing of Kyrie's cutthroat? Because he timed it so perfectly, he followed through the flicker of Moreno.
That's super well timed. The question is for Finn. He just ejected the Hylas of all people right in the front. Did they really think they were gonna burst him down? Even without a glowing wand or a sea halberd, no chance I would say. They're really banking on the late game where Eman and Super Ken can survive. But look at this.
Not good for Super Ken. The stun Tempest to play defensively. Ooh. CW will not be able to find the Lycan Pounce. But Fnatic Onyx, they show that they are here to win. Super Luke final slash. He goes down. Fnatic Onyx owns the jungles of Bigatron Alpha. Kyrie jumps in with the cutthroat. Oh my goodness, good ejector. The damage will not be there. Almost taken down at around for safety. Rez resetting as well. The purple goes to the side of Fnatic Onyx.
Man, just a bit of damage. Way too much pressure coming through from Fnatic Onyx. Bigatron there, even though they get the ejector and they have a chance to try and make something happen, it's just not enough. The diversion, again, hasn't really been allowed at all because Fnatic Onyx, they can just send a horse in. If they're concerned that there's going to be a diversion, they just send a horse. And they've been sticking together as 4 again and again. So Bigatron can't catch any stragglers either.
Again, the response towards the high-lows for Bigatron Alpha was to try to take it out of the equation early on. So far, it has failed. So that game plan for Bigatron Alpha, it might be done and dusted. Fnatic Onyx have so much more of an advantage to actually take the mid-game, even if they didn't have the gold lead here. And now the fact that CW is 2-0-3 with a Sky Piercer, oh, it adds on to the power of that mid-game for Fnatic Onyx. Bigatron Alpha are left to just stand by as Fnatic Onyx do whatever they want on the map.
You can see that actually Super Ken is matching the levels. Keyboy getting bursted down. There's a glowing wand for Moreno already. Super Ken, can he do it though?
Oh, they know where Super Ken is. Glorious pathway, Super Ken now in stock. Isolated and almost the SOB secures the Lord. Kyrie clutch with a retribution. Fnatic Onyx.
Wow.
What the heck?
So that could have been exactly a bit of a steal. You said it wasn't possible, Mirko, but almost happened.
Without retribution.
When did I say? Oh, when Matt did it. He took the... Yes, okay. Different condition. But back to the game, Super Ken up in 6. He was spotted by Sans there right before he attempted the play. That was really unfortunate. And Sans doing Sans things right now, feeling the confidence.
Oh man, 6,000 gold lead. This is the first Lord of the game. And Super Ken won't have purple buff. Kyrie has actually taken it away. Level 14 to level 13. Can BTR even defend this? Loi isn't built to defend Super Luke with a whiff. Oh!
Final slash for the win. Super Luke goes down. And that's a detector on towards Rez. Nether round clutch. CW! He finds the kill and Finn will fall as well. Super Luke Ken, the last man standing. Can he find the kill? He will. It's gonna be double. Almost a triple, but that will be all, folks. Fnatic Onyx. It is all over. Bigatron Alpha, they will not be able to continue their win. Fnatic Onyx finds and defeats the Titan.
GG, well played. The Sky King still too strong to be conquered by the red robots. Bigatron Alpha game 3, not able to get the job done. That double down was not it for them. And for Fnatic Onyx, they reign still. Despite losing to Geek Fam and RRQ, up against BTR, they are a different beast. 2-1 with Rez, the rookie for Fnatic Onyx. This is the new key, the enabler, the man who looks like Albert, Rajayeva says.
Are they just a different beast in a big match? We critiqued their maneuvers, we critiqued their drafting phase. Well, when it comes down to it, when the chips are down, Fnatic Onyx has delivered yet again.
The Sky Kings are here to play with Kyrie on the fanny. 3 games in a row. Losing game 2, no problem. Coming back at it in game 3. Let's take a look at this replay again. This big whiff and then the punish from Rez. Really watching those mistakes and then capitalizing.
The opening, man. That's the opening.
And even Super Ken tried his best to try and salvage it, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
It really wasn't, man. It was a nice try though for Super Ken. He knows that it was just done. He could not clear the Lord. But we are going to be throwing it over to the Sky Kings on stage with Bude Karamongstar.
Fnatic Onyx, adu mekanik dan wah panik semua yang nonton. Benar sekali Kyrie, adu mekanikmu tadi 3 kali menggunakan Fanny bersama dengan Super Ken pakai Link. Ini kalian berdua, ini permintaanmu kah? Coach Shep, I want to play Fanny 3 times. The Fanny pick?
Mekanik, ya. Tadi Coach Shep-nya mau adu mekanik.
Coach Shep-nya yang mau?
Ya.
Not you?
Gua juga mau. Sama si Rez, dia mau lihat Fanny gua.
Oh, pengen nunjukin ke Rez. You want to show your Fanny to Rez?
Ya.
Ya, dan how is it going?
Apanya?
The match up between Super Ken and you.
Kalau menurut gua ya Super Ken jago.
Super Ken jago. Ini kata-kata yang dari Kairi katakan season lalu juga kayaknya Kairi sempat bilang jago. Kejagoannya, kalau Kairi bisa rating, seberapa jago 1 sampai 10 Super Ken hari ini?
Kalau menurut gua 10.
10. Kalau Kairi berapa hari ini?
11.
11. Tapi battle yang sangat pastinya memuaskan. Sudah cukup puas belum dengan battle tadi bersama dengan Super Ken di leg pertama ini?
Ya.
Ya. 2-1 skor berarti tadi. Sementara Super Ken dengan linknya, kamu dengan Fannymu. Apakah leg kedua mau tukeran hero?
Boleh sih kalau dua-duanya dibuka. Boleh.
Boleh kalau dua-duanya dibuka. Dan dibuka, katanya Res gimana? Akhirnya melihat Fanny dari Kairi. Katanya kamu kepengen ngelihat.
Jago banget.
Jago banget, buset ya. Tapi untuk berhadapan dengan Bigetron hari ini, Res, bagaimana? Karena Bigetron ini lagi di pucuk nomor 1 klasemen MPL.
Bert, jawab Bert. Sabar.
Bukan Albert. Bukan, cewek.
Kompresor. Ya jago sih. Jago. Ya.
Oke, gitu aja. Tapi kamu menang hari ini 2-1. Nextnya kamu juga akan melawan, masih ada di leg 1. Melawan EVOS. Oke. Apa yang akan Res improve nih untuk nextnya melawan EVOS? Apa yang ingin Res tunjukkan nih?
Apa ya? Ya, apa? Makan. Enggak, jangan.
Dia minta tolong ke abang-abang.
Apa ya? Itu sih improve semuanya sih pasti.
Improve semuanya ya. Kamu kalau di GH baik-baik aja?
Ya. Baik-baik.
Abang-abang baik? Baik. Kamu digemblengnya gimana ini?
Waduh.
Diceritakan di belakang layar nanti ya sama Bude ya? Iya. Tapi hari ini juga cewek. Prosesmu hari ini. Sulap. Prosesmu hari ini melawan tim Bigetron yang mungkin para talent dan para audiens pun gak cuma 2 orang doang tadi yang menyangka kalian akan menang. Yang ngevoting kalian akan menang. Banyak sekali yang mulai meragukan kalian dan kalian membuktikannya hari ini.
Nggak apa-apa sih Bude, karena emang Onyx tuh emang lagi cupu aja sih. Jadi kayak udah.
Terima aja.
Lagi cupu aja.
Oke. Akankah kalian lepas dari belenggu itu?
Step by step lah.
Proses. Oke, ini game yang cukup panjang. Ada yang mau disampaikan untuk penutupan match ini melawan Bigetron?
Penutupan,
kata-kata penutupan
Kiboy
dong.
katanya kayaknya. Udah siapin dia dari tadi.
Ini ada Kiboy, ada Sans yang belum ngomong. Dikasih ke siapa?
Kiboy sih kayaknya. Paling ujung soalnya.
1-1, berarti 1-1. Kata-kata penutupan untuk match hari ini?
Ya kalau dari gua thank you banget Sonic udah dukung kita. Biarpun kita agak-agak oleng dikit lain kali ya. Tetap proses lah kata cewek. Jadi tetap dukung kita. Menang kalah, Onyx tetap Onyx loh tetaplah. Tetap yang terbaik.
Yang terbaik. Itulah dia, thank you banget. Tapi Bude mau sesuatu dari Sans. Sans, tolong dong. Satu kata untuk match hari ini. Sans.
GG. Ya, GG.
Iya, GG. Itulah dia, talent caster. Silakan. GG banget.
As always, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Sky Kings Fnatic Onyx, who are amazing in the land of Dawn. It's unfortunate, okay? It's okay. We'll talk about the loss here. Gani?
Yo.
GG, my dude. Gonna have to take that defeat, take that L.
Exactly.
Why are you shake? What? Because I went for Bigetron.
Hey.
Oh.
Get used to it, all right? So, yeah,
Get used to it.
Okay.
Gani.
Yeah.
Relax.
You were great in Atlanta, Don, but man, can you tell them to do better in interviews, man? Like, they win so much. They have so much experience on stage. They should be good in interviews, Gani. No? All right, Arashi, take us through game 1, man. Or match 2.
Match 2, game 3. What can I say, man? There's the strategy. The idea is to try and circumvent the Hylas instead of facing it head on. We said it. It's a straightforward approach from Onyx, and it's a that was very close actually.
Very close.
It's a straightforward approach from Onyx, but it's a more elusive approach from Bigatron. But Kyrie, 3 times, 3 fannies, 3 different chances for Bigatron to shut him down. None worked, man. Kyrie, what a player.
The first time was so nice, he had to do it thrice.
Thrice on the fanny. Not even the Dreadnought armor at this point, by the way. He was just snowballing. He doesn't feel the threat at all. And sometimes, like Occam's Razor, the simplest answer is the one that's most effective.
Ooh.
And here for Onyx, we talk about straightforwardness against the elusiveness. And man, there was a chance that Bigatron can pull it off. But overall, Onyx, man, showing again that you don't have to do anything too crazy, right? We stick to our strong suits and we still beat you, right? So who's better really? Here are the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. In the beginning, they did a great job picking off Keyboy here with the percentage damage increase from the Jawhead, burning out the Retribution, the Revitalize actually. But then here, they went for the fight and initially it was looking kind of sketchy, but I believe they jumped on Super Luke. He was able to turn it back around, and Moreno was left around in the back line, throwing out spells. Look at that. The yin-yang effect, the burst damage, and from there, even the extra shielding from Finn on the Jawhead allows Bigatron to get an overwhelming advantage. But afterwards, they keep getting roped into some of these neutral objective fights, and this was the play. I thought you're trying to be elusive, to try and go for the other members, not the Hylas. They jumped on the Hylas and they get severely punished for it. And they have no answer, right? In fact, they were forced to go on the Hylas because nobody else is about to walk up with the Jawhead around.
Yeah, you can see, the mistakes from game 1 where Bigatron Alpha go in one by one and a lot of times. And yeah, here it is as well. Super Ken getting dragged off the wall and then just silenced there by Rez, the rookie.
Finally, Super Luke tries to make a play, but Rez turns it around because the Ammo Planet does not land. And that was just it. Super Ken tried his best, but it just was too far away from possibility, man.
Does seem as though, this is the only play he could go for. Either die with a loss or not. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Juga sih gue bisa sih Barat langsung makan ruby gitu, Cok. Lu suka? Suka gue Barat di sini.
Bisa, lapar lu.
Lapar enggak?
Udah lapar.
Harus lapar. Mau gue multiplier?
Boleh, bro. Tarik dia. Langsung reset
aja. Ambil satu aja. Sini.
Enggak dapat ulti Ruby dia. Aman.
Gue masih ada ulti kok,
Lihat gua aja ntar. Sabar.
Santai guys, lihat lagi guys.
Duluan Boy, bisa Boy. Satu ya. Des dua tuh. Sabar. Ayo, des dua deh. Flicker aja deh. Aman. Oke guys. Sabar.
Sabar, dia masih bisa baca.
Kiting. Semua. Ini guys. Let's go guys. Mati.
Bantai bro. Nice boy. Kalau mau pakai ulti gua aja.
Itu jauh-jauh aja.
Guys.
Sabar. Di beta bol. Aman. Udah
gue bisa tarik ya. Nih, gue tarik.
Gue stun lagi tuh.
Udah guys.
Aman. Gol.
Mati dia.
Sini nangis. Aman.
Masih satu, Cok. Gue tarik ini ya.
Boleh lang. Tor.
Nggak sambal.
Masuk ya. Gas aja. Atas lagi.
Hey, we saw emotions from Fnatic Onyx.
Wow.
After that Keyboy moment, he said, nice! When was the last time you heard Keyboy yell like that, man?
International.
Oh, wait, really? Really? Do we get mic checks for internationals? Was it the MSC 2023?
It was
Keyboy
after.
moment? Oh, after. Oh, M5. Oh, maybe the comeback against Bren. Maybe that was when he got hyped as well. But hey, it's just so weird to see Fnatic Onyx actually have emotions nowadays, Maybe the losses against GeekFam and RRQ made them feel like, we got to get this win against Bigatron.
This guy, man.
This guy. What's going on, Gani? What do you think of that performance?
I gotta say, I think Fnatic Onyx, they woke up a different beast today, especially if we're talking about Kyrie. 3 games, Assassin 3 games, Fanny. Very hard to stay consistent. Game 3, he pulled off, man. He turned up again. Game 2 was a different story because of the composition. Very hard for Kyrie to give the same impact as Game 1, but hey, congratulations. Nice try, Bigatron.
We'll get him next time, you know? Leg 2, Gani. We'll run it back again.
Brother man. What was the hesitation?
The
You saw him
hesitation.
go like,
It's because he's scared, Arashi, of what's to come when Key El Momento comes back.
Exactly. I mean, this guy he looks so like, you know, happy now, but during the game, you can see him go.
Were you shook, Gani, during the game?
It was close, you know. Not game 3?
Not game 3.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Game 3, I think it ended in the drafts. This is something that we've been saying for so many teams. Fnatic Onyx against the High-Lows. Just earlier, Liquid also, you know, took the High-Lows game 1 against Geek Fam. They try to go for just their standard composition, and really, it's the same for Bigatron here. Well, what's with it with MPL ID teams and not respecting the High-Lows, right? If they don't want to pick a hero to deal with it, ban it, right? It didn't get banned. It wasn't dealt with. Again, big question definitely raised there towards Bigatron Alpha. The main concern that we've been talking about for Alter Ego. All these teams, every MPL ID team just seems to not respect the High-Lows. Why is that, Arashi?
I don't know, man. Maybe because it's such a simple idea, right? It's a big person, horse kind of thing with a revitalize that just runs around and like stuns and slows people. In theory, it's just an easy thing to do.
Well, we're going to throw it over to Budiklar Mongstar again to maybe get the real reason with the losing interview.
Bersama dengan analis dari tim Bigatron, Theo Nael, nyangka nggak kita ketemu di sini?
Enggak sih awalnya.
Ya, apa responmu dengan hasil ini 2-1?
Bersyukur aja, bagian dari proses.
Bagian dari proses. Namun, Budi penasaran bagaimana proses untuk memberikan kedua dari jungler musuh dan juga junglermu, hero yang sama, Fanny dan juga Ling.
Ya menurut kita Big Troopers dan fans Onyx ya sepakat deh kalau kita mau ketemuin Ken sama Kyrie itu battle assassin lah gitu.
Oh, dan ingin lepas aja ini 2.
Ya kita duel aja sekalian gitu.
Duel aja tapi 3-3-nya loh.
Yap. Ya biar asik aja sih Bude, biar kita lihat battle assassin kan dari setiap season Kyrie sama Ken selalu dibanding-bandingin kan assassinnya. Gitu sih. Kita pengen lihat game seru aja sih. Kasih pengalaman lah.
Ini seru banget sih. Kita semua sepakat bahwa ini game 3 game seru banget. Namun setelah melepaskan 3 kali Fanny dari Kyrie, apakah akan terjadi lagi di depannya?
Tetap bakal kita lepas sih sebetulnya gitu.
Oh,
Fanny ya.
Masih bisa dihandle?
Masih bisa dihandle.
Bentar, apa nih kunci menghandle Fanny dari Kyrie?
Kuncinya lebih fokus aja sih anak-anak mainnya, sama lebih disiplin aja.
Jadi bukan masalah dari hero-nya, namun dari permainannya, disiplin. Waktu itu kita pernah ketemu di sini dan masalahnya itu juga disiplin.
Masih sama.
Masih sama, tapi apakah kadarnya sudah berkurang?
Udah berkurang, kalau nggak berkurang mungkin game 2 kita juga kalah.
Oh well. Dari kedisiplinan itu, gimana sih cara kalian untuk membenahi? Ini kan leg 1 kalian udah kelar. Sayang sekali menutupnya dengan kekalahan. Dan apa yang mungkin di-plan untuk membenahi kedisiplinan dari para player ini?
Ada bagiannya sih dari coaching staff juga disiplinnya bukan dari in-game aja sih, kita bawa dari out-game juga. Karena kan kebawa ke in-game lagi kan. Kalau ditanya dari leg 1, emang selain disiplin kita ada penilaian juga lah in-game kita. Kita pengen peak performance kita emang bukan di regular season Bude, jadi emang masih banyak strategi yang bisa kita siapin buat di playoff sih sebetulnya gitu. Ini kita lebih kayak nyoba aja gitu, kayak kita lepas 2 assassin gimana hasilnya gitu. Kita pengen lihat aja, kayak pengen maksimalin potensi anak-anak, so kita ready di playoff nanti.
Wow, nggak mau mengulang kesalahan yang sama di season lalu.
Betul.
Tapi ada satu lagi, ini hal yang menarik karena banyak sekali yang bilang kalau tim Bigatron melawan Fnatic Onyx ada yang namanya mental block. Apakah itu terjadi?
Enggak sih, game 1 kita menang early, game 2 menangnya almost perfect bagi aku sendiri, jadi kita udah gak ada mental boom sih lawan Onyx.
Nggak ada mental block?
No, gak ada sama sekali.
What's your plan? Apa plan dari Bigatron untuk leg yang kedua?
Plan kita tetap konsisten aja, karena kita sejauh ini udah bagus prosesnya dan kita terima kekalahan ini bukan suatu yang terpuruk sih, malah kita lebih semangat lagi dan motivasi sih.
Menjadi pembelajaran, menjadi motivasi. Dan Big Troopers menjawab ini pasti api semangatnya tambah kebakar. Thank you banget Tionel untuk informasinya. Kita akan balikin kepada para caster. Monggo.
That was only the second appearance of Theo Nile backstage in Loser's interview, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Theo Nile, though. He spoke of the problems that they face, and it does seem, well, based on Theo Nile, this is not Mirko, believe it or not. Theo Nile was the one who actually said, yeah, no, regular season, we're actually taking it a step back, you know? We're not focusing fully on the regular season as we did previously. Now it's more of just, we want to test our limits, we want to experiment. They tried Finn, stuff like that. And maybe they tried the drafts against the high-lows, and clearly it didn't work. Hopefully that doesn't happen to the playoffs. Theo Nile, I really hope, you know. But, hey.
Yeah, I mean,
GG.
Some teams, they need to experience L's
exactly
to get the dubs, right?
Exactly.
Maybe Bigatron, they're...
Like Fnatic Onic. They got 2 L's and then they got a dub. I mean, that's true. Yeah.
But that's also they got a 4-peat, so...
Wait a minute.
You
need a break, bro.
The L and MSC 2024 definitely woke them up. Let's hope at least it wakes them up, because if it doesn't, MPL ID Season 14, M6, that's going to be tough. We're going to throw it over to a break, ladies and gentlemen. Mirko, Gani, and Rashi will be back. See you.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca. jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual. Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual. Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now!
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Dan match penutupan telah hadir di MPL Arena. Sang raja dari segala raja, RRQ Hoshi. Mereka bersama dengan pilar-pilar terbarunya yang tampil begitu kuat di season ini. Idok dan Rins menjadi dua rookie dari RRQ yang langsung tampil sebagai pilar baru bagi RRQ Hoshi. Chemistry yang sudah tercipta menyatukan 5 kepala menjadi satu, membuat RRQ menjadi lebih kuat di season ini. Namun, match ini akan menjadi pembuktian mereka di hadapan alter ego. Posisi sementara RRQ berada di top 3. Dan semua match yang mereka harus hadapi akan mengubah posisi sementara di klasemen. Tren apik telah didapatkan dari tim RRQ. Namun hari ini untuk minggu yang keempat, seperti apa performa dari tim RRQ Hoshi? Namun penantang mereka kali ini adalah alter ego El Familia. keluarga yang sedang mencari chemistry mereka kembali untuk membangun fondasi. Setelah meraih kemenangan di pertandingan terakhirnya, Alter Ego datang ke MPL Arena dengan percaya diri. Namun, apakah itu cukup untuk melawan sang raja dari segala raja? Akankah Nile kembali menjadi player kuncian dari Alter Ego? Atau kita akan melihat kelima player Alter Ego akan bersinar? Segera kita akan menyaksikan di minggu yang keempat ini dari Alter Ego. Mari segera bersama-sama super fans bersiaplah. Memasuki match terakhir di hari ini, kedua tim akan kembali hadir untuk memberikan yang terbaik dan pertandingan mutakhir pun akan kita saksikan bersama super fans. Hierarchy Host akan kembali di minggu yang keempat ini dan juga Alter Ego. Mereka akan mencoba untuk menanjak naik di posisi klasemen sementara. Dua tim ini mendapatkan pilar-pilar yang begitu memukau. Apalagi dari tim Hierarchy menjadi satu tim yang menarik banyak perhatian dari semua super fans. Dan tentu saja Alter Ego yang kembali bangkit mulai terlihat tren positif. Dan kita juga mengharapkan mereka bisa memberikan yang terbaik. Namun hal yang baik tentu telah diberikan dari semua super fans yang hadir hari ini. Dan juga Bude berterima kasih kepada kalian semua yang lagi nobar-nobar di rumah, dimanapun kalian berada, para streamer, dan tentunya spesial kepada para partner dan sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14, powered by Moonton, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan supplier Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dengan pilar-pilar yang baru, kedua tim ini menjadi tim yang selalu mendapatkan perhatian dari seluruh super fans. Namun Bude ingin mendengar pula bagaimana semangat dari kedua super fans ini. Ada Kingdom dan juga Alter Chance pastinya. Coba dong, Bude kepengen denger nih semangat suara dari Kingdom. Weh. Seru banget tuh di situ. Rajin ya, itu lagi nyekopin, sekop terus bang, oke. Kingdom udah rame banget tuh, udah seru-seruan bareng di MPL Arena. Namun, bagaimana halnya dengan Alter Champs? Semuanya sudah bersemangat dari Kingdom, dari Champs. Namun, MPL Arena, semua super fans, mari kita sambut seperti apa mereka di minggu yang keempat ini. Inilah dia pertarungan antara Hierarchy Host dan juga Alter Ego.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final match of Day 2, Week 4 of MPL Indonesia Season 14. After a loss to Bigatron Alpha, a W for Fnatic Onic. Now we must watch as RRQ Hoshi, number 2 on the standings. They can take the first place spot away from Bigatron Alpha with a win here. 2-1, 2-0, doesn't matter. A win will put them up there. And they are up against Alter Ego. Not just any Alter Ego, an Alter Ego that has been struggling, really struggling in the last few weeks. I'm with Gani and Rashi for this match.
We saw action from my team and Mirko's team now. Let's see if Rashi's team can he and his team pull off a dub. But yeah, Alter Ego, this season especially, they're declining, right? Sure, it was a very shaky season for Alter Ego last season, but this season, I don't see any significant improvement from this team, to be honest with you.
Wow. I mean, it's definitely a tough situation because they changed everything. The last member they have, the last pillar, of the Familia is Nino, and they moved into a different role that has a whole different focus. You might be wondering why I'm yelling so much, but if you can't hear it, the drums of Alter Ego are right behind us. So this is quite the intense atmosphere we have here. The supporters certainly don't believe in our negativity about their team, that's for sure.
Well, we've seen how the support of the fans can actually help the team perform. Just yesterday, Rebellion were able to take a game off of Bigatron Alpha through the support of the team. Now we get to see this, the foundation, connected versus disconnected. And this is true, really. I mean, for the most part, it just feels like the connection in RRQ is so evident. Every single member of the team, Dyron all the way to the gold lane, even in Skylar. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, it feels like sometimes they're just playing as individuals rather as a team. That's what we should thrive for still in Alter Ego. I honestly have to agree with your point, Gani. I don't really think there has been any real changes to Alter Ego, despite the fact that the roster is completely different. They got rid of High, they got rid of all the pillars. Even Nino, yeah, like you said, Arashi, opting to go for Highs in the gold lane, Nino going to the XP. And I guess we'll take a look at RRQ, how they were able to get that successful win. Shout out to Dyron there with a pose up against Fnatic Onic.
I feel like in true fashion
2-0.
In true fashion to what we were talking about earlier, they're rebuilding, they're reconstructing their lineup. That has been the theme of RRQ since the beginning. And now you're seeing that the way they play the game as well, it's still very logical in that sense, you know? It seems like they want to start off with strong lanes, strong mechanics in their respective lanes, and then they work on the synergy. Then they work on the communication, and then the decision making. It seems like it's a step-by-step process. Every single time you see them on the stage, it really seems like there is significant improvement. So it's almost the exact opposite compared to Alter Ego. You can see that in the last time they were on stage, they were up against Team Liquid in a hard-fought game, and finally we see them push to the limit. We see them challenged to the brink of defeat, and yet they were able to come back from it, proving to everyone that if you think that RRQ can only succeed against the weaker teams, you are definitely wrong.
And you can see them again walk up on the stage. This is Dyron that you see on stage, a spectacular pillar. Top 3 place, DPM in XP lane with 2,550. 6th place, kill per game in XP lane 2. And 5th place, assist per game in XP. This man has been phenomenal. I've been preaching about Dyron all the way from season 10, and I'm so glad that he finally gets the time to shine. Because for the longest time, can you imagine? He was being replaced by Banana and Don.
Oof. We'll throw some shade, Mirko, but I guess...
No shade, just facts.
A lot of people have been saying that Mirko is a hater. He doesn't like Don and Banana. It's personal. Well, take a look at what's happening now, right? Dyron back at it.
They had this all the way from season...
Exactly. Yeah. He has been an option all the way since back then. And finally now, when he makes it to the stage, you can see the impact that he's having. You can see why Mirko really wanted to see this guy on stage. I agree with his opinion about Dyron as well.
Shout out Dyron.
Talking about him being so good, so aggressive, and then aggression. We saw it early from Bigatron, from Super Luke, right? It really is so different when your EXP lane is an aggressive player that can get a lot of advantages. But here's a message from Clay.
Yo, Dead from Bokor, Clay's message to Skylar before facing Alter Ego. So to give you guys context, Clay was streaming on YouTube, and he got beaten up by Alter Ego in a rank game. So he decided to call Skylar, say, "Hey Skylar, I got beaten by Alter Ego. You gotta get revenge for me. You gotta destroy them in Alter Ego. Please, 2-0 them. I got destroyed by them." Dead from Bogor. Let's see if Skylar will take that request, if he's going to grant him that request, the personal vendetta, it seems, of Clay against Alter Ego. It seems the Alter Ego members don't care about it. They're like, it's just another game, Dead End, calm down.
I mean, it's a ranked game, but yeah, I mean,
he got up.
Whoa,
that's dramatic.
He's about to show up in the Alter Ego's room, like, hey, which one of you did it?
In the Land of Dawn, please, no violence in real life, Mr. Lair.
No, we do not support violence in real life, but Land of Dawn is a different story. Skylar, will he be able to deliver the message?
Maybe in the interview he can deliver the message, right? We got you, Dead End from Bogor.
Oh, in Land of Dawn.
Yeah, okay. So Dead End will appear in the Land of Dawn. Will he come in as a sub?
Skylar.
Skylar showing up, sending a message through his performance in the Land of Dawn. Is what Gani means to say.
For some reason, I thought Clay would come back and play.
Come back out of nowhere. He wins.
Remember, like, oh, watch out. And then Clay just shows up.
It's a Royal Rumble match, maybe. But let's take a look at Alter Ego's take a look at their past success and also their struggles. Because up against Rebellion, they were able to get a dub here. Rashi, how were they able to get it done? Was it just pure outdrafts with the high loss?
I think you can't talk about Alter Ego and their aggression without talking about Nile, right? Nile, what's the nickname we had for him? The Nyland, right? The Nile under Nolan has been so good, so aggressive, and him along with Owen has been able to find great moments in the Line of Dawn. Now the issue is the context, right? They can get those moments, but when do they get it? How do they get it? And for the most part, the aggression is what allows them to really dictate the pace. When the game slows down, when it becomes a methodical approach, you do see that Alter Ego struggle quite a bit. Which is why from the drafting phase, you can see that they like going for the Chos, the Nolans, the Hyluses that allow you to just walk forward, right? We just talked about this earlier. Sometimes the most simple approach is the best. And Alter Ego, I think, really recognize that. They know that as a team, they're not advanced, they don't have crazy strategy, crazy mind games, but they go with what's simple, and so far, they have found some success. Now they're gonna try and do the same thing against RRQ though, and that's a tall order.
Whoa, take a look at this. Denial, new M-Series DNA. He was able to help Geek Fam get into the M-Series, M5 it was. We don't talk about the pose he did. They got him. Okay, top 1 average turtle kills for jungler, 5th place average KDA for jungler, and 6th place average kills for jungler. I think when it comes to the M-Series DNA in Nile, he is definitely, you know, the glimmer of hope for Alter Ego. When everybody has been looking super mediocre, he's been the one that has been phenomenal. He's been the one that's been fantastic, as the Scouts people would say.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. And we'll see if Nile can continue this fantastic performance in Season 14, day number 2 of Week 4, because they're up against possibly the best team in the league right now.
Ooh. Very tall order.
Would you agree, Gandhi? After winning against Onyx, right? Do you think RRQ Hoshi are the best team in MPL Indo right now?
I think on paper, I gotta admit this season, so far, still Bigatron Alpha. They're still the team to beat, but just beat them. So we are the best team in the league.
Hey, if you guys didn't see, I just dapped Gandhi, but we'll see if Alter Ego can dap RRQ, say, hey, it's time for you to get smashed to the ground. This is the lineup, nothing changing for the three faces.
On the home side, it will be still highs in that gold lane. The three-face mask still looking for rhythm chain, bounce back is their main theme here. El Familia, the three-face mask walking onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Alter Ego.
The three faces looking to change the last few results to a W here. Like Ani mentioned, you take L's, but those L's can very easily become W's if you form it a bit differently. Alter Ego still trusting the main lineup.
The main lineup, have they shapen up enough? Have they have the right improvements to really be a real threat to the rebuild of the kingdom? On the side of RRQ today, let's take a look. It's going to be Darwin, Citizen, Rinse, Edok, and Skylar. No change required there.
Still the main lineup. Not going to give time for Hazel to play here. They want to get the wins. The rebuild is underway.
The rebuild is connected. Their main foundation is set and established. Looking to take the top of the league in this match. This is no playground. They're going to the Land of Dawn serious mode. It is Rex Regum Kaon.
RRQ Hoshi with Dyron, Edok, Prinz, Sutsujin, and Skylar. Let's welcome them up on stage here as they continue on their look to continue their upwards momentum.
They're gonna try and make sure that they take full control. They have the aggression, but hey, they're on the home side today, so they have to contend with perhaps some difficulties in the drafting position. After all, despite all of his great results recently, Coach NMM Kescu, of course, will be up against Aldo and Coach Rect. And both these players, for both the coaching staffs, they're pretty creative when it comes to the drafting phase. We just saw a showdown earlier from Coach Yeb and Coach Wura. Now we're gonna see another one right here. Can they find something, right? Are we gonna see surprises or new pocket picks come out right here?
I guess we'll see for SQ. We have seen a couple of those before, you know. I think instantly what comes to mind is the Edok Aurora pick in the role. But let's take a look at the rival showdown. It's Jin, currently, personally for me, the #1 jungler in MPL Indonesia, going up against Nile, who is the shining member of Alter Ego, but has yet to really leave an impact with a lot of the viewers back at home. He still needs a whole lot of improvement to be called one of the best in MPL Indo.
This is why it's difficult for Nile here. Being in the jungle position, you're so impacted. You can impact all the other lanes, but at the same time, all the other lanes can impact you as well. Which is why if you're in the jungle position, you're kind of reliant on your teammates. And for Nile, he may be great, he might be solid right now as one of the main tools for Alter Ego to find victory. But Jin is no pushover, and his team is performing better than the rest of the team coming in from Alter Ego as well. So in the jungle showdown, Nile will have to overcome this crazy odds if he wants to even attempt to even begin to take down Jin, the mercenary of RRQ.
I think right now it comes down to how they'll be able to play around their aggression. I think at this point, double down on it, right? Alter Ego up against RRQ Hoshi, knowing that when it comes to playing MLBB, RRQ has been the best at it. Try to play a different version of that. When it comes to the macro, when it comes to giving time to RRQ to wait for the power spikes and to take control of the turtles, I think obviously it's going to be an RRQ win here. So Alter Ego, make it feisty, make it scary. And let's take a look at the keys to victory presented by our Samsung Galaxy Z series for RRQ Hoshi.
Maximize the Edok Rin synergy, roamer and mid, the perfect combination to really go around and impact the rest of the lanes. With the right picks, they can do wonders from that single lane and punish Nino if he overextends. That could be the key. Alter Ego are using Nino as the main front line, the guy who engages, the guy who tanks, the guy who finds information. If they can punish him and shut him down, that can make Alter Ego less efficient. Of course, for Alter Ego, get a more refined draft. Make sure that they know exactly what they want to do. If they want to make it messy, get the right tools to make it messy and maximize Nile's aggressiveness to snowball. You can control a slow game, but when the game is full of trades, it's full of back and forths, that's usually where a team that maybe is less refined can find small victories in order for one member to snowball, to get resources. Either way, it's a better bet compared to just playing the slow game against RRQ, who is tried and tested against Onyx and even against Bigatron.
It's still going to be tough here. Let's see about the win percentage during first pick. Alter Ego seems like they find themselves in a better position when they have that first pick, right? Not a lot of teams actually this season can find success in that blue side, but Alter Ego, they show that they have a better side. Take a look at the RRQ, take a look at RRQ. It's still very positive on both sides, but again, it favors on the blue. Very different here from the side of Alter Ego.
I think it favors on the red there. Second pick was blue, which is confusing, but yeah, second pick, 85% win rate. It just seems like most of the top teams have a better win rate on the red side, right? We saw that earlier from Bigatron, and especially for Fnatic Onyx, getting so much more wins on the red side compared to the blue side. So maybe this is a pattern. Maybe the red side, for stronger teams who can try to execute or out-execute their teams, they get, you know, so much more of an advantage. Meanwhile, teams like Alter Ego, they find more pressure, find more advantage in the blue side, where they can actually just pick up stuff like the Hylos and get the draft over with.
Well, it's funny you say that, because right off the bat, Hylos is banned away by Alter Ego, so that is not what they're looking for.
But there you
they
go.
Want that Phobius, man. They know that mobility is something that a lot of teams have been using very efficiently. Getting the Phobius canceled that out, and even in a full-on collision, if it is going to be a messy team fight, then the Phobius will be having a lot of sustain, a lot of ways to just keep jumping around with an Infernal Pursuit. That could be the idea for Alter Ego, right? That messy fight that you were talking about, Mirko.
Well, there we go. Nice going to the Herod pickup as well. Up against the Phobius. Trying to go for some diverse damage, it seems. What are they going to pick up next? Is it going to be the Ruby for Edok? Oh, it is.
That's a prior pick at this point. Edok on the Ruby has just been an absolute menace. And there's still even a chance of a flex potentially, but considering that it's Edok, right, it most likely will be going straight to the roaming position, but maybe for Alter Ego, it can never be that sure. Along with that, the Harith for Skylar means that in the gold lane, most likely a strong matchup already is in the hands of RRQ. Altrigo wants to try and get something else, some kind of prio somewhere else, they have to pick it fast, man, because RRQ already are showing a lot of their cards.
Instantly the Hayabusa. We know that for Nile at least, you need to get him on a hero like the Hayabusa. Even on the Roger, when Alter Ego pick it up in the first phase, it usually gets just flexed into the gold lane. Never does it go to the hands of Nile. Actually, it did. But the 2 times it did, that was 2 losses for Alter Ego. So you always just give Nile an assassin like a Hayabusa, Ling, Fanny, you know, these flashy heroes to try to carry the game. But RRQ, they have a way to respond again. Usually up against a Zask in a composition like this, a Faramis would actually show up. Will RRQ try to do the same here with Rins?
System ready. It's going to be Alpha early here, so a different approach here, right? From the first 2 matches we saw, rarely do we see an Alpha being picked up in the first phase, but no, it's RRQ. They have their own game plan, and it's clear they want to have good initial fights here. With the Spirit of Alpha in play, true damage comes through. They want to control the close quarters very, very well. And that's also another reason why they banned the Cho, right? Hero that can deny that close quarter potential away from you.
Look at the win rates on Adok.
Ridiculous.
Ruby, Hylos, and the Kufra. That's the export ban. Someone can actually, you know, bully the Phobius in lane just with the poke. Because Phobius is a bit more of an all-in hero, kind of needs the opponent to be all-in as well. If you go for the export and just stay in the back waiting all the way, you do find it difficult.
Certainly so. With the Cho ban as well, by the way, they also kind of limit the potential of Owen. So Owen was quite active on the Cho, and if RRQ wants to play their pick-off style, and they want to have a good control over the neutral objectives from Syzygy that we've been talking about, then the Cho becomes a tool that can wave the dragon and stop the jungler from being as efficient, and can stop, can also be very mobile and scout out all these danger zones. So for RRQ, ban away the Cho, ban away the Tigreal as well to try and negate the counter engage. But Alter Ego, they know what they want. They want Dairon to be in an unfavorable matchup.
Well, obviously right now, if we think about the matchup, the Terizla, the Arlet is still up for grabs for Dairon, heck, even the Edith. But I think they might want to just utilize the flex pick on the Ruby towards the very end. So safe choice would just be a mid lane, which is still up for grabs. They can go for Valentina, Faramis.
Vexana, Aurora, Faramis. They go for the Faramis here. Another hero that is very good in close quarters and very sustainable in that team fights. With that Netherrealm, makes you miscalculate. And let's see here, the response from Alter Ego.
I still think that's the best option to go for.
I think so, especially against, we talk about how Nile is one of the is a tip of the spear for Alter Ego. If he uses the Shadow Kill and the Netherrealm is used up, then it's gonna take out all that damage. And afterwards, Nile is stuck just using the Quad Shadows and the Shurikens to try and do damage, and that is just not the strong suit of the Hayabusa. So now for Alter Ego, seeing this Faramis pick, do they want to get more crowd control to really get control over the fight, or do they just want to get something they can disengage, they can bait out the Faramis and then leave immediately?
We'll see in the gold lane too up against the Hereth. What will they decide to go for? And it's actually going to be the Minotaur and the Claude. Yo, we haven't seen Minotaur in a long time now. So I'm glad to be seeing him back again in the land of Dawn. The Claude against the Hereth is definitely a weak matchup, but still a good weak side. RRQ last pick. Ruby Roam or Ruby XP. We'll have Dairon to respond over to that.
Edith?
Yeah, the Edith comes to mind. The Arlet is up for grabs as well.
No. Technically, there are no backliners here, so maybe they want to, again, just complete the close quarters battle. It's going to be Edith here, so yeah, they want to fight very, very closely. Alter Ego, though, the Minotaur pick is actually good because the AoE crowd control effect is very, very annoying.
Well, the question I have right now for Alter Ego is, okay, you have good team fight, you have good damage, you have good crowd control. When you do want to go for a fight, how are you going to get it? Right? Let's look at the Minotaur, good crowd control, but right now, the front line is a Minotaur and a Phobius, both technically tanky, but they're also half utility based. They're not full tank as we were talking about earlier, right in the previous match. So now they're going to go for a fight. Are you going to use the Zask as an engage tool with the stun? There's so many limited ways for them to actually go and try and get RRQ where they want.
Well, let's see, Rashi, if Alter Ego can answer that question for you. As we dive into the land of Dawn, you can see the MPL wings. That's the ID, Garuda wings, take us to MPL ID Season 14, Day 2, final match.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Who will take game 1 in this best of 3? RQ, they can take the first spot, especially if they win this series 2-0.
Oh yeah, momentum is definitely on their side, and RQ in the regular season so far, they've only dropped a game against Bigatron. That's it, right? That's the only game that they dropped.
I believe so. So it's still a very strong performance so far. Looking at the emblems right here, actually, Impure Rage for both Skylar and Sutsujin. So, gonna play the sustainable game, but Styron losing a lot of XP already. You can see that Nino can be quite bullyish on that Phobius, running the Vengeance as well. If he goes all in later on, it might be difficult to try and shred him down, especially with the lack of damage output, or continuous damage output, I would say, from the side of RRQ, as Rins, whoa,
actually a little bit too close for comfort there, but still holds on to that flicker. Don't really want to waste. Within calculation is still the answer.
Scary stuff earlier. But yeah, fun facts. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ Hoshi have not dropped a single game. Aside from their loss against Bigatron Alpha. It's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They've only dropped the game, like 2 games against Bigatron Alpha. That is some impressive stuff.
It's all or nothing from RRQ. Bargain Hunter and Inspired though for Skylar, so he is going with the greedy route. He has that confidence to back it up, but so does Roundel. So the Zask is definitely one of the key components to Alter Ego's strategy right here. Everyone approaching level 4 with the turtle spawning right soon. 2 tenacities on the side of RRQ that might make or break the next engagement. As you can see right here, Alter Ego, they certainly want a fight. They do have a level advantage, but they're not really confident moving up because they have no idea where is RRQ.
Wow.
And unless they're together, their composition doesn't really look too scary.
And look at this maneuver. You would expect that Alter Ego would try to contest the neutral objective. That's what the composition is built for. But RQ just blitz it. They don't care even about the lanes. Well played.
A couple of members still at level 3, and they just went straight for it, recognizing that Alter Ego has no threat, has no presence near that neutral objective area. Edok is now level 4, so keep your eyes open. Ladies and gentlemen, you blink and you miss it. Edok has been very aggressive on this Ruby, and looking at the talent prediction.
Wow.
Oh, of course, talent prediction presented to you by our application GoPay, our new application. Only Alter Ego prediction comes from Papulong, no stranger to being the sole member on the opposing side. And unfortunately for him, he's in the Kingdom side. So you heard the boos earlier for Papulong. It's more of a joke now. All right, you agree, Gani? You think it's going to be 2-0?
Seeing, I mean, on paper and seeing how RQ is so consistent, right? I think it's going to be a clear 2-0 top or bottom side, though. It's going to be a 3v2 situation. Highs and Owen, can they hold it and clear the waves? As Skylar and Edok, they're just holding on the freezing the lanes.
Yeah, this is incredibly well played. Skylar's just taking the wave slow, and Highs actually missed out on the whole cannon minion.
That's unfortunate. The pressure is just timed perfectly for our RRQ. And using the Alpha, he's really out-farming Nile as well. You can see Nile confused at this, discovering that his camp was stolen. So RRQ are just no stranger to the situation, but now they're gathering around the bottom side. They can go for a dive right here. That is one of the strong suits of Faramis. Doesn't seem like they're gonna force it though. So they're content just playing like this. They know that in the late game, they have a Harriet, they have oh, never mind. Oh, Roundel.
Early flicker there already. 4 minutes in. It's going to be the second neutral objective. RQ, they blissed out the first one. Will they do the same this time?
Yeah, they were able to blitz it first there. Alter Ego were not present. Byron this time will be able to clear out the lane, and you know, will be losing one of the XP minions. It does seem as Alter Ego have actually used some of the time to walk up. Wow, Infernal Pursuit.
Let's see here already. It's going to be RQ still holding on. Alter Ego though. They will take their time here. Oh, Nino jumps in. That's a good engage on towards the jungler. Another round pops as well. Owen will look for a fight, but it's going to be Edok securing the turtle. Oh, the collapse by RRQ. It's beautiful. One by one, they fall as Sutsujin. They
will find a double.
Even then, the Kings looked so dominant. Dyron's death was... Skylar!
Oh, diving in with S14, Roundo. No flicker! That's a secure kill as Heise falls as well. 2.5K gold lead already in RRQ. They have taken down the mid turret.
The Kings of Kings just stomped on the 3 faces. And now a steal for Sutsujin.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What is going on? The calm before the storm, literally. RRQ are playing it so slow, so passively almost. The moment they thought there was a chance, they went straight at it. Dairon was able to jump straight onto Nile in exchange for his life, but it was worth it. RRQ collect Alter Ego. Now Dairon though, 1v2.
Stunned up, 2v1. Nino with the dominance descent. Dairon trying to hold on, but it will not avail. He will fall. Roundo gets that kill.
But they've all rotated up top. Skylar's getting so much free farm, and Heise is losing out on these cannons. All right, this one he is able to get. Skylar, Feather of Heaven already. That's 2 items already for Skylar.
Even look at this though. No turret damage almost at all for Alter Ego. They were able to push the lane, but they spent so much time with the 3 of them in the lane earlier. They weren't able to get anything. And look at Clay, the man himself who sent out the hit onto the Alter Ego members, is watching with glee.
Hey man, we'll see if he reacts to this, right? But he's already super happy, right? Look at him, he's dancing!
Hey.
He's dancing!
What's going on?
Having a blast here. Oh, he's gonna watch this MPL ID X streamer thing. Oh, there you go. You got caught in 4K, Daddy. What were you doing? Celebrating Alter Ego's demise? Yeah, you better say sorry. No celebration. Okay. Oh, that is. Calm down. Hey, calm down.
All right, calm down. Ooh, Dairon.
Let's see here, Owen with the flicker, and Nino and Curry with Sutsujin claims at the turtle. Now they go out Dairon in the front lines. Nino will fall as Owen will not be able to escape. No flicker. Good immobilized there. And RRQ, they win on all cylinders.
Oh man, RRQ are just better. The Kings are just better. Sutsujin!
Oh my goodness. He takes all, eats up all of the blazing duet, and Nile gets taken down. Sutsujin, this is the next ninja.
If this was the UFC, it is all over. That's the knockout right there.
1v2,
Skylar! What the heck, Skylar? Almost takes Heise down. I mean, yeah, just throw in the towel, man. And RRQ 7,500 gold lead. Alter Ego. What is their winning condition? What is their turnaround?
I don't know how to answer that, bro. Get anything at all. Sutsujin is level 13 and Nile is level 9. You talk about the tip of the spear, Sutsujin just 1v2'd with no issue at all.
Goodness.
7,000 gold lead at 8 minutes. And we haven't seen this in so long, and earlier you saw it again. In order to engage, Owen had to flicker in. Instead of using the Netherrealm as a counter-engage tool, they just use it to counter-engage. Every time Owen goes in, Netherrealm gets used, and it's GG.
That's why it's just so easy to predict a Minotaur dive, right? I mean, that's why usually Minotaur is comboed together with someone who Teresa, you don't
finds it. I'm offended. Nile will not be able to use the quad shadow. Shadow kill though, popped. Minotaur as well to take a look, and now he goes down as well as Nino. RRQ, they're playing it perfectly as Roundo is next on the menu. And RRQ, they're just toying, man. This is their playground.
Oh, Alter Ego definitely regrets stomping on Denon from Boko in ranked because, man, RRQ were angry. They beat the clock. It's 11,000 gold lead for the Kings in 9 minutes.
And even then, they're still playing it disciplined. We're going straight for the Lord, not only forcing a crazy dive. Alter Ego grouping as 5. This is where they should be strongest. But when they're 11,000 gold behind, RRQ are definitely going to try and end things with the next Lord. Can Alter Ego survive this?
No.
No wave clear.
I don't think so. RRQ can just dive and look at, okay, there you go. That's what I was waiting for. 1,000, 4,000, almost 2,000, another 1,000, and then a 3,000 gold lead. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's a 12,000 goal lead for RRQ in the 9th minute of the game. We haven't seen this from any team in MPL ID. Not we haven't seen a 12,000 gold lead.
No. If you've seen 1,400 gold difference between the roamers, even that is really crazy. Look at this though, RRQ not really getting a 3-wave push. It's not gonna come in all together at the same time. They're making a play for it now though in the mid lane.
Waiting for the mid wave to crash, definitely, and that might be the haymaker that they need here. Let's see, with the conceal play, they're just trying to zone out members. The Racer in the mid side will fall, and Alter Ego, they will defend with 5. Sitsujin jumps in to the backside, Nino taking a lot of damage, but now it's going to be Sitsujin finding the kill. Niall barely survives base, wide open, but Highs goes down. It's gonna be the base main target, but no, they're going for bodies as RRQ. 14,000 gold lead as they secure game 1.
It's over, they got knocked out before they could even realize it. The Kings of Kings came to play in Season 14. They haven't dropped a single game since Bigatron Alpha, since that loss. What has Cascue created? What is this team made of?
What a monster of a performance. Altrigo not given anything, all be from the early game. The first hint of aggression got immediately matched with violence from RRQ. They take nothing. Wow. Even here you can see Sitsujin takes all the attention, but Edok once again on the Ruby. What an absolute menace. The Minotaur did not even get to use any of his skills.
Nothing, nada. Nothing they could do. They couldn't even play MLBB technically, right?
No.
You can't just do this.
Did they break the record for the fastest game?
I'm not sure, but no, they did not. We got a faster game yesterday. Still though, hey, that's a
biggest
statement.
lead.
It was RBL Bigatron game 1. It was 10:03. This was 10:30.
It's close.
I mean, honestly, at that point, Alter Ego, they're just playing rock, paper, scissors on who's gonna die first, or who's gonna die next. Because of the gold lead, RRQ, what a game.
By the end of it, it was a 14,000 gold lead. 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, what can you
flabbergasted,
say?
man.
What can you say, dude? They gave. We talked about Edok on the Ruby. We talked about all these dangerous tools. I mean, Skylar on the Harith, and it was all given to RRQ. And look what they were able to do with all those tools, man. Even Sitsujin on the Alpha, the farming speed. We said that Niall might be able to do something alone, but how can he when the pressure is so overwhelmingly strong? And it's not only from the jungle. Every single lane was just pushing hard at Alter Ego.
That was just so phenomenal by RRQ Hoshi for Alter Ego. I don't know how you would react to that kind of loss.
Let's see, right? I mean, it's up to Rect here for
Aldo.
Oh, this was a 1v2, man. Look at that. Sitsujin. You would think that usually he's alone. The rest of his team is far away. He just bites down and just goes at it. And even when the combos do land, when the Minion Fury does go off, and the empowering roar, the encouraging roar still is helping the team out, it's just not enough. Roundel on the Zaz gets left out in the open.
Some crazy stuff from Sitsujin, presented by our official tournament smartphone. Here is our MVP, 6-0-7, a 957 GPM stat, 93% team fight participation. Oh, it's Sitsujin.
War to brute force, and then the Immortal, he knows he wants to go all in there. 6-0-7, and he was just farming up a storm, even before Niall realized that he was just all up in the jungle, taking camps away. Even though it looked like his play was very passive in the early game, not really ganking, not really getting all the kills, the moment he decides it's time to go in the turtle pit, let's take a look here. It's Nino trying to go in, trying to cause havoc, but after the Minion Fury, it doesn't matter. Darren becomes the main sole focus, but look at how much they're clapping up together, and Sitsujin just zaps everyone down, dude. It's a matter of time.
At this point, right, man, don't mess with Clay in rank games. When you see him, just surrender or something, because it gets RRQ real mad.
Even Skylar there, functioning more like an assassin, just diving in, knowing that Roundel does not have the Dominator's Descent, is what they are able to do. And even all this, there was no need for Alter Ego to actually do anything. RRQ just stand there, didn't force any plays, and even Dyron flickers forward for the immobilize. The killer instinct is there in every single member.
Then this play too, you can see the reaction always. Rins just waiting in the back for that Nether Realm, times it perfectly, gets the outplay, and Eyes and Owen were just left to watch. I mean, what can they do? If they walk up together with the team, they're gonna join them in the Shadow Realm, in the Nether Realm, literally.
I mean, I think right there, Rondo used the Dominer's Descent, and it got destroyed so fast that he didn't get to jump out of it. I think that's exactly what happened, man. That's the kind of damage we're talking about. It's not just Skylar, it's also Sutsujin, because it does true damage. That kind of catches you off guard if you're not constantly thinking about it in the back of your mind. And as always, Sutsujin, MVP, great performance, clutch, barely a smile from the man himself, the Mercenary.
The Mercenary at work. 14-3, 10-35, 14,400. It's wild. Gold lead for RRQ. Hoshi really struggling to... Oh! Eyes went for Master Assassin. Really wanted to duel out against Skylar in that gold lane. Gani, you call him the GOAT.
For a reason, man. I mean, his calculation is on point, but I guess game one, it wasn't really his game to win, right? Against the Harrods, very hard in lane. Plus, you gotta deal with the Ruby.
He's close to the item power spike. Oh, there's just one more corrosion side there.
Yeah,
one more.
Man, for most of the players on Alter Ego though, at most 2 items, 2.5 maybe. They were just shut down so hard in the early game. Nile had the Sky Piercer, but I bet there are no stacks on it. 0 kills for the Hayabusa, the prio, the feared Hayabusa in the Indonesian MPL. Just was shut down completely.
Yikes.
Damage to turrets, barely 200 damage. That is how much pressure. Even when Alter Ego were able to get a kill, a lot of it was on Dyron, and even then, they were unable to translate that kill to even turret damage.
Definitely. I mean, my goodness, what a stomp in this game. I'm trying to assess the situation again. Nino took a whole lot of damage, but GPN 957, 37,712 damage dealt on the Alpha. The decision making that they were making as well, the decisions that they made around the first turtle too, to just go in for the turtle, right? Dyron gave the lane away. Rins gave the lane away. They just went to it, blitzed it, and then went back to their lanes.
Yeah, it was very surprising. It's a smart move, showing again that RRQ, they know, like rules, right? Oh, at about this timestamp in the game, go here. Level 4, go to turtle. They have the default, right? But they're showing from that moment alone that they don't always play by default, right? They can adapt depending on the circumstance.
So dynamic.
And that's a scary team, dude, because you can't tell what they're gonna do next. It all depends.
Well, we know what MPL is going to do next. Ladies and gentlemen, head cam by Head and Shoulders, or hair cam by Head and Shoulders. Here, you guys can see the wonderful hair, and it is because of the Head and Shoulders Gatot Kaca. Would you like to get the lemon fresh flavor, as you would call it? Flavor, right? Is it flavor?
Flavor.
This is not a flavor, Gani.
Right.
You don't eat it.
Hey, I mean, Gatot Kaca, we saw you today twice.
And he
50%,
lost once, 50% win rate. But this is 100% win rate when it comes to killing Dandruff and getting you amazing hair.
I usually use the Tigreal, right? The one she's holding.
Oh.
But I guess with the Gatot Kaca, hey, why not? And also, while you're at it, take a look at the gang here. You got the Galaxy Zone.
The gang?
The Team Galaxy Zone gang with the Samsung Galaxy phones, showing off how nice it feels to be in the forefront, in the front of the audience for a game like this. The excitement from both teams. I mean, Alter Ego, their fans were just cheering them on. RRQ, they were excited that their team was just dominating. So you can get the best of both worlds, being in the center of all the action.
I'm sorry, Gani. I gotta join the gang as well. I got a Samsung phone.
Hey, exactly.
That caught me off guard. But you guys can also join here and join the gang in the Galaxy Zone. If you have a Samsung phone, just walk up to one of our ushers and say, hey, can I sit in the Galaxy Zone? I got the Samsung phone. This is the flip. You want it?
You don't have to prove that it's actually, a Samsung Z Flip or Z Fold, because they're the only phone that can kind of do that, right? You just go like, yo, sir.
No, they got competitors.
Yes, but this is the best.
Yeah. Yes, that's true.
At a glance, you can tell like a different quality of folding.
Absolutely. Ghani's making a call. Who are you calling?
I mean, game one, Alter Ego got battered, man. I don't know. What did they need to do? Maybe they need some inspiration.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of inspiration in our official destination for gaming and esports. That's Kadia. Drop into Kadia's Discord for all things gaming. FanDX.io/Kadia. Why did you laugh, Ghani?
Not laugh.
I saw you smirk and I was like, why is this guy laughing?
Who did you call?
Huh?
Who did you call?
Yeah, exactly. Who did you call?
I know you called him on the Kadia Discord, but who was that?
It's a secret, all right? Wink, wink.
Join the community, guys. We're a fun bunch. We're also in the Discord. And now we play at Kadia Gaming. Dude, the gang, and then
It's got the QR code below.
You're on the edge today, Ghani. Is it because of the Fnatic Onic win?
I mean,
you're just so ecstatic today.
So,
the gang.
Samsung Galaxy though, man. I mean, I have Samsung, so I wish to be a part of that, squad.
You can't show it now because it's a different series, right? This is the Z series. We will see that when we get to the A series sponsorship later on, all right? But this is mine. I'll keep mine. Arashi, what do RRQ need to do? We've been talking about what Alter Ego need to do. What about RRQ? Because we've seen many teams, Bigatron just yesterday, against Rebellion, game 1, 10 minutes, 3 seconds. Game 2, they lose out. So, for RRQ, do they stick with what works? Do they try to innovate even after that game 1 performance? What would you think RRQ should do?
I mean, at this point, honestly, we were talking about how some teams want to make sure that they put their teams under pressure. They want to try new strats. I mean, I hate to admit it and say it so bluntly, but for RRQ, a match against Alter Ego, if it goes the way it did in game number 1, if they want to try something new, not something random, obviously, something that has worked before in scrims perhaps, this is the time to do it, right? They can try and bring out something interesting on the off chance that they can kind of identify the problems. Because for Alter Ego, the slightest bit of mistakes will be exploited by them because they need anything they can get right now. So that kind of situation, it's kind of good for, finding holes in your game.
Very good. They need that, right? I mean, based on game 1, make a mistake from side of Alter Ego, RRQ, saw it, man.
It's just, you can't really make these big mistakes against RRQ, right? A team that can really punish even small mistakes. The fact that they went for level 4, mid, and top, that little stagger of the pace gave RRQ so many more maneuvers to actually just go onto the turtle, blitz it, and by the time that happens, the Minotaur couldn't work. All the setup that they set up for, the Phoebus Minotaur, turtle number 2, was it too late even? I don't know.
I feel like maybe
they have to tackle it differently.
Yeah, I feel for the drafting phase. Like we said in the beginning there, before the game even begun, we saw that there was a lack of engage tools, right? And we saw that whenever a team is able to get so many more fights and pickoffs in the early game, it's off the back of the continuous engage, the pressure. Now Alter Ego, we knew that they were gonna go and try to be aggressive with Nile, with Nino, but yet they don't really have a lot of engage tools. So maybe they can start there, right? And then at least when RRQ are moving forwards, when they're trying to find opportunities and information, then Alter Ego can at least have a chance to punish and actually get something going on for them in the game.
Well, I guess we'll have to see right now if it's going to be Alter Ego come back to equalize in game number 2, or if it's going to be RRQ just sticking with the fundamentals to stop them down. We did say that in game number 1, RRQ would actually, or Alter Ego would technically need to just go aggressive.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. But I'm struggling. I'm really struggling to find a way at this point. I guess we're just gonna go to the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. RRQ Hoshi takes on Alter Ego. This time Alter Ego taking away. Oh no, they're still sticking to blue side.
Wow.
And it is the horse.
A horse. My kingdom for a horse. That's Shakespeare.
Whoa. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Really? I'm not a man of literature, but I will believe you, Ghani.
But we'll take your word for it, Ghani. The kingdom for a horse. Interesting. Is that the idea here? Going with poetry in motion, we talked about that earlier too. The Hylas in the hands of Alter Ego. If you talk about straightforward, it can't get more straightforward than that. And Nino has experience running this, literally, running this Hylas as well. For RRQ, we haven't really seen a lot of ways to deal with the Hylas, except for maybe a carry. Now I'm curious to see if RRQ can find a different method. They go for the Ruby still, but then they get the Zask too to get that mid prio, to get the intelligence, and to be able to harass and chunk down this Hylas before the fights even begin. But later on in the gold lane, I wonder if it's by default gonna be something like a carry.
Yeah, I guess we'll see right now for RRQ Hoshi, right? There's still many ways to deal with the high loss, to be honest with you. And if Alter Ego don't go for any dive here, how crazy would it be if they just go for Natan, right? And then they go for...
Wow.
Late. They won't go for Natan here. They probably go for like last few picks. They are on red side anyways, so they can flex the option all the way. Alter Ego, what do they decide to go for here? Is it going to be more or less the same kind of the Hayabusa? Or no, Loyi and the Nolan pick up for Alter Ego. So they're going to go even more aggressive. That's the Nylon.
Nylon in play, in full effect. So let's see though, will RRQ be able to deny that killing pressure, right? It's quite clear that Alter Ego, they want to snowball from that early with that Loyi and as well as Nolan. Ooh. But RRQ, what a response. Right, with the Hayabusa, has push potential, and will we see another fast game?
Just like that, it's going to be a Cho banned away as well, knowing that they are going to be using the Assassin. Sutsujin on the Hayabusa. We have seen Sutsujin really pop off more on the Rogers, on the Alpha so far. I guess we did see him on the Nolan as well. Now on the Hayabusa, we'll see just how much prio he can get. All depends on the roaming still. And for Alter Ego, they might really just assume that Edok is going to be piloting this Ruby, because why not at this point?
You really can't assume when you're up against RRQ, right? The fact that there's a slight chance that it can go to Dyron means that it is still very scary, but we will expect that carry ban to come through from Alter Ego. That is one of the many picks that can actually deal with a high loss. And now maybe they might want to deal with the CC. They have always dealt with the CC before. Alter Ego, whenever they pick up the high loss, they ban out the CC. And by the way, Dyron is known to play heroes like the CC. He is known to be the carry. So the fact that he's only been seen on enablers is still very scary. I would love to see Dyron, finally on a carry XP.
To fulfill his maximum potential, to show off all the aggression that has been kept under control for the past couple of seasons, when we haven't seen him really perform and make an appearance in the MPL just yet. Tigreal and Cho, once again, banned away, so they're really putting a lot of prio on shutting down Owen, right? One of the main enablers for Alter Ego. By all means, the Hylas might be flexed over to him as well. Here is a win rate showing for Nile.
0% on the Roger.
Like we said, right? Whenever it is picked up by Nile in the jungle, it just hasn't worked out for Alter Ego. That's why we've seen him more in the Nolan and the Hayabusa, the Fanny and the Lings, but clearly that's why RRQ respected it. Now, final ban for Alter Ego.
Another marksman potential. No, it's going to be the Eden. So they want to eliminate a hero that can soak a lot of damage, but also deals a lot of damage there. Potentially played by like a Dyron hero, right? So maybe they will try to limit that. RRQ first pick here. I expect a gold lane here, right? Because the Ruby can be flexed.
How funny would it be if RRQ go for the Phobius?
Honestly, they can. This is a pretty good composition to go for a brawl like that.
Because I really want to see Professor KB's words proven, right? He said the Phobius actually does really well against the Hylas. Not convinced that is the case just about yet. But it turns out the Arlet shows up first. Still interchangeable, by the way, EXP and Roam.
Yeah, this is the... Yikes. This is what Bigatron likes to do, and now we're seeing it from RRQ as well, the Arlet and the Ruby flex. And again, it does set up for a possible Natan pick, right? It's going to be very scary still up against a Nolan, but the fact that they already have a Ruby means, and the Zas technically, it means that they can actually just play for them, play for the Natan or whatever they want to go for. It reminds me of, the old RRQ where they play around Skylar, protect Mr. President. But Alter Ego, I think, what do you want to go for on Owen? Is the Hylos going to go roam? Pick up like a Phobius now for XP?
Still a lot of dashes available for RRQ, so that's still a valid option. There's going to be the Phobius, and they want the Lunox as well. They need that extra damage to burst through the main front lines. You have to be careful here. This is going to be Lunox gold then, right? So what is RRQ going to throw into that matchup? Because they haven't shown the gold in at all. For Alter Ego to just show the Lunox immediately here, that is a bold move.
It really is. I don't know, for RRQ, everything's still available right, up for them, right? Like, they can still go for the Natan. They can honestly still go for the Moskov too. I think they'll take the Harith out of the equation though, right?
Yeah.
Like, might as well just play for a counter matchup instead of putting Harith on towards Skylar. Oh, it's banned out Harith. Oh, they go for Clint.
Okay.
Outrange the Lunox. Outtrade the Lunox.
All right.
Sheriff Skylar's in town, partner.
Right, so to be fair, okay, we're seeing it again. The Hylas up against heroes without really big shred damage, right? We have to see if the Hylas is almighty, if it always works against most of the compositions if there is no max HP damage like a carry. That is the theory so far. So if RRQ can prove Alter Ego wrong here, it's gonna be the showing that they have to bring right here against the Hylas in the hands of Owen. Roaming Hylas all the way from the early game. That means that Ilok should be at least mitigated a bit. There should be enough screening from Owen to spot him out and deny the chances for him to go in with the I'm offended.
Once again, it is time to see whether RRQ will take this game personally, because Edok's offended all the time on the Ruby. It's time to jump into the land of dawn for the final match, perhaps the final game of Day 2, Week 4. RRQ Hoshi versus Alter
Welcome
Ego.
to Mobile Legends.
Go, go, go. Let's see here. Alter Ego looking to bounce back. Will they make it, though, with the nail-blunt pick in the second game?
Will it be the nail in the coffin, or will it be a nice and smooth game for A?
For A?
Alter Ego, eh?
Alter Ego? All right. Very quick way of saying it, Miracle, but you can see already a bit of aggression coming in from highs, but Skylar with the range will at least be able to get some of these minions from far away, and at best, outtrade the Lunox as well. Looking at the emblems here, Run Mastery for both the gold laners. They expect this game having the potential to go into the late game, but tenacities now for the Lo Yi, for the Hylas as well. Alter Ego will have to sustain from all that damage, whereas for Nino, Wilderness Blessing still, he will be trying to rotate around after pushing the wave, and you can see that Dairon against Nino on top there. Nino does have a bit of pressure to throw around here.
Do you think RRQ has what it takes to actually deal with the Hylos though, Rashi? My big question now, because technically there's no carry still, there's no CC, there's no export. They have the Clint, but is that enough?
I personally don't feel like it is enough, but I guess RRQ, they're confident enough that they can start snowballing. But they have to be careful though with the Lunox. I mean, the Lunox in the picture and the Lo Yi as well. It's a great mix of early game and late game damage. So if Alter Ego wants to play around the Hylas with the Lo Yi combo, they can set up for really good dives as well, with the Hylas tanking up a lot of that damage from the turrets coming in with the Revitalize.
Oh, hey. Whoa. We got Clay in the first game. We got Zin in the second. What a treat.
What a treat indeed. Let's see. Oh, whoa, something he caught.
Oh, no. The Guajado, though, Sitsujin is still able to find space. Rin's soaking a lot of damage. Dominor's Descent popped now. Edok trying to hold their line. Still going to be now. Gets taken down with the Dominor's Descent blink there. Edok will be next turtle, though. Will soon be taken away by Sitsujin. Alter Ego, they win 2 members, but they lost the turtle.
Wow, turtle for RRQ, but man, they did a great job kind of ignoring. We talked about this, right? Move past the Hylos and go for the backline. That's exactly what they did, and they got the turtle. But really seeing that RRQ having a lot more difficulties in dealing with this composition. Even earlier, they had the alpha as well. So in those kind of skirmishes, they can really get so much more value. But now it's different. And Sitsujin is still solid as ever.
Wow.
Seems like even though they lost in that engagement when it comes to kills, the audience prediction is still overwhelming as usual.
Yeah, they vote before the game starts 92 to 8%. Oh man,
the first single digit?
Maybe, honestly, RRQ Hoshi, after that Game 1 performance, it does seem like some of the Ultra champs in the building has lost some trust towards Alter Ego. The fans here in the building actually are still fully supporting Alter Ego, but maybe fans at home, right? After seeing that stomp in Game 1, and it is scary. to be fair.
Really
the fact
is.
that RRQ got the turtle against this kind of composition, which should be able to win out on the battles.
It's great play though by Dyron as well there. Just dealing with the crowd control, taking away the attention, forced Syzygy to come in. Even though Syzygy was actually low on HP, he got harassed and chunked down before the Lord take even begun, by the way. So it still is a very respectable play. But look at this, with the Hylas, there is control. With the control, there is a diversion play. Dyron.
Does he read it out? Oh, he's in the bush. Nino walks up, throws the bait out. Dyron.
Oh, slash.
Okay.
Under the turret, so they wasted that diversion.
And the audience goes wild. Wow, what a performance.
Oh no, the range of the muscle line as well. Ini bencana. You see that emote?
I have that emote.
Me too.
Shout out to our co-worker, our colleague Ranger Omas, but now back to the turtle play. Dyron already rotating. Can Owen zone enough? He needs to fight Syzygy and zone him away from the turtle.
Well, his pathway popped now. He will try to hold the people down, but now finds the turtle. No, there's going to be payback here as Alter Ego they collapse. Gets taken down. Syzygy moves low. Hines manages to lock him down, but Skylar, the sheriff in town, finds a payback. It's Nino now zoning, wins away. Who wins? Again, finding the right target, but Aaron will not be able to find the engage.
Sheriff Skylar. An executor too. He's not just the officer. He's a judge, jury, and executioner.
Goes straight and making sure that Heis pays for his crimes of taking down one member of RRQ.
That's murder in all these parts.
He's a wanted man after all. He is the GOAT, Goni says. Here's a clear head-to-head between the GOAT, Heis, and Skylar. Looking at the average KD and GPM, and even teamfight participation, Skylar actually has the overwhelming advantage, but Heis has the hero pool advantage. That comes in handy in the drafting phase. But look at this, Owen zoning everyone away.
Oh, that is wild. 2v2. It's going to be the base stall. Well, the turret taken down. 2v1 as well. Top lane. Salar stunned up, flickers out. Now Infernal Pursuit with the Retribution now finally secures with the Fracture. Edom will be the next target as Roundel finds that one. 2 members taken out. As another 2v1. Diamond now caught. And that will be a kill from Heis.
I said it, man. After a game 1 stomp, what do you do if you're RRQ? How do you continue this? It's legit.
Oh, Shadow Kill on towards 2 members though. Damage distributed. And that will be Syzygy almost assassinating Roundel.
It's a 2,000 goal lead now for Alter Ego. Not looking good for RRQ, but it is looking good as the general of RRQ is here. Mr. Brandon Kent.
The guy with the most iconic voice in the business, but look at this, RRQ going for Owen.
A little too ambitious. Hey! Whoa. He's having a blast, man, but take a look at Owen. Soaking a lot of damage here, still holding on though, gets taken down by Syzygy. Now it's going to be the turtle, taken down, and Dyron will not be able to stand to the front side of the mat as Nino already being such a nuisance in the back lines. Wins and Skylar being the target. Wins still holding on, 1-4 HP, but no! The cover from Sheriff. Chivalry isn't dead, but Niall will find the payback, and Syzygy finds a solo. Heis will not be able to find the kill! Oh my goodness! It's so close, I love it!
You can hear the Ultra Champs in the building! Holy moly, we've got a game in our hands! Game 2 is very different from game 1. Alter Ego wants to make sure of that. You can hear even the RQ Kingdom now in the building, not wanting to take that disrespect. It's a war in and out of the Land of Dawn.
Looking at the items though, Holy Crystal almost completed for Heis. And the GOAT himself has been able to output so much damage. RRQ, they're going to be forced soon to allocate 1 or 2 stuns in the mid of a fight to stop this Lunox, man. It's just doing way too much damage, especially to the backline members. It's not only exclusively dealt to tanks. Syzygy has a lot of damage. He's still having the damage still for sure, but not the level advantage any longer.
Syzygy's Alpha in game 1 becomes the 2nd fastest farming player in MPL ID, reaching level 15 in 857. Before it was held by Taz, 836. Oh no, actually, the first is still Taz. He is the 2nd with 857 on the Alpha. So let's see what he can do on the Hayabusa up against an Alter Ego with a 3,000 gold lead. with this kind of composition, usually you don't survive that long.
Looking for a way to scale up, to make sure that he has the retribution at least, to try and attempt those steals. In 10 seconds though, it's going to be forced to try and contend for a fight. A BOD already, a lot more damage potential, but it seems like for RRQ, they're really backing on Skylar scaling up right here. All things considered, he's still doing pretty well, but this next Lord, it might really just fall down to Alter Ego.
They're gonna blitz it. RRQ a little bit late to the party, and Niall finds it. Alter Ego, they should not force a fight. So that's another win here for Alter Ego. Almost 4K, and they got the Lord.
Oh, massive win now with the Lord marching down. RRQ do have ways to clear the wave, but Alter Ego have very similar ways. Not to clear the wave, but to dive, man. That Lunox, and then obviously the diversion from Loyi will give them a few troubles. Let's see if they can defend this.
And how do they want to make a formation before the fight happens? Because they have to protect Skylar. 1v1 in the bottom side, but look at the diversion.
Not gonna connect here. Sutsujin is able to sniff that one out.
Right. He was able to actually clear out the bottom lane there. They might get a turret off this play, actually. Look at Alter Ego. They're staying in the mid lane. They're not scoring the Lord either.
So the first Lord here. Maybe they want to shift their focus onto elsewhere, but yeah, I mean, RRQ, they will not be able to defend the top lane turret here. As the base turrets, though, it's still okay.
Yeah, it's a delayed siege by Alter Ego, I would say. That was actually a pretty good move now, getting all tier 2s across the board, leaving RRQ left with just their base turrets. That's a BOD for Niall. And players gold, Niall's #1, Highs follows second. Skylar and Sutsujin are not that far behind.
By about 500 to 1,000, depending on who you're comparing. Sutsujin, though, also has the BOD. He's building up more towards a endless battle, I believe, is what he's trying to go after. The Hunter Strike and the BOD. So a Malefic War advantage technically for Niall. So even the tankier members on the side of RRQ are not safe from the Niall and threat.
6,000 gold lead for Alter Ego at this point of the game. Three faces, they tend to scale off usually with their compositions, but this game it's completely different. I think with the Phobius, the Lunox, they should do fine. Also some tanky members, some real good tanky members in the Hylos. It should be A-okay.
Very much so, and let's see here. It's going to be almost a 6,000 gold lead here, Rashi.
6,000 gold, and they're using it to great use. It's in the right hands too. None of it in Owen, most of it in the hands of Highs and Niall, so they're going to bully Sutsujin away from his own jungle. The base turret passive, though, is still maintained here by RRQ. That's a small win. But Owen, despite being unkillable at this point, is hesitant to move forward without his team, so he's still respecting the potential for RRQ. But I really do feel like Alter Ego are playing it a bit safe, a bit too safe even, as Sutsujin secures his purple buff, despite all the advantage, Gani, that Alter Ego have at their disposal. At 10 more seconds to go, can RRQ find something? Are they looking for a moment here? Because they have eat up on the Ruby, but can he find a target when the Hylas is just posted up to screen him away?
I mean, it's tough, right? I mean, they know that the Lord earlier should come soon, and I think that's their main agenda. They will get the Lord, no problem. But now, you're right, they can't play this game too safe. Here, Alter Ego, they need to somehow pull the trigger and find that haymaker. Do they have enough firepower, though, item-wise?
Item-wise, they have good power spikes, but I don't think they're quite there just yet. Especially if you compare it against the members of Alter Ego. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive for Highs. He can very easily delete anyone from the side of RRQ. They have to play around with the crowd control. And Nino has the Winter Crown as well as Niall. They know that the next engagement might be critical to at least maintaining their dominance, to at least getting closer and closer to that equalizer, to a 1-1 situation. Now with the Lord coming through, they have the tools ready. Battle spells are all up as well. Let's see what they can do.
Let's see. Enhanced Lord going to be charging with the Glorious Pathway.
Lord will take the mid-base turret, but early Winter Crown there by Niall. It's going to be Alter Ego taking the base turret in the mid.
Ice.
Oh my goodness, Highs! The initiation from the GOAT himself. It's going to be Enoch trying to defend Winter Crown by High's Lord. Will be taken care of, but Dyron will shut him down. That's a good fracture though, as payback as Skylar will not be able to find a kill.
Ice cold Winter Crown by Roundel. RQ Hoshi were able to actually outplay the situation, getting a few kills themselves, but still with the base trip now in the mid lane, Alter Ego are playing with a whole lot of advantages. Niall, they're recalling as we get to see the replay.
Look at this, it's high is coming through, immediately bursting down Sutsujin. No target to go for the shadow kill, and afterwards, unfortunately he does fall to Rins, but Skylar tries to make it equal, but you know, the Winter Crown denies it completely. It's almost like now Alter Ego are reading through to RRQ with a 6,000 gold lead still. RRQ are doing all they can to defend. Majority of them are not even level 15 just yet. But again, Alter Ego also isn't quite there, so they have the advantage, but they really aren't forcing it as much as they could. They're not really taking a lot of risks here. And that's kind of allowing RRQ to scale ever so slightly into the late game.
Exactly. So what are we waiting for now? Rins and Skylar, I assume, right? Now on the way to the Melfic Roar. He already has the Endless Battle. Have to seize. Oh, there we go. Actually, picks up the Melfic Roar as we speak. Enoch!
Offended. Owen still holding on. Glorious Pathway pops as well. RRQ, they wasted resources, but it's, again, Alter Ego not really capitalizing on the resources that was spent.
Yeah. Those were some big resources, man. The fact that the Revitalize is down means that RRQ can actually try to go for a pick. Sutsujin will also be able to pick up the purple buff, so RRQ have what it takes to actually contest here. They need to utilize this window, because if Owen gets the Revitalize, it'll be tough. I'm offended.
Glorious Pathway as well. Sutsujin finds another angle here with the shadow kill. Pops. Oh! He falls! Leverage play to the flank, says Niall. Was sent to assassinate a member. Now it's going to be Nino trying to lock Dyron down. Niall falls in the process. It's going to be the double. Oh, the Sheriff looking for the 3K! Does not find it. Almost able to close a gap, because Alter Ego, they force that fight.
When the king gets a kill, the kingdom roars. Electrifying atmosphere here in the MPL arena. Skylar, Sheriff Skylar, King Skylar, whatever you want to call him, he's carrying this game. 4-3-1. That Melfic Roar played a huge part in what he was able to do earlier. Edok in the bush, occupying it.
Oh, this is I'm offended. Final slash as well. Now on the backside, it's going to be Nyron actually. Oh, that's Nina finding the almost solo kill, but now Winter Crown just to delay, as he will fall as well. That's a 1-for-1. Rondo wasn't able to find a clean off. Let's see here, 4v4 on the Lord. Spell almost all are on cooldown. Will RQ and Alter Ego pull the trigger?
Now they have the Revitalize in the hands of Owen still. So it's a more realistic way, but with those kills picked up by RRQ, they're getting closer. Sutsujin, respectable damage. That's onto a tank, by the way. Owen looks very tanky, but he has the Oracle and the Dominance Ice. And then the Immortality. That's the extent of his tankiness. Actually, if there's enough damage on RRQ, straight up burst damage, like what Skylar got, they can kind of catch Owen off guard there if he's not careful.
It's a great Dragon Spear already as well for Skylar. Oof. So, more maneuvers, more movement. That has been the way that Alter Ego has punished him before. When he actually goes in, it's very difficult for Clint to stay with that space and to get the space in the fights. Now with the Great Dragon Spear, it does give him a lot more ways to actually maneuver in the fights. You can see the hand cam here. Niall going for the orange buff first. Both junglers actually on the other side, opposite side of the Lord. Sutsujin clearing it out, actually trying to form out a slow push. Alter Ego decided to go for it. You don't
see. Going through Owen, good final slash onto it soon. Glorious Pathway pops as well too. Zone up most of the members. Niall is too quick with it, but Nino will die in the process. Good diversion as a defensive hero resource. And that will be just Nino taken down.
Oh man. Now it gets tough. Alter Ego, they get the Lord, but they can't really do anything with Owen.
Oh, just a horse stop. Oh, the damage is there, definitely. He will lose out on the immortality. Good final slash, and that will be Owen. Goodbye, horse.
What the heck is the damage, my guy? That is the revitalized big horse that was such a problem. But with Skylar's build, he's just getting melted down. The Lord is up right now, but Alter Ego, they've lost the gold advantage and they don't have their frontliners. They can't do much with this.
Alter Ego gotta play with the flanks. They gotta look for the diversion play. If they continuously just fight front to back, Skylar and Edok and Rins, they're happy to take the fight.
Look at the positioning of Edok, man. Not anywhere near to the Lord, because they know the diversion play has a potential to come through right about now, when RRQ least expected. RRQ are really respecting the potential for our Alter Ego to make the play happen there. Making sure that all the bushes are checked out, just in case that desperate diversion play makes an appearance.
That's the winner crown for Dyron too, so whenever he goes for the initiation, even if it's a bit too far, you can always just winner crown and wait for a while. Alter Ego actually have a whole lot of winner crowns. They have 4 right now. Nino, Nile, Roundel, and Highs all having a winner crown. Only Owen is the member who doesn't have a winner crown. He actually also doesn't have the immortality anymore. It was popped through earlier. RRQ are left to just defend. There's still an enhanced minion wave up top, but as long as RRQ are able to keep these side lane base turrets up, Alter Ego don't really have a massive advantage. It's still an advantage, obviously, having a base turret in the mid lane, but it's an easily cleared out lane.
I'm surprised. Oh, look at the scouting coming in. They're concerned maybe about the diversion into the wall of the base of RRQ. Now they've kind of cleared the waves. Now it's back to hunting for Edok. With the damage available, they know they have enough damage to burst down Owen. And as the game goes and progresses, Skylar's at full build, but Rins isn't. If Rins gets 1 or 2 more items, the Holy Crystal even, along with the Wishing Lantern, this guy is doing an insane amount. It doesn't even look that dangerous, but you stay in there for a bit too long and you get taken out.
3,000 gold lead for Skylar. Sold the Blade of Heptaseas, knows that the Berserker's Fury gives him more value, sells the boots, gets Athena's shield. Really intelligent by Skylar. Edok spots out Owen.
Owen order used up. Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes game time, it's back equal. All right, it's 50-50. Pure base turret-wise or turret-wise, it's still favoring Alter Ego. Diversion on towards the purple. Good start here by Alter Ego.
If Darren spots it out, he's gonna check.
Oh, face check, the damage is enough to winner crown trigger. Now it's going to be Owen again in the front side of the map here. Dominator's Ascent already used up as well. Jin, Quachero does not connect! But that time offended from Edok again! The hand of the king will serve bodies! Take a look at RRQ, they are trying to find members! Skylar! What a play that Highs is too quick! Immortality's popped left and right, but now take a look at Skylar's positioning again! It's going to be Alter Ego winning the fight as Nino finds the shutdown!
Holy moly! The 3 faces of Alter Ego. It's Nile, Nino, and Highs. It looked good for the Kings, but it looked better for Alter Ego. 1-1.
We got game 3, boys.
Game 3 once more. Between Alter Ego against RRQ. They tried their best. They scaled all the way to the late game. It all comes down to one single moment as the Alder champs celebrate, man. What a performance there. Everyone stepping up to the plate for the team fights. And that's one step closer to a great success, to a great improvement, to a great statement to their fans.
Wow.
That they have done it.
It looked like a crazy fight there. Skylar buying immortality. These are hero moments time and time again. But Alter Ego, they know how it is to be a hero. They know how it is to come back from being down a game. This is what happened to them against Geek Fam too. Geek Fam won game 1 against them, their first leg match, and Alter Ego lost in very, very quick fashion, 11 minutes. This looks so good for RRQ.
What happened after? Darren very low, he forced a fight. Now repositions. Suzuki loses immortality. Oh my goodness, so scattered, man.
Quite honestly, it's the Winter Crowns coming in from Alter Ego. We were just kidding about Alter Ego having so many Winter Crowns, but in that game, in that one last fight, knowing that RRQ have a ton of burst damage, the amount of time spent waiting for the Winter Crowns to expire from the Nolan, from the Lunox, from the Lo Yi was enough to buy Nino the time to just smash that backline.
And now for the first time, aside from the Bigatron loss, RQ have dropped a game. Not even against Fnatic Onic did they drop a game. Alter Ego. We said it. If they want to try to beat the Kings, they got to make it grounded. They got to try to look for a fight, just aggression all around. And they overwhelm RQ with their aggression, fighting from different angles, getting the diversion. And that diversion towards the purple ball is what set up all these crazy fights to happen. Team fight play becomes the key. Alter Ego equalizes the score in game 2. And you can hear and see the Alter champs here celebrating that win.
Again, what a showing from Alter Ego, showing that they are here, that they won't go down without a fight. And ladies and gentlemen, we got a game 3. RRQ. Now actually, will they actually lose game 3? There's a possibility of that happening.
If they don't respect the potential of Alter Ego, they give him the power picks, the Lunox, the low Yis, the Hylases. Man, if RRQ don't adapt and make some changes, there is a very good chance.
At this point, is it not just better to ban the Hylos, guys? Is the Hylos just too dirty of a hero?
How about his phobias, though?
It's so annoying.
I think it's alright.
It's alright. It's definitely a critical part of the success for Alter Ego, but man, the combination of that annoyance, right, for both the Hylas and the phobias. And of course, Nile on the Nolan. That is also one more strong suit of Alter Ego. And you're seeing that even in that final fight. I thought he was done. Right? Then he with the crown, he found a window to slip out, and sometimes, oh, I'm too low, I gotta go back to base, you know? But he stuck around, and his persistence resulted in the success. He came back in, and he was able to assist the player of the game, Highs, the GOAT!
Gonnie's favorite player, Rupture Weapon Mastery, Lethal Ignition, Glass Cannon build does not matter. Highs does whatever Highs wants to do.
Shout out to Highs. I mean, when he's confident, when he is active or activated, this is what type of damage that he can do.
You know, Gonnie, you always have a favorite in Alter Ego. Last season it was Krite, this season it's Highs. You and Alter Ego, man.
There's a bit of affinity between Gonnie and Alter Ego. Looking at the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Uber S Gold, though, you can see that from the early game, it's really a lot more shaky. They did the right things, but all the AoE and the sustainability coming in from the side of Alter Ego make sure that any of these fights that get messy like this really favors Alter Ego. And that's a very different situation than RRQ are used to. Now they're the ones that have to kind of hide back and make the fight spaced out. But when they do so, when they try and make that happen, Nile says, you sure you want to do that, bro? You want to stick together for the combos? Because I can come in and just clean up. And he was massive in this game. Not just the farming, but also the decisions. When to go in, when to back off. And this was one of those very eventful fights with the Revitalize popped by Owen eventually. He was still taken out, but then, oof. That Winter Crown with the diversion allows him to get out. And this was the play. Winter Crown was available for Dyron, but he was chunked so low right here that look at his positioning. He's just piecing out of the fight immediately. But then Edok forced to try and make a play right there because Rins was jumped on by Alter Ego. So all things considered, there were mistakes from RRQ, but Alter Ego definitely made it difficult for RRQ to have the usual clean execution that you've come to expect from the Kings.
Such a good immortality buy from Skylar, but Princess gets caught, by Nile, who's just waiting in that bush, doesn't decide to recall an Alter Ego. When the dust settles, you see the three people standing, and it is none other than Highs, Nino, and Roundel. Oh, Highs, Nino, and Nile, actually, not Roundel. Let's take a look at this regular season match, 21 minutes and 33 seconds.
You can see that for, as far as gold is concerned, RRQ have caught up, but look at the Lords, man. Not a single one given to them. I think that last Lord fight was the critical one, right? If RRQ won there as well, have scaled enough to win there too, that would have been the big moment that would turn everything around. But all things considered, only one item, there were enough gold available for RRQ Hoshi to go for the item swaps, so they have definitely caught up. The Winter Crowns, though, from Alter Ego, knowing that they have all the dives, right? The Phobias, the Hylos, the Lunox as well. We talked about this, making it messy, making it difficult for the positioning of RRQ to really prevail. And Syzygy on the Hayabusa, really kind of losing out in impact compared to Nolan in the hands of Nile. So is it just the Nolan power? Or is it just Sutsujin maybe not being as comfortable or as good on the Hayabusa? This is valuable info that a lot of teams can kind of observe out of RRQ.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that was an issue for RRQ, right? The fact that Jin, he wasn't really able to fully capitalize on the assassin pick. The carry was still Skylar, GPM still held by Skylar as well, 760 and 92,000, 219. Man, I think the high lows just gotta go. You know, we've seen this, the pattern has been whenever the high lows gets picked up, it just gets you wins and wins and wins. It was there for Geek Fam, and then Liquid in the final match. It only lost one game, and that was when Geek Fam decided to first pick the high lows and then first phase pick the Gatot Kacha. That was the only game lost for high lows, and even then it was close. It was a close game because the high lows were just so tanky. Then we proceeded with Onyx. The Onyx game. Fnatic Onyx won in game 3 with the Hylos that was left open for the first time in that series. Hylos is the key to victory, man.
The horse. A lot of teams.
Hylos.
Yeah. The horse of victory. The victorious steed.
That's
Hylos.
a horse.
And for RRQ, you have to wonder what's the idea. Because even for us, casuals, we saw the Hylos and we're immediately like, okay, hang on. Carry, right? Lunox maybe. There were some options, some solutions available, but RRQ didn't go for any of them. The carry was banned in the second phase, right? When the highlight is first picked. So you have to wonder for RRQ what was the issue. Because Skylar can play the carry. We know that he's not uncomfortable on that hero.
Yeah.
So your guess is as good as mine, Goni.
It's tough, right? I mean, considering that Skylar, yes, he can play the carry, but there's Nolan, right? I mean, it's tough. Usually on a carry, especially, I mean, technically he can rock, he can go for other spells.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't really heavy on CC, so yeah, maybe with the Flicker, he has more chances on surviving against a Nile, but against a Nolan rather. But
better
see game 3.
Is it better than a is it gonna be better than a Clint? You know, there's so many questions right here.
Questions everywhere.
Maybe we need to send it over to Buddha Clara Mongstar because she actually gets to ask these questions to the players and sometimes the fans.
Halo, buset sibuk banget kamu di sini.
Iya udah, aku lagi balas-balasin chat YouTube RRQ nih pakai emoji spesialnya RRQ.
Ah, bentar, itu emoji spesial?
Iya.
Ih, cakep banget. Jadi di YouTube RRQ tuh ada membership atau ada yang spesial gitu ya?
Iya, ada dong Bude. Cuma 10.000 tapi dapat banyak benefitnya deh.
Oh iya? Hanya 10.000?
Iya, cuma 10.000.
Oke. Terus selain dapat emoji yang spesial tuh yang kamu lagi pakai, kamu kirim-kirim itu, bisa dapat apa lagi ya, Lik?
Bisa dapat diskon merchandise, terus juga ada video eksklusif member, dan juga bisa sebut nama di videonya RRQ, Bude.
Wih, banyak banget nih. Langsung, Alik aku. Alik Bude dong gitu ya?
Iya, bisa Bude.
Bisa, dapat diskon pula. Terus cara joinnya gimana?
Nanti tinggal masuk ke YouTube-nya RRQ dan klik join member aja, Bude. Atau ada QR-nya di sini. Tinggal scan QR.
Di sini nih, sudah ada, dipegangin sama Sutsujin bahkan loh.
Waduh.
Jadi langsung
Mantap.
scan sekarang, join sekarang. Coba kasih tahu nih, semua kingdom yang ada, semua super fans ada. Suruh mereka, Alik.
Ayo guys, cepetan join, nanti banyak benefitnya deh.
Nanti banyak benefitnya. Alik juga bakal nyanyi nggak di situ, Bude? Bisa request nyanyian Alik nggak?
Nyanyi.
Bisa please? Nanti bisa dibicarakan. Oke. Tapi ngelihat hari ini pasti lagi banyak banget nih para members dari RRQ, dari Kingdom. Lagi pada rame pasti ngobrolin ini juga ya. Gimana kamu ngelihat dari tim RRQ hari ini?
Udah keren banget sih game satunya Bude. Cuman mungkin ini supaya seru game 3 kali ya.
Biar seru, ini memang MPL makin malam makin seru. Namun kalau ngebahas tentang keseruan hari ini, di Kingdom kayaknya seru banget ya tadi.
Wah seru, Bude ada yang gali, banyak banget deh kerjaannya di bus ini.
Ada yang ngegali, ada yang nyemen, ada yang segala macam. Namun Alik sendiri di sini gimana? Keseruannya tadi gimana?
Ya happy banget sih Bude.
Cingkrak nggak?
Enggak sih.
Enggak.
Cukup support aja Bude.
Cukup support. Mungkin kamu ada yang mau support di sini untuk tim RRQ?
Ya, terus support RRQ guys.
Terus
udah,
support RRQ. Kalau buat playernya.
Playernya fokus, semangat.
Fokus, semangat. Oh ya udah mereka biarin fokus semangat. Kita main YouTube aja yuk.
Ya.
Di YouTube ada apa lagi nih?
Balesin lagi Bude.
Balesin lagi. Emoji kesukaanmu yang mana tuh?
Yang ini.
Kalian udah jadi member belum? Join cepet ya di scan QR-nya. Karena kita mau ngobrol-ngobrol di sini nih, ada konten baru yang cuma membership bisa lihat.
Makanya.
Ayo kita lihat,
join
mending
sih?
mereka suruh mulai dulu ya ini ya. Game ketiga antara tim RRQ dan juga Alter Ego. Lanjutkan, monggo caster. Monggo caster.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, after that interview. If you guys want to join, you guys can go and scan the QR code earlier. The Sosujin was holding up. With the Monster was soccer with Alec.
Brand ambassador of RRQ.
She sings the anthem for RRQ.
Really?
Yeah. She actually speaks Japanese. And she
Konnichiwa.
sings in Japanese. Yeah. We're going to actually take a look at the free skins that you guys can get with the Epic Collaborations Limited Series UBS Gold X MPL Season 14. Available at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Get your free skins with every purchase of limited edition. So you get the gold, you get the accessories, and you get a free skin.
It's a win, man. Again, check it out. Get free skins with every purchase of limited edition. And yeah, I mean, Benedetta, Electro Katana.
Would you guys go for the katana or the ring? Because the ring is a bit too flashy, right? The katana you can wear casually. The ring's kind of baller though. I keep saying that, but that's
You know what?
It's not just an accessory; it's a statement.
No, you know what? We don't need to buy the ring. Like, probably just the necklace.
Why?
Because the ring we can just steal from Yeb.
Oh, we're gonna get him.
You're welcome.
Yep. You? Yep. Careful when you're walking around the English casters, man. That
Can we
ring,
ask
one of those?
Can we ask a ring from Bigatron?
This season, after this season, of course.
Okay.
I'll get one for you when they win.
Really?
And I'll also get you some snacks, Gani, to chill out real quick, you know?
Yeah, you gotta relax, Gani.
You gotta relax with Campina. You gotta get a snack with Campina, Gani.
Tropicana Double Crunch. Check it out, boys and girls. New flavor. Double your energy to GOD level. Whoa! GOD. It's ice cream for gamers. Caramel ice cream with double chocolate, making it twice as crunchy. Experience the excitement of mabar or makan bareng or eating together with Tropicana Double Crunch. Hurry! Get it at the Campina booth just outside. Double crunchy GOD level.
It's as easy as that, guys. If you want a snack, I always love a snack. You know, especially after casting, something cool to wind down a bit is Campina. And you guys should try the durian flavor. I've just been spamming the durian flavor one. It's amazing.
Campina?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All the benefits of the durian flavor, right? And
all the
you know the
flavor.
Yeah. You know, like sometimes people don't like the smell, they don't like the texture. Well, if you get the Campina ice cream, like you don't get any of that. It's just plain old good durian.
Plain old good durian. Now, when you're eating, usually you need to do something while doing it. You know, I usually play around my Samsung Z Flip.
All right,
but
that's cool.
When I'm in public, sometimes, you know, especially here, the crowd gets a little loud.
Yeah.
I want to put the earbuds in.
Exactly.
Earbuds for Zgachu or Raimo. Experience the power of hero sound and LED digital display. So, in front of the AirPods, there's going to be a display that gives you the battery percentage. You can see it right there. Everything you need to know about the AirBuds 4. And all you need to do is check out the official Oraimo store and get yours right now.
Now.
You would think that it's not that important, but once you experience it,
Exactly.
right? It's a massive quality of life type of change. You know, you don't know
Essential.
it. You don't know you need it until you do.
Exactly.
It's basically essential, right?
It's like internet.
Especially on a plane. On a plane, you just need to put that on.
Exactly.
Then go and sleep or do whatever you want, right? But if you want to do whatever you want as well at home, you get good connection.
How?
You don't want to be watching MPL ID and seeing the crazy plays happening, and then suddenly a buffer sign comes out. Come on, man! It's 2024. Get yourself good internet, and it's very cheap. Right, Gani? Very cheap.
Check it out. All right, you just need to check
it out.
Telkomsel IndiHome, guys. Experience gaming with fast and stable connections from IndiHome Stable Package G21 for just a 375,000 IDR. That's very, very affordable. Get internet with speeds up to 100 Mbps. Subscribe now. Where Arashi? Well, there you go. MyTelkomsel or tcell.id/national.
National.
Thanks, Arashi. You asked for Arashi and then you answered it yourself, Gani. It's a lot of knowledge you got there. But I mean, it's IndiHome. Of course, you gotta know. because they're the best in the business.
You gotta know.
But right
man.
now, one of the best in the league is also in danger. Can Altrigo get it done? After losing the team fight, what does RRQ need in game number 3? The glowing mistake, obviously, is the Hylas, right? Solutions to deal with the Hylas. But if they can't deal with that, if they want to go for something else, what else could be given here to RRQ to maybe do better in that previous game?
GG. I don't know. It really just feels tough. Whenever the Hylos comes up, GG. It's like a red card in football.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disadvantage, right? But let's see here. Maybe sometimes, sometimes in football, even with against 10 men, you still can't find a win. So maybe RRQ on paper, they're stronger, but Alter Ego, they're at a disadvantage. Maybe they can find the win and find the reverse sweep.
Oh, I like that metaphor, man. After losing a team fight, what does RRQ need in game number 3? I think really the Hylos is the big issue, because the Phoveus, it's alright. I mean, game 1, Phoveus was there. Alter Ego picked up the Phoveus first pick, and it did nothing. Game 1, it was a stomp. RRQ did not look at they didn't find the Phoveus threatening at all. So I honestly feel like it's all about the Hylos. Either technically they could just go first pick. They could go first pick, pick it up away from Alter Ego themselves. That could be a way to do what they've been doing here. But it's just very rare to see Cascute actually, not respect something like that. Let's see this. Alter Ego, second pick, 30% win rate. First pick, 60% win rate. It has risen after that win in game number 2 up against RRQ Hoshi in the draft.
I mean, the fact that Cascade has been so reliable leads to a lot of people I know, right, who are kind of delusional, saying like, oh, dude, they're definitely experimenting. There's no way that's the full, the full serious focus of RRQ. They were trying to find other ways to try and deal with the Hylos. Well, now that we've seen the results of the experimentation, if that is the case, now I think RRQ will be forced to kind of take it a bit more seriously. Looking at their rate, it's gone down. Wait, hang on a minute. Yeah, first pick. Oh, has the first pick rate actually gone down more than the second pick, right?
No, the first pick stays the same. It was the red side that
it was
has
80.
dipped.
It dipped down to 77.
After losing in game number 2 on red side, that was the side of preference. But what would you swap out? Chip, Ling, and Fanny has been the bans from RRQ Hoshi, right? If they need to ban out the Hylos, did they leave the Ling open, the Fanny? What's it going to be?
It has to be the Ling or the Fanny for sure, because I think the chip is a bit too expensive, as we Indonesians would say.
It really is.
Not to mention a lot of the other teams even still respect the chip as well, even though they're willing to deal with the Fanny and Ling. So that leads me to believe that the chip will be the one that can't really be removed. If they want to put Nile on the Ling or the Fanny, there are options there too.
Oh man, let's get into the draft.
Let's go.
Of game number 3, the final match. Now, oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh man.
Alter Ego.
Sweep, question mark?
Oh my god. Well, they can obviously still go for carry. Some ways to counter the Hylos. RRQ, let's see what they go for. Aurora.
Priestess of
Okay.
primal lightning. Your team hunter of all the evil gods.
Is it Aurora in the mid lane though? That's the question that always gets run out immediately. But still, no carry just yet. Maybe saving it for the third pick, or they're really thinking that we have to try and find a way to deal with the Hylos without the carry. And if they want to try and do that, that's dangerous, but that's the kind of road that I guess Cascute wants to take.
Yeah, it's gonna be Aurora, most likely mid, but again, 3 games, 3 Nolan picks here for the side of Nile.
Game 1 was higher.
Oh, game 1 was higher, so okay. Third game here is going to be,
is it Loi?
Loi again for Roundel.
Oh man, they're actually gonna go for the Zask this time.
Zask into the Aurora. We haven't seen that in a while. It's usually the other way around. But alright, with the Hylas and the Nolan, the two, I guess 2 of the most impactful picks there. The Lunox comes to mind for highs earlier. I wonder if RRQ have plans to try and go against that, or if they want to try and just, assume that Alter Ego might go for something different.
I don't know. At this point, they need to pick up something like a carry, right? In the first phase, it's going to be banned out if they don't. Or they go for a full damage output comp and not the carry. That could still work. If they go for Julian, that's what they're going for. Now they go for the Julian. They're just going to go for full damage output at this point, right? Edith, Aurora, Julian. Ultra Ego will ban out the carry again. There's no reason for them to leave it open. And then RQ will probably just go for, again, full damage output. But it could be a Clint again in the gold lane.
Interesting. They want to go for that. They just need all the bursts possible. So technically, even though it looks like a teamfight composition with an Edith, with an Aurora, this might just operate the same way as a pick-off comp, but with extra steps, right? You have all the same damage, but now you have more ways to kind of negate the dive-in, negate the follow-up coming in from the friends of Alter Ego. And like you mentioned, if there's enough damage available, then the main strength of the Hylos that allows him to play a bit like a Grok kind of gets completely denied. And seeing through that a bit, Alter Ego will start banning away at the pick of heroes, man.
Yeah, really smart, man. That Jawhead could have been a way for RQ to add more damage output into their composition. So the Jawhead gets banned out. I think it might be a carry ban now for Alter Ego. So definitely would be the safe choice to go for. Or maybe they want to get rid of the Ruby.
I think the Ruby has a slightly higher value than the carry, sure. It counters the Hylos, sure it can shred the Hylos down.
But what if they go for something that's a bit more pick-off? We talk about pick-off, right? Jawhead is not available. What if they go for the Franco?
Oh,
the Franco?
Suppression for the assassin, right? And then the hooks for the pick-offs. It fits.
It fits, especially for Edok. He's a very good Franco player.
Exactly.
That could be a way. The only thing is, you know, with the Dominator's Descent and Nightmaric Spawn, it could be very scary. They actually decided to ban out the CC. So carry's still up for grabs. Honestly, now it definitely fits better in their comp if they want to go for the Franco carry, if they want to go for Kaja carry, you know? Different ways. They also already have the Aurora there, so there you go. That's a Franco. Nice call, Rashi. And it'll probably be the carry last pick if Alter Ego don't take it away. I think at this point, they should just go for, what, Moskov?
Moskov is good, right? Because, again, the Spirit of Misery, if given the chance, can cancel out the Suppression. Or even, honestly, the Kufra. Kufra can work here as well here against the Franco, but it's going to be the Lolita.
My goodness! Coach Aldo!
Let's go.
They should have known!
The Purifies.
Oh my god, Skylar! Signature pick! Beatrix. That's a Beatrix, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, give you a little bit of lore. I want to give you a little bit of lore. Bigotron Alpha, Season 11, first match. They picked up Hanabi. It was Hanabi and also Lolita, and that was Coach Aldo who played it. Now Coach Aldo decides to utilize it against Araki Hoshi with Alter Ego, and that timing is so good. Up against his composition, it relies heavily on CC on top of damage, right? Edith, Aurora, Franco even. Let's see how this works out. The Beatrix is a signature pick though, however, for Skylar.
And don't forget with the Julian, with the Beatrix, a bloody hunt into a Bennett's Rage and Imperial's Passion. We've seen it before, we can see it again, but against the Lolita, the big thing to remember is that the Iron Hook does not get blocked. You can get pulled through even though you have the Bulwark up. So that is a big problem that has to be dealt with by Alter Ego. Let's see how this game plays out though. We have a game on our hands.
The pick on your screen earlier, we get to see it in the game, in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi and Lolita, after debuting just yesterday.
On Lolita! Towards Owen here very early, who rocks the Revitalize and will actually trigger that Revitalize early.
Once again, it's a double Revitalize strat we saw earlier. In theory, it doesn't work for the Lolita, but we've heard Beloy and a lot of people say that it actually works pretty well. So we have to see that synergy just about yet. Looking at the pressure though, the Franco definitely is doing a lot of work, but a Nino on the horse this time, it won't be a roam high loss, right? So we'll see what can Tyron do about that. If you take a look at the emblems here by IndieHome, you can see that for the Franco, agility and Wilderness Blessing. It's all about moving around. And for Skylar, he knows, or he feels at least, that the game will drag out. Weapon mastery there, along with the thrill for extra burst.
Yeah, it was strange to see the Lolita go Revitalize for Geek, but here I don't think it's strange at all. This is also some damage there. So the pick and the choice that Ogwen went for yesterday when they debuted this Hanabi Lolita compensate your friend to get that healing so that the shields can come back again. And the photo later on.
And I guess if the idea for Alter Ego is to stick together using that Lolita and Hanabi combo, then the Revitalize can kind of benefit because it kind of increases the shielding coming in from the kit of the Hanabi as well, along with the Aegis. So maybe that's the kind of extra synergy that we're not looking at just yet. For now though, you can see that RRQ are the ones initiating all the fights, but especially with the turtle coming through, with Nino rotating to come and join the fights, it's gonna be a whole different story.
RRQ Hoshi, with this lineup, they need to look for, I think, oh, hold up.
Onward on towards one member there, Nino. Revitalize to save the day. Wins, flickers out of that fight. A very good counter engage. Owen though will fall shortly. First blood goes to the hands of Rins. Retribution. Setsugin wins it out. It's gonna be Dyron finding now in the backside as well as RRQ collapsing onto his Nino. 3 members down and out.
Impressive stuff from the Kings. Despite the Revitalize, despite the sustain, they say we don't care. We're gonna beat you at your own game. Lock team fight, no problem. Now gank up top.
Oh! 3v2, Aegis popped. That's info, right? 70 seconds on that spell. Let's see here, RRQ already a very healthy lead, 2,000 gold lead.
I guess the Franco, I guess it's even better that the Hanabi has that, you know, crowd control immunity. But in that long fight, the Primal Wrath, the Frigid Glacier, everything has played out so well for RRQ. Even Dyron using the Primal Wrath to actually go over the wall of the Turtle Pit to try and secure that kill onto Nile. It was really well played. And look at the pressure. Now with the wave clear advantage from the side of RRQ. The Beatrix and the Aurora can clear so much faster, and they can just immediately go roam around as a kill squad.
2,000 gold lead now for RRQ. They can definitely utilize this lead. It's a snowball comp anyways. Edok is walking up like an absolute Chad.
Got a face check. Rins does not find the right moments. Lunar Blast on towards 3, but no follow-up.
There you go.
The timing. That's info. No ult for Lolita.
That's a Revitalize playing dividends already, you know, getting the shield back up for highs on that Hanabi. And it seems it's just a duel that will never see the end of day. It's just a non-lane, the Edith and the Hylos.
It's not a lane, bro.
And to make things worse for RRQ as well, Nile has been relatively undisturbed in his jungle, right? With this kind of pressure from the mid and the gold lane, you would expect RRQ to be able to go in the jungle and get more value. But Alter Ego are doing a great job avoiding that outcome. Now with the turtle coming back up, RRQ has another chance, but so does Alter Ego. They can still come out on top here.
That combo needs to be clean for RRQ Hoshi. They need to land those AoE abilities. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, they can just walk them down. It's Nino on the horse.
Trying to zone out members. Retribution here. Oh, what the flicker! Rins finds with the Aurora. And now they collapse on towards the fight. Rins very low. Nino, the horsey, will trigger that passive. But that will be the stun on towards Rins, and he gets taken down. It'll be a trade for the roamer though, as Nino, the horsey, he's low and he will fall. Skylar secures that extra gold.
How the heck did RRQ do that?
Oh! That's a hook on towards Zaz here. Skylar is still there. Extra gold again for Mr. Skylar.
Raideropathy from Skylar is usually what Ranger Amos would be saying. As RRQ gets Skylar on his comfort pick. It's been a while since we've seen this. Skylar on the Beatrix, but this is the combo hero stat. All region data. We've seen it in Cambodia once and in the Philippines once, and now we're seeing it in Indonesia. Will it lose in Indonesia? Because right now it is 100% win rate all across the world.
The longer the game goes, theoretically, this combo can be a lot stronger. But look at RRQ. Looking for some proactive movements already. Oh, conceal.
4v2 in the top side of the map. Oh my goodness, Aurora. Again, it's huge. He lost the secures highs, but Owen falls as well. RRQ, they know how to fight the Lolita Hanabi combo.
You don't? No. He's just there. All right, walks up. Alter Ego, now they're the ones in shambles. They're the ones who don't know what to do. We have all the sustain. How are you beating us? That's probably what they're thinking right now. In RQ, the full damage output composition is working. That's what we saw in the draft. And Edok Every time he's in the bush, every time he walks up, you gotta be careful. You can see the concerned face of Coach Aldo there.
That's Iron Hook and Hunt. And that will be Skylar securing another kill before the neutral objective. Niall will still be able to find that purple, but of course with the retribution, and again, it's Eyes again who will fall in the top side. Things are not looking good here for the three face masks.
It's just the amount of pressure on all the lanes. It's not just the damage output. Of course, it also helps the fact that when Highs pops the Aegis, gets the shielding, gets it revitalized, it doesn't even matter because of the Fifty Glacier. RRQ going again.
No blast. Will not be able to defend the mid-turtle. Take a look at that from Sutsutin. That's practically a solo. And that now RRQ, they will charge on towards the jungles, but Niall will have time to clear that orange.
Look at Edolf again, just hovering over Roundel, and just like that, they're gonna have to... Oh no, Roundel, don't walk up, don't do it! Okay, he doesn't. Edolf. He's fishing. Oh, he might actually get Eyes.
Careful.
Okay. Not just yet, Skylar immediately goes for the Wesker too. This is a deadly combo coming in. Beatrix Franco. Such a strat that we haven't seen in so long. A couple of seasons it has been since the Beatrix was meta. Now we're seeing it again. Carrots falling for the side of Alterigo, but they're able to actually equalize on the top side. Small victories here. They're gonna do a lot more than that, just that.
Again though, very similar to game number 1 it seems. RRQ just have the hold on Alter Ego, and Alter Ego are the ones who can't do anything despite the fact that, again, they have a high loss. This has been one of the biggest key win conditions for a lot of different teams, just having someone so tanky. Wow.
Good read as well here from the side of Alter Ego earlier. Though they will lose that purple. Let's see here, 30 seconds on the first Lord. I don't think Alter Ego has a chance here to contest.
Just waiting around, and again, that's a problem. The Hanabi's kit is actually not really activated because of the burst damage, right? Even if you pop the Aegis, get some shielding, the Frigid Glacier or even the Runner's Apathy or Venom's Rage will immediately delete your shielding and make you accessible to all the crowd control tools for RRQ. So this Hanabi really is losing in efficiency compared to Skylar on the Beatrix, especially with the pressure that Edolf has been able to garner on this Franco. It goes straight for the Lord here. There's no way there's going to be a contest. It's just too unsafe.
Free neutral objective for RRQ Hoshi. Skylar just going for the shots here. I wonder how many stacks he's on the Skypiercer. Now he has 3 kills. I don't think we can see exactly the number, but if it's just 3 kills, and hey, that's a lot of Skypiercer. But if he got it after first kill, Edolf. Again, hovering over, doesn't get the hook.
The hook is on cooldown. That means Alter Ego, they are still able to defend that mid and bottom turret here. RQ, they will wait it out here. The Lord still marching top side.
Yeah. Really good usage of the waves now. Oh my, shot down onto Owen. He's able to heal back up. Good defense from Alter Ego. With the Hanabi actually.
It's a pull all towards the Horsey. Damage though will be enough to take him down. No cover whatsoever. Revitalize wasn't popped as well. Now they're using the conceal here. Edolf looking to gain some space here. Top lane is in trouble. Very vulnerable. Now the mid lane turret as well. The Lord taken care of, but they will lose 2 base turret. RQ. Can they push? Tyrant, good passive. But now very, very low. That's a pull again. On towards Owen. This might be it. RRQ, they're looking to close this game out. That's a huge Frigid Glacier on towards 2 members, but Alter Ego, they're still able to clear the wave.
They have another wave to play with, though.
RRQ still sounds with 5, but not a lot of AK. It's exposed, but the Kings of Kings, they are still able to find composure, and they are still able to find the win.
Again, the Kings of Kings. Despite the setback in game number 2, they're able to overcome not just Alter Ego, but a strat that is 100% win rate worldwide, Hanabi and Lolita. And you can see the kingdom all around, just celebrating, jumping, and raising the sigil of the Kings of Kings, the banners. RRQ Hoshi's rebuild as strong as ever. They will take first place away from Bigatron Alpha, I believe, with this win, but we'll see. Because Bigatron actually have 6 match victories. I guess we'll see the updated standings later during the interview.
Talking, droning on. I would say a bit too much about the highlights. There's not much to talk about. Your highlights are just too difficult. Your highlights are just too sustainable. Not if you bring out the right composition. Once again, Cascade proves that it's not about the pick, it's about how you use it. It's about the combination of 5. There's no single pick that is immune to the problem-solving skills.
You can see it right here again, the highlights. Haruki Hoshi forcing up this end here. What a great catch on Frigid Glacier too. A flicker forward. Then ending the game.
Dumbest of the pillars makes the king just rise up. And what can they do, man?
We're going to throw it over actually to the interview with Bude Kanamongsa.
Hierarchy Hoshi menutup match ini dengan penuh senyuman. 2-1 mereka dapatkan. Dan Bude pengen mendengar apa kunci kemenangan kalian melawan Alter Ego.
Tes, halo.
Halo.
Kunci kemenangan Alter Ego. Idok pakai Franco.
Idok pakai Franco.
Ya.
Itu memang dipersiapkan untuk melawan Alter Ego, Idok.
Disiapin untuk momen sulit ya, Budi.
Momen sulit. Dan kalian merasakan setelah game yang kedua itu kah?
Ya.
Ada apa di game kedua?
Nggak tahu, mungkin kami ada miss di gameplay lah.
Di gameplay. Namun kita melihat ada gameplay combo yang seharusnya menjadi 100% winner di region lain. Ada combo yang kalian ketemu hari ini. Ada Hanabi dan juga Lolita. Kita ngeliat di region lain strong banget. Tapi di hadapan kalian kok kayaknya kalian bisa menghadapinya ya. Gimana tuh Skylar dan juga Idok?
Sebenarnya tadi last pick ya ngelihat match up juga lah. Karena walaupun dia marksman lain, gue tetap ready Beatrix di situ karena ya momennya udah pasti Beatrix. Dan Ido mau pas banget dia pakai Franco juga. Jadi bisa match up aja sama mereka.
Jadi Hanabi dan Hylos jawabannya adalah Beatrix dan juga Franco?
Ya.
Apakah kalian sudah pernah sudah menyiapkan hal ini?
Udah lama ya, Dok.
Oh jadi nggak kaget dengan pick Hanabi dan juga Lolita, Ido dan Skylar?
Enggak kaget.
Wow, pantesan di sini kok 100% jadi hilang. Jadi bukan karena ada yang kurang dari Alter Ego kombinasi Lolita dan juga Hanabinya.
Kenapa, sorry?
Eksekusi mereka ada yang kurang kah? Atau memang kalian yang sudah ready?
Mungkin kita yang udah ready juga lawan mereka sih.
Sudah ready melawan mereka. Dan terbukti memang kombinasi ini di hadapan RRQ tak berkutik. Namun Dairen, kita ngelihat kamu melawan Nino. Satu player yang berubah dari gold lane menjadi EXP. Apakah kamu merasakan ada perbedaan gameplay dari player yang punya dari historinya di role lain, kali ini di XP? Gimana kamu melihat Nino?
Beda sih Bude, mungkin lebih barbar ya.
Barbar? Kalau kamu menghadapi player barbar, apa yang kamu lakukan?
Barbarin balik aja.
Barbarin balik aja. Tadi udah cukup barbar belum?
Cukup sih Bude.
Cukup barbar. Dan kita juga lumayan deg-degser ya. Game yang sangat memukau, game 1 dan game yang ketiga. Dan hari ini cukup baik. Tapi nextnya ini yang menantang pastinya untuk tim RRQ. Ada Geek Fam yang menanti kalian untuk next matchnya. Bermatch-match. Udah cukup dari 2 season sebenarnya lebih. Kalian tidak bisa memenangkan melawan a Geek Fam. Apakah esok adalah waktunya untuk kalian memecahkan kutukan itu?
Bismillah aja dulu, soalnya kan kita regenerasi baru juga kan. Ya semoga bisa kasih hasil yang terbaik lah besok.
Semoga bisa hasil yang terbaik. Namun kalau ngebahas tentang Geek Fam yang sekarang juga, mereka Geek Fam revamp. Siapa yang mungkin kalian paling waspadai ini? Atau hal apa sih dari Geek Fam?
Baloy sih. Mungkin dari kenapa Baloy, karena hero-nya unik aja.
Hero-nya unik, berarti Ido. Are you ready, Dok? lawan Baloy depan matamu dengan pick hero yang unik juga. Kalau dari Idok ngeliat Baloy gimana sih?
Tahu semua hero dijadiin roam udah.
Semua hero dijadiin roam. Lalu jawabanmu untuk melawan player seperti itu gimana, Dok?
Coba hero juga.
Waduh, mau main apa Idok kira-kira?
Nggak tahu, lihat aja besok udah.
Surprise dari Idok?
Mungkin.
Mungkin. Wah, hari ini tapi kita belum mendengar dari Rins. Rins, seberapa siap nih untuk esok dari Rins? Untuk mungkin bisa menjawab kekalahan dari RRQ terus-menerus untuk Geek Fam. Apa yang ingin kamu lakukan esok hari?
Apa ya, mungkin latihan lagi ntar malam.
Latihan terus sampai besok.
Ya,
Itu yang difokuskan. Dan hari ini, apa yang kalian pelajari dari 2-1 ini?
mungkin apa ya, disiplinnya kita sih.
Disiplin. Tapi disiplin lagi tapi Sucin. Tolong, Bude kepengen satu kata untuk match esok hari bersama dengan Geek Fam.
Ngeri.
Ngeri. Oke, ngeri. Siapa yang akan ngeri? Tapi boleh dong, mungkin disapa juga untuk semua Kingdom yang sudah hadir di sini. Yang lagi nyemen, yang lagi nyekop.
Ya, buat Kingdom makasih yang udah datang hari ini. Jangan lupa dukung lagi buat besok.
Buat besok. Dan kalau hari ini posenya apa nih dari RRQ? Kita tutup hari ini dengan pose dari kemenangan RRQ. Boleh dong? Yuk, 1, 2, 3. Yeah! Keren banget. Caster, Bude udah dapat fotonya. Jadi Bude bakal balikin ke Caster. Monggo.
Thank you so much for that interview, Bude Cloud Mongstar with Araki Hoshi on stage. You can see them walk off stage there right behind us. How do you feel, Rashi? It's a win for RRQ. It's 2-1, but it's a win.
It's a great win, I feel like, because they brought out this, Alter Ego brought out a surprise strategy, and RRQ was like, Psych, we know about this, bro. You ain't gonna surprise us. In the interview, they're saying, we know about this since way back. We've been waiting for the right time to use it. There was never any need to do so far. And now right here, they brought it out against RRQ. And I think everyone was just completely caught off guard. I mean, after talking so long about how the Hylas just can't be dealt with, to see it dismantled just like that, man, that was brutal.
Satisfying indeed for you, Arashi, but I gotta ask you honestly, does this mean that Arashi, are you confident in RRQ winning M6?
Whoa, M6?
M6?
Arashi?
That's quite far. I mean, I have confidence that there is potential for them to do so, right? Whether or not they're there yet, I think we have to wait and see, all right? Especially after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big match as well, but look at this. Player of the game, the match MVP is going to be Jin on that Julian.
Wow.
7-0 and 5. The Beatrix damage was insane, but in the early game, it was that Julian damage. And this guy was using the enhanced sword forwards, right? He wasn't using it to get out. He was really committing all in because he knows that the backup was there, that the team idea is just like that. That's some confidence because usually Julians feel a bit more averse to just going in straightforwardly just like that. But that's why the Lolita was trying to block some stuff, some projectiles. But Sisajin says, these aren't projectiles, bro. Just slashes them down.
These are just hands.
Here's a player of the match highlights here by official gold partner Ubez Gold. In the early game, it's looking kind of tough because again, that's where the Hylas is the strongest. But even then, the back and forth, the kiting, especially that Frigid Glacier. I mean, Riz was doing so well here, stunning Nile, going for the pickoff, and later on, maybe here, I think stealing the turtle as well with a wow, it's the breeze. Second skill I think that stole it. And afterwards, that slow, the additional slow coming in from the Aurora is enough to make the movements from Alter Ego so sluggish that RRQ were able to just keep going at it, having the maneuver advantage, having the chase advantage, and they can keep kiting back whenever Alter Ego engage in such a straightforward manner. And of course, Skylar, dude, that's some damage coming through on the back of the great hooks from Edok.
And again, another one landing for Edok.
It's just so
performance,
good.
man.
Even Skylar, doing a bit of a throwback to the good old days, switching to the Wesker after this engagement, knowing that he needs to surprise the opponents, and surprise the opponents he did.
All the way to the end, man. But we are going to be hearing as well from the comms of Araki Hoshi. After landing all these crazy hooks, is Idok still cold with it? Let's throw it over to the golden moment by UBS Gold as they also end the game.
Mino aja nih yang bisa balikin
depan, Dok.
Ya. Kalau gua initiate, jangan lupa cover ya, Dok.
Ya.
Kalau lu initiate, gua cover. Sini konsil. Takutin, mid dulu. Ada wave ya?
Cut juga.
Ada ulti Mino ya, ada ulti Faramis kita.
Dia takut temennya, boy. Ayo,
Gua
boy.
buka ya nih, guys.
Ayo, boy.
Ini ayam makan
Lihat Pove nih.
Pove nih. Oh, udah gua nih. Gua stand lagi. Bisain ya, guys. Bunuh lu. Bunuh ganya. Nice. Dari tuh.
Depan.
Aman, Rin.
Ayo los dulu aja.
Ya, depan. Ada wave mid nih. Ya, 3 orang doang sih dia, aman guys.
Mana? 14 tuh gua. Pas Nolan, respect Nolan.
Bisain. Tower.
Guys. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Hey, classic RRQ. A little bit more hype than classic RRQ, especially in that final game, but against the Lolita, against the Hanabi, and getting a pick like that on Idok, and those Franco hooks, you can see the MPL skin still on him, flexing at this point, brother man.
116 as well, total kills. It's a stomp, man.
They got 1 kill.
It just works so well. No neutral objectives given over to Alter Ego at all. You look at the build, everything just is in line. They have the same vision right there. For Dairon running on the Edith, going for more physical defense, he knows that he's not going to be tanking up a lot of around those zaps coming through. Tsujin, with his aggressive approach and hand sword forward, goes to the concentrated energy and the blood wings to ensure that he has sustainability, and even the Winter Crown, because he knows that even if he does get forced to use that Winter Crown, the team will just move forward and overwhelm the opposition. And that's just such a great team composition coming through, man. Crafted by Keskir, of course, but the execution of it was just so well done as well. Because you saw in that final fight, Idok used all the spells, and it seems like Alter Ego are setting up for a comeback fight. And then Dairon comes in, reminding everyone that he also is on an engaged hero, catching the backline and allowing Skylar to come forward with the Wesker, man. Fearless with like 200 HP.
10 minutes and 42 seconds. Man, there was just... It really felt longer than 10 minutes and 42 seconds in Game 3.
Exactly.
Game 1, it was just fast, maybe because it was just more action. But even then, 16 kills to 17 kills in total in a 10-minute game. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I guess...
I thought it was like a 13-minute...
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it was just because of how many fights there were and how long the fights were, right? Because, Nino and Owen, with the double revitalize, they definitely did slow down the pace of the fights by a whole lot. Araki Hoshi's draft should just go through, plow through everyone. But the Revitalize held them back for a bit. And then Araki were able to do the same thing. It was so long, they were able to get the same cycle of skills over again. That was how long the fights were going on for. That's why maybe we thought it was longer than 10 minutes and 42 seconds. But hey, fast, long doesn't matter. Now that Araki have beaten Alter Ego, there's still a big question here, okay? Bigatron beat them, sure. But now we have to ask the big question. Araki Hoshi, are you ready for the Kingslayers? Because it doesn't matter how good Araki Hoshi looks in the past. For some reason, they always just lose against Geek Fam. And tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Araki Hoshi will be going up against their worst nightmare, the devil of RQ. It's Geek Fam. But before that, after another loss, let's talk about Alter Ego here. How can A make a comeback in the next match? Gani, tell me.
They need to create a more aggressive draft to match the aggressive playstyle as stated by Mr. Faizar. Via
We agree with you, Faizar. Wait, Faiz? Realize?
Faizar?
Is it Realize? Undercover?
We'll see.
We'll have to ask him directly. Get him to confirm if that's the case. Man, a more aggressive composition for Alter Ego, though. I guess that does make sense.
Game 2, right? Perfect.
Yeah.
It was Alter Ego. Hylos, Logi. You got Hayabusa. Wait, no, that was Nyland. And then you get the Lunox. It's a brawl comp.
And it did work out.
Exactly. And Phovius, see? Perfect. I was like, that Phovius, as it was Sir Pai's pick, it shall be Nino's pick.
It's handed down.
And it's not even the same hero. It's a different hero now. All right, what are your bets for play of the day? Gani.
I mean, Fnatic Onyx, right?
Yes, it is. It's the Keyboy moment.
Oh, wow.
Play of the day. You can see, not me, actually,
sequence.
he just bites his own tongue there. And he dies, res, but it's okay. You got the all-reliable Keyboy the Rock Johnson over here with the charge. Keyboy!
What a crazy moment that was.
Wow. Play of the day. Deserving. Fully deserving. That turned the tides of the game. If that didn't happen, that game one might have actually gone a different way, right? Like, it was already 50-50 at that point. They got res. That was 4v5.
Exactly. But the cojones to go into for the re-engage, man, you know? Bold. That was
bold move by Mr. Boy of House Key. Key Boy. Because we have Boy of House A, that's A Boy, and we've had Miracle Boy before, that's Selly Boy. Let's take a look at the regular season. Oh, it seems, unfortunately, Bikitron Alpha will not be dethroned just yet in day 2. If Arkehoshi win tomorrow, then they actually will. Yeah, tomorrow they will win. If they win, they will take the first place spot. But again, they're up against a Kryptonite and Geek Fam who are very hungry for a win. If they lose tomorrow, puts them in a tough spot, very difficult, very scary to go up against Alter Ego. I mean, to go and get into that red zone.
The red zone is definitely not where Geek Fam want to be. They've had such a they've had so much momentum in the past few weeks, winning against the bigger teams. So they would want to make sure that they don't lose the momentum of the Kingslayer as well. That is a given. So tomorrow is going to be a big match when it comes down to 2 of these teams. But of course, the other matches are equally exciting because Season 14, man, no match really feels that guaranteed.
No, it really doesn't, man. And let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Gani.
Oh, we got the Blue VV Blue.
That's the Blue Derby, the BD.
Yeah, Rebellion taking on EVOS. Glory, the Geek Fam taking on RRQ, the match of the day.
Match of the
Rashi, a little nervous. Let's see though. Alter Ego taking on Dewa United. Another match for Alter Ego after suffering a loss today. Will they be able to quickly bounce back against the gods?
At this point, Gani, it's really up to them. So, if it's up to us, what would our predictions be? Gani first, EVOS RBL.
I mean, EVOS 2-0.
Okay, RRQ Geek.
Honestly, it's a full best of 3. So EVOS Glory 2-0. I think seeing RRQ's performance, I gotta still give it to RRQ 2-1.
2-1. All right, final match, Alter Ego versus Dewa. But hold on. For you.
Hey,
as you get back home after a full day of casting MPL ID, you're probably tired, right?
Right.
And that right there with lemon fresh, not flavor, scent, and feel.
Yummy.
It's so good, he bumped on a mic. Anyways, with that, Gani, you
So
shall
yummy.
be refreshed again for a new day tomorrow. You shall be Gatot Kacha if you want. But I know you want to be Thai Grill. We have one in the back for you. Rashi, here's one for you too. I'm the head and shoulders man.
Thanks a lot, bro. I mean, you kind of need this, right?
100% dandruff and itchiness goes away, just like that. Shh. That's like the shampoo to the dandruff and itchiness. Shh. Right?
It's good stuff.
Exactly. Now, Gani, Alter Ego Dewa.
Alter Ego Dewa, I still gotta give my hat to Dewa United. In a potentially 2-1.
Oh, okay. Rashi, real quick, EVOS Rebellion.
Oh, I gotta go with EVOS for this one.
Okay, RRQ Geek.
I feel like it's gotta be RRQ.
Alter
Might be a
Ego
2-1 though.
Oh, Alter Ego Dewa.
I can actually go with Dewa for that one too.
Oh,
I think honestly, sometimes your opinions get swayed because they look so good in the new jerseys, right? But you know what's cooler?
What?
The thing that we can also wear casually. Erigo, dude.
Erigo?
Yeah.
Or are you just telling me to go wherever I go?
There you go. Wherever you want to go, you use the clothing line Erigo.
Well, we gotta ask the fashion expert here.
Yeah,
Mr. G
exactly.
Man.
What do you think, bro?
Hey, Erigo, recommended, man. You gotta check it out. You gotta
Recommended, man.
buy. A lot
By
of
the G.
designs are very cool, and it goes wherever you go.
It goes wherever you go. So now I will go wherever they go. No, I'm gonna stay true to myself. On a Saturday, I must stay Saturdays. And Gani, I must tell you I must preach to you the words of wisdom from Saturdays. Winning looks gets you winning games.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Saturdays and MPL ID. This eyewear is a secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. Available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturday stores, Gani. So get yourself some glasses from Saturdays, some frames, and even if you have perfect eyes, perfect vision, no worries. You can get sunglasses. You can get so many different variants of sunglasses with the frames here. This is the MPL Connect collection, MVP.
Yeah.
You can also stay up to date with all the updates at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for Season 14 that we have not revealed yet. Just like UPS Gold, there's going to be something new over here.
It happened in Season 13, remember? The pinkish design.
Oh, yeah.
Season 14, I'm ready.
You're ready? What else are you ready for? You seem very energetic. You seem very youthful, Gani.
Yeah, because the youth fair is in the game, in-game
In the
MLDB.
game, yo.
Check it out. It's here with incredible
Gang.
bonuses and exciting events as well. You can grab multiple permanent skins for
That
free
means-
to the
That's
31st of
plural.
August. So that's tomorrow. That's today.
That's today.
That's not tomorrow.
Realization.
That's
Today is the last day.
The last day.
What are you doing? Get
Check
the
it out.
classroom glam.
Exactly. You need to check the classroom glam, Silvana, and of course there are still many more exciting events that will be revealed in that video, but it's closing. So again, ladies and gentlemen,
Get it today.
don't miss out.
I like how
Log in.
I like how Gani realized, because we were talking about today being the last day of August just
Exactly.
earlier during the interview, and then that's the reason, Gani. Now you must remember. And you remember how old Moonton is, Rashi?
It's a decade.
Like 10, yeah. 10
Do we have a
years old.
celebration for that?
Of course we do, dude. You gotta celebrate the 10th anniversary of Moonton Games, right? It's
Okay.
in the game too, with the youth
Wait, is
fair.
Moonton Games the developer that developed Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the esports mobile game of the year?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly who we're talking
Exactly.
about.
I wanna make sure.
If you log in now, you can unlock multiple epic skins for free, including Nana, the Mecha Baby skin, and
Epic?
the Blood Spear skin for Moskov too.
I want a collector skin.
Well, you can also unlock a new collector skin for free. Have you been doing that? You're missing out, bro. On top of that, from the 16th, free trials for
Big
all the
yikes.
heroes, and 125 skins will also be available,
125?
including 25 exclusive epic skins as well. So if you have been looking at these skins, you're wondering, how can I try them? How do I know it looks good? This is the time, man. This is where you want to get it done. But upcoming matches here for RRQ, Gani.
Yeah. I mean, it's against Geek, as we all know, tomorrow. And next week, 7th of September, we're going to match a kingdom. What's a king to a god? And that will be the match. Dewa United versus R.
I just gotta log in real quick, you know.
Yeah.
Pick it
Alright.
up earlier, you know.
Let's see here, all right? Let's see what is going to be
out
the
later.
result tomorrow.
Sunday, and then Saturday. So it'll be day 2 of week 5, and tomorrow, day 3 of week 4, the final day. They are on track to actually end the season as the half-season champ.
Wow.
That is very...
That's unexpected.
If you tell me this upcoming season, like before the roster reveal, I would not believe that.
Yeah, I mean, without the rosters, me neither. I wouldn't believe that Argyoshi would be there. But then after they revealed Cascute was going to be coaching, no doubt about that. Upcoming match, though, for Alter Ego as well. Alter Ego versus Dewa. Match 3 of Sunday, September 1st, not 1st, but tomorrow. That's it. Saturday, September 7th, Alter Ego TL. Oh, big match right there. And Alter Ego versus Rebellion. Highs versus his XT. Who's going to win? Is it going to be the Blue Bulls, or is it going to be Mr. Highs Amor?
What do you think, Gani? He's your GOAT.
Highs or Rebellion? Which one is GOATer?
I gotta be honest, I
Goatier?
think
Goater.
Izamor will win that one.
Oh, that's
has been the theme, right? The
bold.
X.
Are you casting on that day?
I gotta check, man.
Okay, but because if you aren't, you can always just buy tickets, join the crowd here, support Highs, your favorite player.
My favorite player is still an Onyx members.
Why are you backing up now?
No,
he said he's your GOAT. You walked up to him and you said, Highs, oh, that's my favorite player right there. And he followed
My
you.
favorite player in the Alter Ego team. See?
That's quite a big scale difference. You know, favorite player of all time, favorite player among 5 members.
Hey.
You know,
Alter Ego has more than 5 members, Mr. Arash.
Aldo and okay.
Exactly.
Okay. I thought you said you're talking about players.
Well, enough said, guys. If you guys want to buy some tickets and join
Check it out.
some of the shenanigans here with the casters, or if you guys want to get those activities together with GoPay, it's always you're welcome here. All right, we welcome you to MPL ID. Come and join us. There's so many
visit
activities to
Arashi.
do. You can watch the players on stage live, and this is a special one for all the people who are watching internationally. You need to experience the electrifying atmosphere of Indonesian games. Like Alter Ego, no, we'll just talk about Rebellion. Rebellion is 0-6. And you can watch the VOD again of the match against Bigatron yesterday.
Yep.
The fans were still going crazy. It does not matter that you are 0-6. The fans are unwavering, man. And we saw that from Araki Hoshi last season when they barely made it to playoffs. The fans were still there.
Yeah, we definitely were.
He remembers. Do you remember, Gani?
I mean, the
It was a
North
tough time.
remembers.
Has your team ever not made it to playoffs?
What
That's
is
a good
that?
joke. That's a good joke.
No, that's the question. No, right? Onyx?
No, that's a good joke.
Me neither.
You can't relate.
RQ? Also no.
Barely.
Ah, come on.
Last
But
season.
none of us.
Almost is not enough.
Our scriptwriter, however, we won't talk about him. You know?
Ooh.
Shout out, Mr.
Mr. Dika.
Oh.
Shout out, Mr. Dika.
Name him right there.
Yeah, we got to dox him real quick. He lives now. I'm joking. But it has been Mirko, Gani, and Arashi. If you guys want to check out the MPL Arena, you guys can Google it, actually, because it's everywhere. Or,
it is.
What's simpler for me, I just take out my Z Flip, and I ask Galaxy AI to tell me, where's the MPL Arena?
He will answer.
And he will...
The AI will answer.
Well, we don't know if the AI is a he or a she, but we know tomorrow is going to be spectacular. Or, as the scouts say, fantastic.
Fantastic.
So, again, it's been Mirko, Gani, and Arashi. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you for the match of the day and the crazy final day of week number 4. MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this!
Yang begitu sengit di antara para tim MPL Indonesia Season 14. Esok hari akan menjadi hari penutupan untuk minggu yang keempat. 3 match akan berlangsung dalam Best of 3 Series. Ada Battle of the Blue. 2 tim yang sedang di zona merah walaupun 2 tim ini adalah tim biru. Dan tentu saja untuk match of the day untuk esok hari akan ada Geek Fam dan juga RRQ Hoshi. Akankah RRQ bisa menghapus semua yang mereka sudah lalui bersama dengan Geek Fam? Namun penutupan pula tentu saja akan ada match spesial untuk penutupan hari esok. Tapi hari yang spesial ini tentunya berkat dari semua superfan dan juga semua sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moontown. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet, GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan partner ini Sports ada Ora Imo, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Dan juga supplier kita Erigo dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari ini telah usai malam minggu, malam yang panjang. Kita ditemani oleh tim-tim MPL dan semua yang sudah mendukung acara ini. Begitu ramai. Bagaimana esok hari? Jadi Bude mengundang kalian untuk menyaksikan hari penutupan di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Hari yang ketiga, minggu yang keempat. See you tomorrow. We on this.
kasih. Jalani